What is happening, my people, my people? My name is Justin Woodward, co-founder of Black Voice in Gaming, The Mix, and the nonprofit Experience Studios. It is a scorching, sizzling summer, and we're kicking the door, waving the fofo with our annual Black Voice in Gaming Summer Showcase for 2026. Our mission is simple. We help support and celebrate developers through grants, network connections, publishers, investors, platforms, and of course, the community of you guys and the culture. This BVIG, we are proud to showcase trailers, interviews, and gameplay sessions with some dope developers. Before we get started, we want to thank our sponsors, Raw Fury, Aurora Broadcasting, No Rivals, The Mix, and our broadcasting partners, Summer Game Fest. Thank you guys for supporting us. IGN, Twitch, GameSpot, and Steam. Yes, Steam. Please wish list or purchase the games you see in the show through the QR code that pops up. We are coming up on our third year with the XP Fund, where we help fund grants through an accelerator program that will get these games made. If you're interested in supporting these games through charity, please follow the QR code on the screen when it pops up. And if you're interested in investment opportunities, please hit us up as well. Without further delay, I'm gonna pass the mic to Lori and Curtis Baxter to get into the first game.
Thanks, Justin. My name is Curtis, and I am joined by my incredible host, a fantastic content creator by the name of...
Hi, my name is Lori, and I'm so excited to be here today with you, Curtis, for all of the trailers, all of the announcements.
I know, I think it's going to be jam-packed, so I don't know about you, but I want to get right into it. You down with that?
Yes, let's do it.
All right.
Hey, my name's Graham. I'm a Jamaican game developer, and this is my cozy island builder, Aurolands. It's a game focused on creativity. No pressure, no rules to follow, just pure vibes. It's up to you to create whatever kind of island you want to make, whether it's a lush forest campsite or a vast deserted island. Aurolands has dozens of things for you to decorate your islands with. And once you take a break from building, even more things are waiting to be found. Just poke around. There are a ton of delightful surprises for you to experience. Now, once you think you're done, show off your hard work by making postcards and sharing them with your friends, because good things should always be shared. Day or night, rain or shine, come and craft your little slice of paradise right here in Aurolands.
A princess, once beautiful beyond wonders of the flesh, now crawled the earth as her demonic mass pulsated lifeless.
Hi everyone, I'm Thiago Prudente from Mandinga Games. We are indie game developers from Salvador, Bahia, Northeast Brazil, and I'm the lead developer of Black Sailors, Bay of All Saints. I'm here to tell you a bit about the game we're building and why this story matters so much to us. Black Sailor is an adventure RPG with tactical turn-based combat. It's a story during the colonization of Brazil back in the 19th century, about a group of enslaved Africans who refused to accept their fate. So they rebelled, seized control of a slave ship, and became pirates, fighting back against the Portuguese colonial oppression in the Bay of All Saints. It's a decolonial game. That means we are shifting the lenses here. We are so used to seeing history and games told from the perspective of the conqueror or the explorer, but in Black Sailors we flip that logic. We take the power out of the hands of the colonizer and put it in the hands of the enslaved and oppressed. One of the things that drive us is how history is taught. Even in Brazil, our education is often very Eurocentric. We were taught at school that our country was formed by Portuguese, indigenous people, and Africans, as if African was just one big homogeneous block, but that was not the case. The African diaspora was formed by several different ethnicities: Yoruba, Bantu, Fon, and many others. Each had their own unique culture, cosmology, and customs. Some were even rival back in Africa, but they were forced into the same struggle here. The colonizers actually thought mixing different ethnicities would prevent revolt. It's important to understand that Black Sailors is built entirely from an Afro-Brazilian perspective. Our culture is incredibly rich and rooted in African ancestry. But over centuries, we lost the clear lines of what came from each ethnicity. In Black Sailors, we are creating an alternative story, exploring what it would look like if this Afro-Brazilian identity was forged in the fire of a pirate rebellion. We didn't want to just make generic African rebel characters. That's why we are collaborating with a historian, a specialist in African diaspora in colonial Bahia. We have researched these specific ethnicities to create characters with real, distinct motivations. So in the crew, you will not just find generic Africans. There is a Daomé warrior, a blacksmith from Oyo, a hunter from Ife. You also find people with very different motivations. Some of them just want to go back to Africa. Others want to build a full-scale rebellion and dominate the bay. And some have lost everything and are driven just by revenge. These clashing motivations create a dynamic conflict between them that evolve as you play. When the game begins, they have just taken control of the ship. They don't know each other yet, but they quickly realize they will have to overcome their differences if they want to survive. Your role as the player is to manage this crew and assign them to specific functions on the ship. So, if you want the ship to move faster, you need to put more people on the sails. If you want the ship to shoot back, you need to put more people on the guns. This is how you play your revolution. It's a turn-based strategy experience divided into two phases. First, the planning phase, where you manage your crew, analyze enemy movements, track enemy bullets, and decide your strategy. Then comes the resolution phase, where you watch your decisions play out in real time. As your adventure continues, you upgrade your ship and crew and rescue more people who join your cause. We just announced Black Sailors to the world, and the reaction was intense. We saw a lot of backlash from people who treated the simple act of portraying enslaved people with agency as some kind of agenda, but the support has been even louder. We realized that there is a massive audience of players who are hungry for stories that step outside the Eurocentric power fantasy. Black Sailors is for everyone who wants to see history through a different lenses, a lens of resistance, humanity, and freedom. Thanks for listening, and I can't wait for you all to sail the Bay of All Saints with us.
Well, that was an incredible trailer for Netcode Warriors. I am joined by my co-host, Derek Fields, and right now we also happen to have the CEO and game director of Sun Studios, Segun Oshide. How are you?
I'm good. I'm glad to be here. How's everybody doing?
Doing well. Doing well. Now, happy to be checking out this game. So, I mean, right off the bat, these are totally new characters, right? Totally new IP. Can you kind of walk us through the entire development process?
Yeah. So we've been working on Netcode Warriors since 2020. So it's been a hot minute. The kind of earliest days were a lot of ideation kind of phase. Like, what does this IP mean? Like, what is it about? Like, kind of figuring out some of the story and lore aspects, and kind of honing in like how we were going to reference our inspirations and things like that. Once we were able to kind of communicate with Watanabe-san and Moriyama-san. So those are the guys from Japan who actually worked on the Digimon IP. Kenji is like one of the original kind of creators and designers of the Digimon IP. Once we were able to kind of talk with those guys and get more of a hone in on the art style, I think that kind of like we were off to the races at that point. We also had other very talented designers. Ivan Fiorelli, famously, I think has done like some stuff for Fantastic Four comic. I think he was the penciler for Fantastic Four for a couple of years. Rich Lucas has a pretty famous webtoon that's in development called Project Divider. So a lot of very talented artists kind of help shape the artistic vision of the game. My inspirations for art generally are always going to be based on my background. So I'm Nigerian. So for instance, the main character is Yoruba. I'm Yoruba, so the Yoruba tribe. That was important to me, but also bringing in some of the things from my childhood that really stood out to me artistically and stylistically. So very Shibuya punk and grind fiction inspired. You have a lot of like kind of streetwear and street culture kind of aspects that are kind of baked into some of the art and especially the human characters, but then the transformations into these like larger than life like warriors. We call them Code Warriors. It's very Sentai inspired, very Power Rangers inspired. So those are like bringing in a lot of like aspects of things I grew up with, like Mega Man Battle Network and other franchises like that really shaped the vision of like the IP and everything like that. But yeah.
Yeah, rock on. It's easy to see for me coming from like a similar background in terms of influences and the types of media that I was growing up with. Those influences, like they breathe all throughout Netcode Warriors. There's something that you nudged on that I would love to hear more about. One of my favorite topics is talking about cultural intersection and how these different inspirations can come together to breathe new life. You're directly interfacing with Japanese developers and artists within this project, and so can you expand a little bit more about what it's like to work truly as a globalized studio?
Yeah, so the whole studio is remote. I've always said, like, I don't really care where you come from. I just care that you got heart and talent, right? That's it. I don't even care too much like how much experience you have, because I think it's very easy to fall into that trap when you're hiring somebody of that whole thing like, oh well, I need experience to get a job. How can I get a job if I don't have experience, right? So for me, it's just if I see passionate people, talented people, I tend to reach out to those and try to see if there's like a way we can collaborate in certain aspects, in certain avenues. In regards to the globalization of everything, yeah, like, people from all over the world, from Spain, from Indonesia, animation team, the riggers, animators from Brazil, and so like your team is kind of worldwide, kind of by necessity, just because we want the best people that we can bring onto the project. In regards to working with the Japanese guys specifically, definitely language barrier was kind of hard to overcome. Like translating emails back and forth, trying to make sure that you're not saying anything that they can be perceived as like offensive and incorrect. Like you want to make sure you're culturally sensitive to whoever you're speaking to and kind of the background, especially some of these guys who are very well known in the industry for the kind of work they've done. So yeah, it was very important for us to always approach those conversations with respect and make sure that the people who we're talking with, that they're creatively and artistically being fulfilled by the work we're asking them to do. Yeah, I'd say that's kind of our general approach to how we do stuff.
So, I mean, in game development, we all know it's not easy, especially when you're running a team, and especially when you have a globalized team like you do. Can you speak to a little bit of the challenges that kind of come up and kind of how you kind of triumphed over them?
Yeah, you know, I'd be lying if I said I've got this part down 100%. You know, I'm still growing, learning every day. Part of it is just trying to be as flexible as you can with time zones. Time zones can be a big thing, right? Sometimes I just don't get a lot of sleep, you know, because I'm like talking with people in Spain who are 4 hours ahead, or Japan who are 12, 14 hours ahead, or whatever, right? So like sometimes it's me being up at 3 a.m. but needing to be up at 8 a.m. to do something, right? So that the reality is like sometimes, you know, it's a grind. It's really hard. It's difficult. It's mentally taxing. I'm sure my girlfriend would love to see me more. But, you know, at times, life demands that to achieve greatness, you must do great things, right? So yeah, I hold myself to a very high standard in regards to how I do work and how I operate and everything like that. And I can't expect everybody to put in 100% if I'm not putting in 100%, right? 110%, whatever I have to give, I give. Because these projects that I'm working on, that we're working on as a studio, you know, they're very important to me. I'm very passionate about them. To me, Sun Studios is poised to be like one of the next premier like fighting game developers, at least based out of the West, right? If we do things correctly, and if we make sure that we're precise and very calculated with how we do things, and that we put our heart into it. You know, so that's kind of my approach to that.
As a fighting game, this means that we're entering into the fighting game community and entering into a nuance for things like iframes and move cancellations and like hitbox coordination. Yeah. I am arbitrarily gesturing at this as just a fighting game couch player. Dead or Alive was my game of choice, and I'm no longer good at any of them. But they bring such a nuance. And so what sort of nuance, emergent outcomes do you hope comes from Netcode Warriors and in terms of how people play and engage with this game?
Yeah. So Netcode Warriors, right, obviously there's the stylistic kind of things that we're referencing, but in regards to the gameplay itself, I think that's actually where it shines, or where its specialness comes from, because we're making an arena fighter, which, you know, there's a lot of them out there, you know, usually based on licensed IP, you know, like your famous anime or whatever. But those games are usually designed for a more casual experience. They're not really designed to be competitively deep. It's more about getting to experience your favorite characters and play them in a way that's easy for you to do, and easy for you to switch from character to character and just do really cool stuff and kind of put it down and like I had a good time or whatever. And that's not really the design goal here. The design goal here is for you to put hundreds, thousands of hours into, like, the game is like constantly revealing itself to you. And in that kind of design space, arena fighters haven't really had a competitive spotlight before. I mean, there's one or two here or there, but they all kind of make compromises to kind of have that conversation with the fighting game community, I would say. And we're kind of looking at things in a sort of a different direction. Obviously, we're trying to incorporate some things like motion inputs are pretty big for us, quarter circles and things like that should just exist more usually in traditional fighting games that tend to not exist in arena fighters. We're putting those in, charge motions, and other things like that. But the idea of what an arena fighter is, or what it can be, is a real expression of freedom of movement in a three-dimensional space that 2D fighters just generally aren't really, like, can't do in the same way, I'd say. And so even the 3D fighters that you're familiar with, like Dead or Alive or Tekken or Virtual Fighter, because jumping usually and crouching share an input, jumping, crouching, and stepping to the side share an input that limits how quickly you can move in and out of the foreground. And it's mostly about moving forward and backwards quickly with like intervals of that. That's why like there's like high level techniques about stepping into out of the foreground. Netcode Warrior kind of approaches it more like there's a real freedom of movement, and the skill and depth is how the decisions you're making based on that movement. You can move wherever you want, but are you moving in the right place at the right time? You can move quickly, but are you quickly adjusting to what your opponent is doing and things like that? So that's kind of the design space that we're in regards to what Netcode Warriors is and what it can be.
I love that. We spoke a little bit earlier just about this being, again, a new IP that, you know, no one's seen before. Let's say we're, you know, fast forward, game is out, it's doing amazing, as I'm sure it will. fandoms love to interact with their favorite characters. Does Sun Studios have any kind of aspirations to take those characters and develop them for other forms of media? And like, what does that success look like for you?
Yeah, this is something I've thought about loosely. I haven't put too much thought into it, to be honest. But from what I've thought about, I do think like a companion manga makes a lot of sense. Like a one-shot manga, I think would be really, really succinct with the art style and the inspirations and everything like that. Would make a ton of sense. I think animation, like a short film, could also do wonders. I think also there's various opportunities because the designs are so wild and so like dynamic, and there's obviously licensing opportunities. Like clothing, merchandise could be cool. The human characters have these very tech wear kind of inspired outfits, so something that kind of leads into that I think could be interesting as well. But yeah, mostly, like manga, animation, novelization. I mean, those are all like valid avenues that one could pursue, or one, that we thought about to some degree, but I haven't put too much thought into because we're just really focused on making a good game with a good story first. Something I want to make sure is that I don't want people to feel like, oh, like I didn't get this, like I have to go do homework elsewhere to understand like the game I just played, like or the story mode I just played, or to understand the characters that I was interacting with. If that makes sense. Like we want like a full story experience, right? Like in Netcode Warriors. So
really quick before I let you get in, Derek, I want to know. All right, are you keeping the story under wraps, or can you speak a little bit to the story a little bit right here? Because I'm a story guy.
Yeah, I can talk about the story a little bit, but essentially, these people, right, humans from all around the world. So that's another thing, is that the cast is culturally diverse intentionally, right? They're from literally every character from somewhere else on Earth, right? Our main characters from Nigeria. We got somebody from the Scandinavian region, some Japanese, some Taiwanese, like American, like they're all from different walks of life, from different parts of the world. They all one day, by happenstance, get like sucked into this alternate world called the Network, right? And the Network is essentially this living, sort of breathing world. Like when sometimes in lore and fantasy, you talk about like Gaia, Earth, as like a living, breathing thing. In this alternate dimension, that world is like alive, basically. And it's overseen by an entity called the Sovereign. And essentially, the laws of physics are kind of inverted in this alternate dimension to where energy is an infinite thing, but physical matter is like more limited than it is here. The humans kind of quickly realize that like, oh, if we could funnel this energy to Earth, then we would have potentially unlimited energy, and shenanigans ensue. That's basically the gist, the kind of surface level gist of the story.
Love it.
Love a good story, and I'm glad that you expand on that a little bit. It relates in a lot of what I was thinking about. There was a nugget that you mentioned about the story, about a lot to do with the game's identity and the expectation of players committing an amount of time to it, so that they don't feel like that they have to do homework outside of the game to drive a connection with it. Games now are emerging in a space where let me rephrase and say, all media is emerging into a space where they are competing with each other. So whether you're a game or a cartoon or a movie, the attention space is like a continuously crowded economy. And so, looking to keep your players in this environment in hopes that they will dedicate that time and expand upon the story. It sounds like a huge undertaking, one that it commands standing out with some of these other arena fighters that you were pointing to. What do you think about that, emerging into a saturated space, emerging into a space where the goal of keeping players attuned to the game is going to be really important? Are there other elements that are going along with the story to keep people coming back for more?
Yeah, I think the big thing, like the competitive kind of drive, the game needs to be deep, right? From a competitive standpoint, to have a sustainable player base, that sustains over time. I think another thing also is, like, at this point with most fighting games, like, you need to show your player base that you're gonna put more time into it outside of just the initial release. So you're gonna expect like some kind of downloadable content, whether it's more characters and things like that down the line, which are all things, conversations we're having and plans we're making. I obviously can't speak to anything definitively like that at this time, but all conversations we're having about how to make sure that Netcode Warriors is it's not just a game, it's an intellectual property, right? That can extend past just the game itself, right?
Yeah.
Like whether, we get to make like a Netcode Warriors 2 or 3 or whatever, right? Like we've already had conversations about some of the story elements that would play into Netcode Warriors 2 if we got to make that. And we have some very interesting kind of, fighting games are very hard to market. You need to show players that there's something, either you usually need IP or something unique or something they're familiar with, something to grab them or bring them in. So one thing is obviously like character designers who've worked at Marvel and worked in, Bandai and Digimon, like that was like one pull. Another pull that I can't go into too much detail about, but I can basically explain is that we got some pretty prominent content creators in the fighting game community to agree to give to let us use their likenesses actually as characters in the game, as playable characters in the game. So that's something I'm super excited about, because I think it really creates this like fandom kind of relationship between the game and those content creators and their communities, right? That I think will really accent kind of the IP in an interesting way.
Cool. To remind folks watching, you are both the CEO of Sun Studios and also the game director. So you're actually covering multiple projects at a time.
Yeah.
Talk to us about what does your typical day look like when we're talking about literally being part of crafting the business, which is the games in your case, but then also having to operate also on the kind of business side of things.
Yeah. So, we're currently still fully self-funded. So I do have a day job that I have, that I do as well, that, allows us to, and myself and my other co-owners, we all have day jobs that we use that allows us to fund the studio. So a decent amount of my day obviously is going to that, and most of my Sun Studios related work is outside of that work day, generally speaking. I mentioned earlier I don't get a lot of sleep. I wasn't hyperbolizing. That's just like generally how things are right now. I'm the game director on both this and our other fighting game project, Saturday and Battle Manga. So I'm the game director on both of those projects at the same time, and so that does demand a lot of my attention because a lot of people need information about what to do, when to do it, and kind of making sure we hit our deadlines, our marketing kind of goals, and everything like that. So those are kind of different kind of facets that play into how my schedule lines up, but I don't have a specific here's what I do at 8 a.m. and here's what I do, and because sometimes things are the way they are.
Yeah. If you're creative, if you're a game director, we know that some of those regimented moments kind of feel like locking ourselves into a box. Jesse, it's been a pleasure to learn more about Netcode Warriors and understand what you and Sun Studios are doing for not only this, but the other projects that have been alluded to during this conversation. With the limited time that we've had, I've already learned so much, but is there anything that we maybe didn't get a chance to cover that you would like players to know about before we wrap up?
Yeah, I think, for us specifically, marketing has been a thing that we would like to do more of, right? I think we're planning on setting up, by the time this goes out, we probably should have like a Discord server people can join to kind of have community and talk with each other about the game and the characters that have been revealed and have more speculation about the story and different things like that. We want to, kind of announce some of the voice actors that we kind of had conversations with and cast for some of the roles and as well. So yeah, the game's kind of ramping up and the development's kind of ramping up in a very interesting way. I obviously cannot give a definitive release date for the game at this time, but the plan is to release it next year at some point. That I can say that now.
Yeah.
Next year, that's the plan.
Rock on.
Yeah.
Well, this has been terrific just chatting with you, getting to know a little bit more about you, about Sun Studios, and about Netcode Warriors.
I appreciate this conversation a lot, guys. It was a lot of fun.
If you like what we're doing, then scan the QR code and consider supporting the XP Fund, which helps provide grants to underrepresented indie developers to help move their projects across the next stage of development. Now, let's get back to some more trailers.
Pay attention, adversary.
I can't let it end here. This time will be different.
It's time for a new hero.
Plum Road Tea Dream is gonna be a look into the life of S, which is my alter ego. So it's like a semi-autobiographical game. And S makes these virtual spaces for themselves that they call sanctuaries, out of a wish or a need for a world that is more safe, or for a world that accommodates better for grief and sadness, or for a world where they can imagine versions of themselves that like somehow find a hard time existing in real life. My name is Samuel Baido. I'm 33 years old. I'm based in Antwerp, Belgium. I work as a theater maker, performer, and mentor. And in the last 3-4 years, I've also been working as a game designer. I think it's a game that can be enjoyed by experienced players, but also by people that have no previous experience with video gaming. Next to walking being the main action, some of the things you will come across are like interactable words like read or sit or listen. Those are like some of the interactions you can do in the game. So it's rather simple. I think it's really about the experience, about getting to know the story of S, and spending time in these virtual sanctuaries. There are sanctuaries created for rest, sleep, and dreams, but there is also a sanctuary that kind of encapsulates a painful, even traumatic memory, I would say. There is a sanctuary that questions how we can grieve for people that we don't know but feel close to or feel connected to. So this is like almost a game inside of a game. It's just circle of chairs with names on them, but I'll read out the little plaque with information. Sit with them. I hope to turn this into a game one day. A game where you walk and encounter names on chairs. A list of names of people of color in Belgium who were killed by the police. I wonder what it would be like to sit with them around a campfire. There is the homeworld that connects all of the sanctuaries, and in the homeworld, different iterations of S live. I call them NPCs, non-playable characters, and you can chat with them, and a big part of the game is actually to kind of help them get unstuck or to help them heal in some kind of way. I think the game is important to me for many different reasons. The creation of the game was really triggered by this traumatic event that's out of my youth that surfaced during the lockdown, a very painful rupture that I had with my father because of my sexuality, and already very early on, because of playtesting the game or kind of having these open door moments where people could come and test the game, I noticed that it really resonated with a lot of people, and that the game opened for them maybe some ways of like reflecting or philosophizing on the topics that it offers. I would get messages that would be like, wow, you inspired me to start writing again, like I'm journaling again. Somehow sharing this very personal story made a lot of people feel really seen. I also think Plum Road Tea Dream is important to me because it's like this hugely collaborative work. There are often comments on this work of like, whoa, I never thought about making games by 3D scanning clay sculptures that you make in real life. Or we also made this theater piece out of Plum Road Tea Dream, and there people are like, okay, you're using a video game as a medium for a live performance. I've never seen this. So I also think we pushed some boundaries in some ways and kind of bridged the game sector and the arts a little bit more. And we're just hoping that a lot of people find their way to it, play it, and enjoy it, and that it triggers something for them, that they get something out of it.
Hello and welcome back. I am joined by my lovely co-host Lori.
Hello.
And also here we have combat designer and also my former colleague, Stephen O. How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Hanging in there. Weird time, but you know.
Sure. But it's good to see you again, you know?
Yeah, it's been a while. So let's just jump right in and get started. Can you talk to us a little bit about kind of your path to becoming a combat designer?
Yeah, so my path as coming to a combat designer, it's like I had very humble beginnings. I started off in Albany, New York. That's where I grew up. And my brother is a lot older than me, and he would introduce me to a bunch of comic books and action movies like the Five Deadly Venoms, Kid with the Golden Arms, and one of my favorites, Bruce Leroy and The Last Dragon. And I just wanted to become these kind of characters. So I would start like taking gymnastics and doing kung fu and things like that. It's just to be the character. And when I translated that energy into like making games, I like realized that not just being a game designer, I could also be a person that creates these sort of action figures or adversaries or even the heroes to allow people to feel like that person I was trying to capture and become myself, So went to school for it. I went to school at Rochester Institute of Technology. I didn't know anything about programming really before that. I took like one class in high school, and RIT was just starting to have a games program, and I wanted to make sure that I can get into the program. I started talking to, I originally went there for IT, knowing that they're going to have this game program, and I lined all my classes to be like a good game designer and have them transfer over because I didn't have a whole lot of money to like stay there extra years. And then along the way, I met a lot of people that had been working in games and even had an internship where they realized there's a specific role for a combat designer, a person who makes the enemies or a person who works on the hero and their interactions. So that was like my first foray into getting into realizing the role of a combat designer.
You said that you took like martial arts classes to that. So what was like, I guess, what was the process of like taking that experience from that and then like applying it to combat design?
Yeah, so like I grew up in like moving my body and understanding like punches and kicks, right? Being able to throw them yourself. And then you sort of get into the space where you're trying to like read your opponent. They're going to start doing punches and kicks. And as I gotten older, I was like, okay, well, I can't just go out fighting everybody. And somehow like you learn this kind of dialogue with the person that you're like sparring with or fighting with that I like really just couldn't get enough of, because it's like that movie quote from The Matrix: you don't know somebody until you fight them, or you can really learn them as you fight them. Like you start to anticipate their movements, you make moves that you're trying to train them to do certain things, right? And that's great in real life, but you can't do that all the time. So I started playing fighting games, and back in the day, you know, PlayStation came with a demo of Tekken, and it had the same movements that I had like learned when I was growing up. So I started doing like amateur competitive Tekken matches all the way up into college. And in doing that, I learned like frame data and different things too. So it's a little bit of like learning how my body moved, understanding the mechanics of making a good punch, then being able to read that mechanic in the actual games, like how the characters were throwing punches and the frame data and the speed that it happens, that allowed me to take all that knowledge and translate it into, these are how we're going to make these characters readable. This is how we're going to make this style feel good. And then there's this meta style to it as well, of like, okay, well, this is for a person who wants to be a rushdown character or a zoner. This is for the people that like grappling. And you just kind of have your expression. And then as you play your friends, you kind of know their behavior, and you're like, okay, he knows that I'm going to do this, and I know that he's going to do this, so that's how I counter it. You know? So a little bit of that.
You talked a little bit about it being kind of a dialogue and kind of learning how somebody fought. Like, I'm interested to know, what is your approach? Like, let's just say it's a clean slate. This character's never been done before. What is your approach to coming up with this initial combat design for characters?
Yeah, you really want to come up with like, what's the core fantasy of this character? What is his background? What is their background? Why are they trying to express themselves through violence, right? Like, how are they going to communicate? So somebody who might grow up in an adversarial environment, they might feel more aggressive, or like, you have to beat people to the punch. Like, the world is so chaotic around me that I have to be more aggressive to get stability. So the first thing I just started to do is like, what is the character's fantasy, and then build that kind of backstory that fits with them. And then I look at gameplay moments that are going to support that. Like I just mentioned, if the person has to be hyper aggressive, then I'm like, okay, maybe their stance is always going to be slightly forward, and they're going to be a more aggressive pose, and they're going to have more dominating moves that like either armored, or armored meaning like they absorb a hit while they're giving a hit. Or if I'm going to make somebody who grew up in a little bit more naive or more playful, maybe they're going to be more standoffish back, or like they kind of think that even in the heat of battle, it's like a game, or like it's silly to them, it's like fun. They're going to be more like fluid in sort of their movements and playful in their actions. So you can have like two different fantasies that have these many different play styles that can even go with it. So
yeah, and another thing too is that you spoke about dialogue. How does combat design relate to other elements of the game, such as narrative?
I often think that like in a fight, you're going to have this natural back and forth of like taking turns. Basically, you're saying things and they're responding to it, right? So there's already this like action and response that comes from just the moveset alone. But you could tell a dialogue through, or a story really, through the environment. How did it change over time? And you don't always have to show damage on a actual character. You can show how things are breaking in the environment. You can show how this person's getting a little bit more desperate during the fight, how there is a reversal or double down. Basically, like, you think they're winning, and then they do something and now you're losing, you're on the back foot. So that's just the choreography of the fight, how it can turn into dialogue. But there's also like, maybe they learned a new ability, maybe something that's unlocked from them, from a core memory. How does that fit into the story? How does this this new unlockable mechanic fits thematically to where the character's goals are, and how does their opponent stand in the way of that goal. It's not always good versus evil. It might be my goals versus your goals. You want to, you know, make the world feel all the pain that you felt, or you want to stop the world from feeling pain ever again, and that just puts us at conflict, you know?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Fair question. I have another question for you. Are there any types of styles of combat you've really yet to see in a game? And how would you kind of approach that? First of all, what are they? And then also, like, how would you kind of approach that and want to like bring that into a game?
Oh, well, you know, I feel like I've seen a lot of different martial arts, a lot of different styles in games, and I kind of specialize more so in melee combat. You know, there's a lot of different ways to approach combat with like magical abilities or gunplay and different things. So I don't know if I can really speak to a style I haven't seen at all, because like even like capoeira, we're starting to see a bigger resurgence in that, but we haven't seen a whole lot of like African martial arts. I don't think there's like as popular or is as documented in the world of like these different styles of African martial arts. And if I could speak to how to do it, I don't think I would give that away right away. I think that would be something. I think that would be like, hey, I'm going to do this game that has some African styles. But one might go with this approach where we're thought of life had started in Africa. What if the original African martial art is what it brings in all these other different styles? Like basically the style that you know, whether it be Muay Thai, Taekwondo, or Taido, or something like that, evolved from that style, that original martial arts style, and that expressive style. So, you know, how could you make this a like interesting origin style that like encompasses the different things? So it's like, oh, you thought you knew this, but like I invented it, and I actually didn't share with you all the pieces. You just have like a fragment of everything I know.
Yeah. Just like you didn't share all the ideas that you have right now with us. I get it. All right.
That's a freebie. Like you can try to do that. Go ahead and try. The other idea, talk after the call, you know.
I got you.
So I kind of wanted to go back to when you were talking about your like taking martial arts and whatnot. What was your favorite like martial arts, I guess, inspired piece of media, like as in like a film or a video game that like really inspired, you know, you as a combat designer?
Oh yeah, there's several. I mean, even to this day, like I love John Wick movies. I love all these other new action films that are coming out. The earliest ones for me would have to be like Kid with the Golden Arms or Five Deadly Venoms. Five Deadly Venoms is sort of like your Avengers before they were Avengers, right? Like we have these 5 different styles that had these like tropes and things with them, but you start to get the super abilities, the Centipede really fast, the Snake agile, the Toad invulnerable, right? And how do they play together? So that was influential about like, how do you come up with different techniques that speak to the theme of the character you're making, and then how can they be opposed to each other even if they've like learned from the same school? But the other one that was super influential to me, and I feel like it spawned like Dragon Ball Z in a way, is got to be The Last Dragon, right? Like it's a cult classic. Maybe it's not the absolute best movie on the planet, right? But there's so many things about the character progression. Like you're already a master, but it's inside, or you know, you need to break through these own limitations that you have. And the glow is totally going Super Saiyan, and that's like a designer signature that I put in a lot of characters that I worked on. If you know, you know, like a lot of the things that I worked on, they eventually get the glow or go Super Saiyan, right? So those are a couple. I mean, there's so many more. The Raid for me, On Bak. I train Muay Thai to this day because of On Bak and things like that. So yeah.
Oh, the raid is intense. It's anxiety. It's sad.
Yeah.
So good. Speaking of just the titles you've worked on, you've worked extensively in a lot of different games. Would you mind telling an audience a little bit more about some of those games that you've had the luxury of working on?
Yeah, absolutely. So I started making games I've been making games for over 10 years now, a bunch of little indie games, Mech Knight Chronicles to working on Project Spark to Fat Princess Adventures. But I think my big break was actually working on God of War 2018. I joined the team at a part of the project where I had a lot of influence over the encounters, and they really liked what I did, so they brought me back to be working on the grunts, or like more basic units. So first I worked on how, with this new camera, how we're going to have these fights be readable and digestible and feel good. And then I worked on how do we make these creatures fit into this world a little better, and mini bosses and bosses. So I worked on Ragnarok and then the DLC Valhalla, where I combined both my encounters knowledge and my character creature making knowledge. And then I wanted to take all the things that I learned by hanging out with Kratos and some of the fantastic people at Sony Santa Monica to work on Black Panther. And that's where we got to hang out a little bit. And I learned so much on that team, but sadly, we can't really talk about it or show it or do anything about that. So now I'm just helping other studios with their projects, some big projects that are unannounced. So I won't be able to talk about them too much, but it's similar to the things that I've learned along the way so far.
Do you have any favorite combat moments among the games you've contributed to?
Oh yeah, there's so many. Let me try to pick one. This is a huge moment for me on God of War 2018. I'm responsible for a lot of deaths in the basically Draugr pit. So that's where the bridge breaks and Atreus falls down, and then Kratos jumps in to jump down. And there are 3 heavy Draugrs that spawn in that fight, and that massacre a lot of people. So in playtest data, we see a heavy drop off of like people struggling with that part. But once you get past that, you're prepared for the rest of the game. Like once you're able to overcome that challenge, you have all the tools that you need to beat the game. So even though it is a frustrating moment for a lot of people, I think it did help a lot of people get into learn to play the actual game instead of relying on like first tier tactics, like early tactics. The other moment on 2018 that I really enjoy is actually right in front of the stonemason fight. There's 3 different superpower Draugrs that come out, and you think that this is kind of the fight. These 3 units on their own can make an interesting encounter. But actually, we bring back an old trope from the previous God of War games where we spawn a large creature. It used to be a Cyclops. For us, it was a ogre. And then we spawn another ogre. So right when you think like you fought this one challenging fight to like now there's an ogre, and then there's like 2 ogres. How am I ever going to do this? But it's set up in such a way that the pacing of the encounter empowers you to get over it. So you're at first you feel the threat of it, but as you overcome that fight, you're like, oh yeah, I am awesome. I am the God of War. I totally can handle all these things. So those 2 moments, like frustrating moment that turns into like now you have the skills to beat the game, and then I was scared, but it's actually a totally doable fight.
How do you balance that? Because as you know, we've worked on projects together, and sometimes fine-tuning and balancing encounters and combat can prove to be a challenge in and of itself. So kind of what's your approach to just making sure things just feel good?
Yeah. So my approach to like making things feel good is first, just like I always tune or start fighting an encounter with the most basic things. Like I always just use basic attacks, and if I'm making a creature or a boss or an encounter, I should be able to defeat it with just pressing the simple attack button, blocking and dodging, and take 0 damage. That lets me know that the animations are readable, the pacing is correct. Maybe there's if I do get hit, then like, okay, I need to like time out, or I need to put a piece of health or something that you can like recharge yourself into the fight. And then the other parts is just like thinking about the fairness and the fatigue that you might have after seeing X amount of units, X amount of heavy fights, X amount of times where you needed to parry or in one particular encounter, and how much time that encounter is going to be. So if you're fighting a boss, maybe that's 4 minutes, and I'm like, all right, well, I need to balance. I have to play this with my very basic defending, punching, and not get hit for 4 minutes straight. That could be really taxing for somebody. So how do I make the character interesting enough in those 4 minutes that somebody's not overstimulated or fatigued by doing all the actions that they have to do? So it's super high level. I'd love to go into more detail about it, but like that's kind of where I start.
No, I appreciate that. No, good.
Yeah. I think something that I'm really curious about too, like when you're doing the balancing, like what is your, I guess, the priority you think about in terms of combat? Because I always think about like when I'm playing a game, do you think more about like the offensive, I guess, or like more of like the defensive or like magical parts, or like I don't know if that makes sense, but like what do you try and prioritize, I guess, when you are starting, like when you're planning that out for combat?
So, it's you know, we were saying dialogue before, but it's really about the dance. Like even if you go back to those movies that I was talking about, they're not really fighting. They're kind of like doing this sequence of dance moves, you know, so they're your dance partner. So how do you make this person interesting? It's not just about defense. If the player's just defending, then that doesn't feel really good. I'm just kind of waiting for my turn, and then I parry, and then I just beat them up or something, right? So what other action verbs can we get? I need to dodge out of the way. Sometimes I need to parry. Is this my opportunity to take my turn back? Can I do this risky thing sometimes? If I do the risky thing sometimes and I win, great. But sometimes I do the risky thing and I get punished. And I was like, I shouldn't have been able to do that. And that needs to be clear. So my priorities start off with, how do we make this dance interesting? Both the player and the combatant have verbs where they can go back and forth with each other. How do I make it readable is the second part. Now that we have those verbs, you need to defend at this time. I need to signal to you that this is the move that you need to get out of the way of. And then this is the move that you need to block, or this is the move that you need to interrupt, right? And then the third part is like, well, how much damage or like how many tries do you get at those attempts? If the player is getting hit once and the game is over, that can be really stressful. But maybe some attacks are more punishing than others. So now that's that signature kind of, and sometimes we call it like the signature kill move, where it's like, I need to watch out for that because it's just going to level me, you know? So and then you just want to make that like a part of that core kit, that was the one interesting thing that I had to remember. And maybe I have a signature move too that I want to land. I need to be able to cleave him, but which way is he going to dodge? Is he going to left or right? And I feel really good when I pick the right correction, the right side.
Steven, it is always a pleasure to kind of hear you dive into the nitty gritty of combat design. I've heard it several times, and every single time I feel like I leave learning something new. So thank you so much for joining us. Where can people find you on the internet?
Yeah, you can find me on my LinkedIn, Steven Oil with GBA. And I'm happy to help you craft battles that everybody can win. And it's always great meeting you guys. Thanks for having me.
I'm back again to remind you of the XP Fund, because your contributions can help get the next great indie game off the ground. Consider supporting by scanning the QR code.
Granny used to tell me all manner of stories about rolling calf and how I'm used to start the countryside. But River Mama and the golden table share take time get up by Flatbridge. About the 3-foot horse and him not afraid of moonlight. About Old Hig, who are gallivant all night without sleep. About Crocodile Man and how you know for answer me if him nap 3 times. She even tell me about the Lad Diables with her 1 cow hoof and wide brim hats. How about how Sly Mongoose teeth out one of the man righteous chicken dead? Hey, those were good times, you know? Good times.
I've been waiting to take a deep dive into the abyss, but I missed my chance to advance, enhance considerably, makeshift. Zero heroes, no red scar tissue abrasive. A menace, intending tennis, fencing, hence the location. Given that I've been living different morals, plural grievances, a legion, relieving numerals to the oracle. Sometimes it sounds horrible. Formulaic, my behavior to the Selamun consumed dendrites. Not ever living aneurysm combusted. Another term turns families into nothing. For greater good, I can understood. I gotta remain afloat. No lane left stain. Is it insane how I name my quotes? I speak into existence. A brief relief condition. Couldn't occupy the sky without permission. As long as the spell cast, my nature ain't your value. Have you driven, living nexus? Authority to the normally, formerly known, shown everything. Except for the weapons kept swept under anything. Get it?
My name's Xavier B. Johnson, and this is Diesel Nights.
Hi, I'm Indigo Doyle, Creative Director at Pushing Vertices, located in Toronto, Canada, where we're making Roller Girl, a slice-of-life adventure about Naomi, a 16-year-old girl in the 2000s, vibing with her rollerblades and her MP3 player. This game is a love letter to my childhood, rollerblading through the quiet streets of my hometown with my own personal soundtrack loaded up. Okay, I'm gonna tell you a secret. I love rollerblading and music. And that's why we spent a long time perfecting the movement in the game to make it feel smooth and purposeful. And when it comes to music, I always have a soundtrack for how I'm feeling. In Roller Girl, the music is linked to the mood of the game. Changing the playlist changes your perception of the world, from happy to sad. The mood influences other characters' responses to you and your dialogue options. Key story moments also impact the mood. We are curating a soundtrack inspired by 2000s pop punk by connecting with local indie bands. So far, we're featuring artists Narima and King Fabs. There's something about the way it feels to effortlessly glide down a smooth street. Your favorite music playing in your earbuds, and for a moment, it's like time stops, and you're just in a flow state. That's what Roller Girl represents. Your wheels on, your music up, and the freedom to move. The freedom to explore and learn about yourself as you go. You start the game having just gotten your first car, which breaks down immediately. Desperate for cash to fix it, you lace up your rollerblades and grab your MP3 player. You do odd jobs around town, stumble into a romance, and uncover a juicy town mystery. I don't know about you, but I used to spend a lot of time in my head. Back in the day, I would rollerblade around my hometown, inventing backstories for my neighbors. There's a certain charm to small towns, and I can't wait for you to poke around and find the little stories I've hidden behind fences and around corners. Thanks for taking this tour with me, and thank you to the Black Voices in Gaming Showcase. I can't wait to see you find your vibe in Roller Girl.
We are back with Black Voice in Game. You see how that we just like push right into it. I am here with Lizette and Marcus Montgomery, Cornerstone Studios, and they are working on your first game as a studio, which is Carrier Cuties. It has like a really interesting premise to it for sure. But I want to know how you guys started Cornerstone Studios, because it's like you guys are like super vets. Even I'm like, just the stuff that you guys have done, it puts me in awe. So can you guys talk about how you started the studio and a little bit about your backgrounds?
Yeah, we're not new to this. We've been doing this for almost 3 decades. Some of us have been doing it for 3 decades. So we've worked in console, AAA, small studios, and we were kind of at a point in our careers where we were trying to figure out what was next. We've worked with the biggest titles and the biggest IPs in the world, so we thought the next step for us was making our own IP and starting our own studio.
That's super awesome. And kind of what led you to, you guys know I'm a big fighting game fan. It's like my favorite genre. I play every fighting game. How did you kind of come up with this style of game and kind of want to make a fighting game for your first title?
A lot of this comes back inherently. I come from that arcade area. That arcade era where fighting games was really prevalent. I like that twitch, fast responsive sort of gameplay. It's a lot of the games I've worked on prior have had that. And so this is kind of just falls into that pocket. To really get into what inspired this, I think, Lisette, maybe we should talk about our grandson a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've got a grandson. He's 6, and one of the things we love to do is like break out old consoles and old games and just have fun with him and relive the nostalgia of us playing as a child with our grandson. And one day we broke out the Dreamcast and put in Power Stone, and we were just having a blast. Particularly my grandson Mars, was having an amazing time. And we were like, what happened to this game and why hasn't it come back? And everyone we talk to has like such affinity for it. They're like, oh, I remember that game. Yeah. They get this like the total like twinkly eye look to it. And I'm like, so what happened? And I was like, well, maybe if we bring this back with like a fresh IP and make it like, update the mechanics and, bring it into an area where co-play and like team-based mechanics are sort of like pushed a little bit further. And so, that's how kind of got the ball rolling. Was just a fun playtime with our grandson.
That's amazing. And you have you were mentioning this earlier, you have a collection of like a vast collection of games?
Been collecting games for a very, very long time. We've, between the different eras, we even go back to the Atari, but the Dreamcast, PlayStation 1, Saturn games.
Saturn? That's awesome.
That's
cool. Yeah.
My first job in the industry was at Sega. And so,
really?
Yes. So I have a huge affinity for Sega and their the litany of games that they have. But we've been collecting and carrying a bunch of different digital and physical media for a while, so our collection is pretty big.
So,
it also doesn't help that you have like an encyclopedic knowledge of game design. So that also
really
helps.
I may need to hit you up about that. Now for my own, resources and whatnot. No, that's really cool. So if you're looking at your library of games and your grandson, was a little bit frustrated at some of the games that he's playing, what made you like decide to pick this one? Like from, You're just like, do you remember this particular Power Stone? And you're just like,
with kids, you expose them to a lot of different things. You never know what's going to stick, and so we're always, since he comes over and plays with us, there's certain things he likes and certain things he wants to play just because he's familiar with them. But we also want to expose him to new things, and the Dreamcast is one of those things, and Power Stone is one of the many things that we tried. But that was one of the first things that he really attached, and he would ask about it. And it was a lot of it also is because I have the old arcade stick as well. So
you had the arcade stick?
Yeah. And he saw the stick and he was like, "What's that?" And I was like, "Come, son, let me show you
that must
what this is about." Yeah,
fantastic to expose.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's great.
And we really love the fact that we found something we could connect with him, and we find that to be a very unique experience, and we want to make sure that how can we replicate that, not just for us, but for other people as well? There's a lot of nostalgia around these sort of games, and people of our age may want to be able to share it with the kids that they have, and we think that we have a unique way to kind of bridge that intergenerational play.
That's cool. So rolling into this, Lizette, like how did you come up with this particular game? And then can you talk about the premise of it, because it's extremely interesting.
I think all good games that kind of hit the zeitgeist often reflect like the conversation we're currently having, and the conversation we're all currently having is AI. So
like a 90s rap song.
So I was like, let's and there's assumptions that we all come to, which is like, we're all going to eventually be killed by robots. So let's just play out to the worst scenario what that may look like and make it absurd and stupid. So I started thinking about what a post-AI world would look like, and I'm like, well, our pets are still here, so of course they'd be the ones who take over the world. What would that look like, and what would they do with their free time? And then you start doing these really silly like world and logic exercises, and then you end up with some really wild story, and that's kind of how we ended up here. Carrier Cuties takes place in the future, where AI does what AI is going to do, and eventually humans are extinct. And our pets essentially become sentient and take over the world we've left behind. And they build battle bots in the shape of their former owners to battle out their primitive instincts. And that's sort of the premise behind this.
So they died. So their owners straight up are gone.
Yeah.
And then they're just like remembering their humans.
Yes.
Did the pets didn't kill them? AI killed them.
Yeah, AI killed them.
Because I'm like, this is so sad.
AI killed them.
Like AI killed them.
Yeah.
AI's gonna do what they're gonna do.
Yeah. So let's jump into it. We're gonna play, and then I think it would be really interesting to just kind of go over the character design, the pet design, and then kind of your approach to art, and that kind of thing. So. I'm gonna try to play and talk at the same time.
I will give you some tips as we're playing.
Okay.
Just press X and Y a lot and you'll be fine.
Okay, so what's the character?
So
this particular character.
This is essentially our boxer and our boxer. So essentially the boxer pet is piloting his Humek, as we call it.
Humek.
And essentially they appear as humans at first, and as you sort of unlock super modes, their robot abilities reveal themselves to you.
That's cool. So you guys have pets, dogs?
Yes, we do.
Because the Scoop. Prepare to fight. That's notorious. That's when you're like, you're like, what the hell are you doing?
It's time for a bath.
Yeah, it's you gotta handle that. You gotta handle that in pleasant ways. But we really want to pull in the humor as much as we can of the characters that we have. And while this is still early, we want to be able to represent the humor and the character and the humanity of it all. So very much like the classic Power Stone game, you've got dive kicks. You can pick up and push different objects in the world. You can pick up tables, throw them at your opponent. Ooh. There's hazards in the world as well.
Throw your opponent into the stove. If you hit them against that wall, you'll also see the barrels knocked down on them. So you can also use the world to your advantage.
So I have like homing gloves.
Yeah, the rocket fists.
So how did I get this power up right here?
So there's power cells, like as you finish, much like the classic game, there's power cells that will spawn across the map. And if you're able to pick up 3, you're able to then transform into what would be eventually your pet mech. That's not represented in this prototype build, but that is something that we will have in the future.
Wait, what does that mean? What do you mean?
So currently, when you get your 3 power stones, you stay in your boxer form, but we are debuting a new character with the new build where you're actually going to switch to your pet mech form.
Really?
So you're going to have more pet-like abilities once you get your super mech.
Oh, I got deaded.
You can see the pet mech in our current trailer.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Okay, that's awesome, which we will debut, or we already have debuted. I mean, you guys debuted it, so
you'll be able to see it.
Yeah.
People who were on site at the Mix were able to see the actual maquette that I built for it.
Oh, that was cool. So talk a little bit about like the kind of practical creation of the characters.
Yeah, so one of the things when we were talking about what we wanted to do in the studio, I also wanted to change my process of how I created characters and assets, and try to take advantage of, all the new technology we have with photogrammetry, and my natural ability to sculpt with physical material and clay. So I'm building all the characters in physical clay, scanning them in using photogrammetry, topologizing them, and then animating them for combat. And you can also see the visual effects. So we're taking advantage of the style and uniqueness that we get from physical materials, and then also taking advantage of all of the wonderful things that Unreal 5 affords us to kind of push the dynamics and the style and the interactivity of the characters in the world. So it's been, it's a nice mix for me where I get to get physical and use my hands, and then I can get digital and take advantage of, the advantages that come with that.
So how does this differ from when you were at Double Fine? I mean, you've been, like you said, close to 3 decades. How does this differ? I mean, because you wanted to get it more hands-on, but when you were at previous studios, how did you develop art there? Because you were directed and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I started as a character modeler for 12 years, worked my way up until I became like a lead and an art director. So most of my process has always been digital. If maybe at the beginning when we're kind of dealing with sketching and doing brainstorms and loose sketches of a character, you get paper and you could get hands-on with some oil and paint. But once it gets into the 3D phase, often you're in a digital space. And so for me, I really wanted to take advantage of designing things physically first so that the toys feel great in their hands. Often I've worked in games where we create characters and we don't really see them in 3D physical form until we've made a toy, and by then the design is kind of sealed. So I wanted to nail that down early and make sure it's something like a kid wants to pick up and play with.
So you're thinking of just in general the 360 aspect of how the game will feel, not only as a game, but also if kids want to play it, and then probably animation and just different mediums. Is that? I guess I'm making assumptions right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking more like the toy element.
Okay,
right? I've worked on games where we've designed the characters and mostly digitally, and then when we get to the merch element, the designs fall flat. And there's just a huge amount of opportunity and affinity that people have for the characters, and we want to make sure that the toys and the merch will also reflect that.
That's awesome. Tell me a little bit about the Waffle House, because that's a very iconic cultural situation. You know what I'm saying? What other, you know what I mean? What other kind of cultural references as far as environments are you guys gonna have? Because no one's really doing that.
Well, we know, and if you think about this world that we've built, we've very much thought about
prepare to fight.
How would these pets think? And if they're emulating their former masters, they would fight in the same areas that their former masters fight. So, Waffle House, Black Friday.
Black Friday at the Wolf Mart or something like that?
Exactly.
County fair.
Yo, the county fair. The swap meet. This is going super you know what I mean?
Coachella.
Coachella?
All these different things, right?
Coachella.
Outside the porta potties, all these, where do people fight? Little League games.
Little League games.
So, but the thing is, this is kind of an extraction.
Paul Warner.
Exactly. It's an extraction of where would people fight.
Well, essentially, if AI engulfed all of WorldStar, where would it tell you to fight?
That is fantastic.
Yes.
That is so amazing. I want to see I know you don't have it in here, but the bystanders for people who don't have the dope mechs.
We are actually. One of the things my grandson keeps asking for is he wants us to throw people through the window, and then they have the people on the other side of the window throw them back in.
That is so
I'm
good.
Well, that's Ultimate Waffle House, so that's definitely going.
I'm getting destroyed.
Yeah. So we're looking into a lot of this is there's so much fight to be explored. right? There's so many, callbacks and references that we want to like pull into the game itself, and we can build into this that we are really excited to kind of chase down.
What other animals are going to be debuted in the game?
Yeah, we've actually done some really great explorations on our character lineup, kind of exploring different fighter styles with just like an amazing concept artist named Connie Kang. She, one of her books is called Metamorphia, and she kind of focuses on like this really great translation of animals into human. And so we wanted to kind of play on like what would a house pet look like, and the likeness between a pet and their owner. And so we're kind of playing around with birds.
Oh, nice.
Anything you consider house pet. Turtles, cats, of course. You gotta have a cat and a dog. Rats, even. We're even looking into like
rats.
You get like a rat or a gerbil, maybe.
Gerbils, yeah,
Yeah, your typical house pet.
That's super cool. So what do you, like, how far are you into, I know you guys are pretty early on. How far are you into development, and kind of where are you gonna go from here?
This is probably 5%, if that, right? We are at the beginning of our journey.
Yeah.
And one of the things that's been really great about this is that this is just even the start of our visual look, right? And there's still a lot of look development to go on. There's still a lot of mechanics to integrate. There's a lot of different things that I want to try and get into the game. I want to try and push this so that the game is very approachable for intergenerational play, so you can play with your kids. But I very much think of this as like, play with your kids, put your kids to bed, play with your friends, right? And when you're playing with your friends, you want a little bit more depth. And I want to put a lot more emergent or discoverable mechanics that can be in here to kind of push the play space of it. You have games like Power Stone, where whenever you get knocked down, you only lose one power cell. I'm thinking, what if we added a little bit more skill into it, where if you throw an object and it's kind of not targeted or automatically thrown at the person, but you're leading the person and you hit them at a particular distance, it might drop 2 power cells as opposed to 1, right? Trying to find ways to add a little bit more nuanced play so that you can discover new tactics to outplay your opponents.
That's interesting. Like, I remember, I'm a big fan of Power Stone, Power Stone 2. Power Stone 2 felt less of a fighter because the worlds were everything was moving and that kind of thing. But it'd be interesting to see what you guys do with the environments, even extending and that kind of thing. So that's awesome.
One of the best things I think about Power Stone 1 or that sort of thing is we want to make sure that the game is focused on defeating the other team and working together with your partner to make that happen, right? The character, the arena itself is a character, and we want to make sure that the arena kind of shines as well. Being able to kind of expand the play space, think of like being able to knock people through walls, as we talked about earlier, through the window, and then be able to fight in a partner, right? So there's a lot of places to take this game and to explore different mechanics and different events.
Yeah, we really want to make sure the environment feels dynamic and that you can throw a character in front of a moving subway train, for example, time a hazard. So we're kind of really looking at making the arena a character all its own, and that it adds a level of randomness that makes every match fun.
Yeah. And the pets aren't going to get hurt.
Of course, that's why they're in the box.
Okay,
that's not your pet.
Yeah, because I was about to say, you throwing it in front of a subway, you can't.
No. You can't. You can pet the pet mechs, but they're bots.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So where can we find out more about Carrier Cuties, Cornerstone?
You can find our Steam page, Carrier Cuties, Pets and Mechs, but we also have a site that you can go to. It's really easy. Seastone Int Studio, start page, and you'll be able to look out, find more about our Discord and be able to join, be able to wish list, and even see more updates that are coming.
And you could follow us on socials at Seastone Studio.
Seastone Int Studio.
Seastone Int. I was like, you hear me? I hesitated. Seastone Game.
Seastone Int Studio, and that's on all platforms.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you guys for coming through and allowing us to play your game, and congrats on everything. I mean, jumping in feet first to make a game in a studio is not easy.
Thank you for having us.
It is not for the weak.
No, not at all. All right, on to the next segment too. This was awesome. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
down with me, man.
Let's get fired up.
Excited for all of them, but like, what was your favorite?
I think my standout would have to be Jay and Silent Bob. I mean, I'm a longtime Jay and Silent Bob fan, so just that nostalgia alone was enough to get me pumped up and excited, for sure.
Valid.
Yeah. Real quick, I want to give a big shout out to all of our devs today, Jesse, Steve-O, and the entire Cornerstone team. Be sure to put a lot of those games, most of those games, on your wish list while you can, and we are going to toss it over back to Justin.
Thank you, Curtis and Lori, for hosting the show. Great to see you guys, and loved those interviews. Love the devs and all the so good. Thank you all for tuning in, and the developers who are participating in these showcases and in this one in particular. Make sure to follow the developers on their socials, wishlist buy and play their demos. If you are interested in helping to fund some of those projects that you saw on the show, you could donate to the XP Fund through the QR code on the screen and connect with us if you're interested in additional investment opportunities. We have to give it up to our partners, No Rivals, Aurora Broadcasting for being on the ones and twos, Raw Fury for helping to make this thing possible, and our broadcasting partners, Summer Game Fest. Thanks for including us again, Twitch, IGN GameSpot, and Steam. Make sure to catch all of the other awesome showcases happening this week. There's so many of them. The Latin American Game Showcase, Women-Led Games, Southeast Asia Game Showcase, Frosty Games Fest, Wholesome Direct, Story Rich, Planet Play, India Game Showcase, Day of the Devs, and more. My head's about to pop. Again, I am Justin Woodward, co-founder of Black Voice of Gaming and the Experience Studios platform. See you guys soon, and peace.
So I don't have much time for greeting right now because we got to go straight from, oops, wrong thing I clicked. We got to go straight from Summer Game Fest. No, not Summer Game Fest. That's Friday. We got to go straight from Black Voices and Gaming Showcase to the PlayStation State of Play. There's been some stuff for sure. And we just gotta go quickly from one thing to the next. But now you see my face and you hear my voice. Or rather, you see my voice and hear my face. If I only had the time to greet everybody, but I think if you say something and you want to be greeted right now in the next minute, I can make it happen. Of course, obviously, I hadn't been able to do that when the stream started because I wanted to make sure we could see Black Voices in Gaming before the State of Play. And I am happily surprised with some stuff from the Black Voices in Gaming showcase here. Let me see what I can do here. Try and get touch portal up fast, because I will not be doing this during the state of play, because we got to focus on the games then. But let me say hello to Zarnathium here real fast. All right, I also got to get the sound mixer up, but it'll be all right though. It'll be okay. Let me see. Let's turn on the Brave browser for this here. See, it's a rule. Whenever Zarnathium is subscribed and in chat like he resubbed, we gotta hear one of his many kitties, Lance. I don't make the rules, he does. I'm more than willing to adhere to those rules, and I speed ran that before this officially began. The timing indeed. Anyone else who wants greetings after the state of play, you'll probably come after a break and we'll make it happen. If this is how they open up the state of play, I don't blame them at all. This is the one thing we knew for sure would be happening, and that had to be Omega Red right there. That had to be Omega Red's tentacle.
Today, we're excited to debut a new look at the game. To set the stage, Wolverine is in a race against time to rescue a group of kidnapped mutants before they're shipped off to parts unknown by cybernetically enhanced mercenaries known as the Reavers. However, Logan quickly discovers he isn't the only mutant attempting to save them. Let's take a look.
Okay, what other mutants are we gonna see rescuing these kids? This'll be some fun surprises here.
Let's see if we can find the one that got away. Redhead. Might be our only lead.
I can pretend
the industrial park.
I can pretend this could be Monster Hunter-esque, the way he's taking a clue and trying to figure out where to single out where that kid is, but Logan's been able to do that kind of thing for a long time. He's always had heightened senses. You can't tell me that's not Assassin's Creed-like. And here's the HUD here, the UI. And then right above, and look at all the blood on him. But then notice how it's drying off everywhere. Do you see that blood just going away? Zarn wonders if they even considered Steve Bloom. Look, I see your Steve Bloom, and it's a very, very worthwhile thing. I'll raise you one. Did they consider Cal Dodd, who voiced him in the original animated series in '97, and those before Marvel vs. Capcom 3 Marvel fighting games? It could have been Steve Bloom or Cal Dodd, either one of them. Oh, right. X-Men 97 is next month, isn't it? You're the freak calling him a freak and treating him like he's a freak.
Not today, Bob.
Trask. That's a familiar name to Marvel fans. And it'd be a little less Logan if it wasn't any Bob in there somewhere. Man, that's violent. Psylocke? No. I can't tell that's Jean Grey or Scarlet Witch. I'd rather think Jean Grey.
There you are, Red.
But that is nice to see there. Very nice. I wonder if that's Jennifer Hale. I'm not convinced it is. But Jennifer Hale has definitely been Jean Grey in a lot of things. And I'd rather think it's Jean Grey and not Madeline Pryor. Does Madeline Pryor have the powers of Jean as well? Or is it just the looks? And that's why there was that massive confusion Scott had to contend with. Look at him stabbing so many times. That's like the Swiss cheese special move in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Then Gene lifted them both up so he could slam that jerk down. Then there was a yellow glow. It looked like a parry moment there. Oh! Kicking right into forklift forks. So that's got to be a rage meter below that white bar. That firing bar has got to be rage. They're all pretty cybernetic, those Reavers, like the man said.
That'll work.
So there's also a motorcycle sequence. At least one here. Such collateral there.
Where are those mutants?
He asked where are those mutants, but killed the guy or person he was asking. But look at all that visceral cleaving he's doing. And I'm sure he got ran over. Don't call him Shorty. Though he may be but little, he be fierce. Okay, so down to one last hit point. And his mask. Did you see that? His mask and costume had been pretty torn in the cowl area. But when he got a second wind, that regenerated. Did you see that? I don't know if you saw that, but I saw that. His cowl was pretty messed up, but then it just regenerated like the rest of his body. Is the costume? Does it have healing factor just like he does? I'm willing to say that costume has the same kind of healing factor that Logan does. And man, that is fierce right there. I want to say good luck trying to make that into a live action movie. You know, it's possible that the costume could have nanites going for it as well. But not in this cutscene anyway.
Look it. I'm Wolverine.
He doesn't see himself as a superhero, but we sure do. And then he's doing stuff in a suit. That's got to be Silver Samurai. There's Omega Red and Mystique. Then some Sentinels. Oh, Sabretooth. I know Infernal Felidae needs Sabretooth. But she's gonna be so upset having to kill or defeat him. September 15th. Oh boy.
We hope you enjoyed that new look at Marvel's Wolverine. This is a single-player action-adventure game featuring a focused, story-driven experience that will send Logan on a perilous journey across the globe, where more than innocent mutant lives are at stake. In this game, mutants live in hiding, fearful of those who would hunt them down, while most of the world doesn't even know they exist. As you saw, you'll encounter iconic Marvel characters like Jean Grey, Mystique, and Sabretooth.
Some folks can't wait to die.
We also showed you a glimpse of the brutal combat you'll experience in Marvel's Wolverine. It's fast, fluid, and visceral in the way that only Logan can deliver. Marvel's Wolverine is built to take full advantage of the PlayStation 5 consoles, and we cannot wait for you to get your hands on it when it launches September 15th, 2026. We're also happy to announce that you can pre-order your copy today at the end of the show in select markets. Check out PlayStation Blog for more information. On behalf of everyone at Insomniac Games, thank you. We'll see you next time.
Oh boy. And let me say hello to that nature person. I won't be saying too much while they're talking about all this video game stuff, but I still want to say hello at the very least.
Look at Marvel's Wolverine. We've got a ton more to share with news and updates from both PlayStation Studios and third-party studios from around the globe. Let's get right to it with the latest from our friends at Arc System Works, XDev, and Marvel Games.
Okay, we're gonna get some news on Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. Are we about to see a new official team? Oh yeah, that Nature. That is another Insomniac game, just like the Spider-Mans we've gotten on PlayStation 4 and 5 and PC.
The Duke of Get Your Dukes Up, Mr.
Actions are worth more.
I don't know who that is.
Any word.
I can't think of who that is.
Action is to fight. You have defeated so many. You've defeated whole worlds, but you've never fought Doom.
Knights of Doom. Oh, Sun Wan Cho.
Think you're a genius, Doom? Your works are mere trinkets. My genius is endless. And now my turn. You made promises, Doom, and those promises shall be kept.
Oh man, that's Tidus there. Tidus and Ratchet as Magneto.
Shall rise, and I will be the one to lead the way.
Such armor on him. There's Steve Bloom, Zarn.
Angry bug, you're still holding a grudge.
Time to stop laughing, Gobby. That all you got?
There's Wolverine voice that people know, but as Green Goblin. Carnage is here.
Moment has come. Attack! No mercy. Let me do it.
Horrible villains all together. But we deserve that same kind of news. It's not just about the heroes. Some people more enjoy the villains. They're getting them here. Oh man. That's terrible in the best of ways. One team left to assemble. Maybe we'll hear about them at EVO that I can't bring myself to watch much of at the end of the month.
Tranquility. Yet, there are some outcomes that are uncertain, even to me.
There's Rayman! Is that the Rayman Legends remake that's been leaked? I think that's the Rayman Legends remake that's been unfortunately leaked. But it sure looks very different.
Throughout the Glade of Dreams.
Feed my ox.
Calming biscuits? But
Way different presentation from the first time around. But very adventurous. Honestly, this does look cool.
Follow me, brave heroes.
Sounds like Lee the Fairy.
The Glade of Dreams is in grave danger.
It's time I made my mark.
Is that Mr. Dark?
against one. You don't stand a chance. Maybe he stands a little bit of a chance.
Globots to the rescue!
I am as fast as a falcon. Kick's eyes.
And the king of all teensies.
You think this ends here? Cool! I'm here! Are you ready for our game?
It is Rayman Legends Retold, coming October 1st. I wish I hadn't seen any leak about it by mistake. I just chanced on it, unfortunately. But that is still cool. And let me say hello to Sakaruby as well. Marvel Rivals and Tokon are cooking. I ain't here for Rivals, but that's not the point. You're here for Rivals. I don't care how it's cooking, but you do when it's cooking for you. That's what matters. But Tokon is definitely cooking. So, Black Man about to become a sushi chef. But nature can't get Wolverine because Xbox and Nintendo, nor the Spider-Mans for that matter. I feel so bad about that. There's some sushi work there. Even cooking or cleaning dishes. This is going in a way different direction than Dave the Diver, it feels like. Bancho the chef. Interesting enough. Nature loves some Glowbox though. But nothing will beat the original Rayman Legends. Why not? Why will nothing beat the original Rayman Legends? And what's this here? What's with that there? That sure looks like something here. Oh, you're a yokai hunter. Okay. There's a Tengu right there. I know of that yokai. This is looking the cool kinds of intense here. And you are not alone. Up to 3-player co-op instead of 4. And there's a raid there. So that's more Monster Hunter-esque. Oh, you can take on Tengu forms, just like Nioh. Very urban, modern day set yokai hunting, monster hunting action. Kamuri. Coming next year.
Hi everyone!
Oh, it's Ikumi Nakamura!
Maybe you miss me.
That's beautiful. So this is what she's been working on. I didn't forget her. I remember her. And I was wondering if she'd do that pose. She looks good though. She looks real good. So that's what that is. So you gotta focus them into the real world before you can do things to them.
頂上をまとい道を狩るあなた自身に憑依してもらいます。そして憑依した妖怪のパワーを使って憑依アパレルというかっこいいアパレルをまとってスーパーパワーでもっと強い妖怪に挑んでこの世界の謎に近づいていく。ハン ターは種類が3つありまして、1つは刀ハンターになります。もう1つは弓ハンター。
Katana hunter, bow hunter, and shaman.
皆さんお気づきの通りマルチプレイあります。仲間と一緒に暴れて死にかけて妖怪ハンターとして一緒にこの煙シティで煙って遊んでいただければ嬉しいです。私たちはカオスをお届けして笑いをお届けしたいと思って煙を作ってます。あの世に最も近い都市煙シティへようこそと言いたいところですが、煙はまだまだ開発中です。情報いっぱい落としていきますので、もうとにかく
I want to look more into 煙
楽しんで
here.
ください。レッツ煙っていこう。シュシュシュシュシュシュシュシュシュカカカカカカ。
Thank you for showing us this, Nakamura-san. Have I played Motor Slice, Robot Hunter, and a giant mega structure where you're one tap to everything and you collect drones to get shields? You're a regular girl with a chainsaw sword. Unfortunately, I've not heard of Motor Slice, so I know nothing of it except what he just told me now, Nature.
Hard woman to track down.
Last I checked, this is the new Tomb Raider here. But I swear, in the spirit of the original Lara Croft days.
Ms. Croft.
Amazon Game Studios, last I checked, has not had great luck with some games. Or they shut down games before they had a chance to come out. This cannot happen to Legacy of Atlantis.
This is a puzzle.
Legacy of Atlantis needs to come all the way out.
You don't strike me as someone who walks past a locked door without wondering what's behind it. There's a reason I can only trust you with this.
And how wild is it that dinosaurs exist in her world and it's not necessarily Jurassic Park? What set pieces, though? Amazon Games might do okay if they stick with stuff like this. I could see that, because this is definitely a Tomb Raider that people would love to play very, very much. They've got to get it all the way gold and make it available to people, and they'll probably see some good returns. Now, we're not necessarily saying we want to support Amazon if they're terrible people like Bezos had been, but we just want people to be able to get this game.
So, what was your favorite from today?
I liked the Alisol.
What did you like about it?
He's big and loud.
Is that a Jurassic Park thing? Feels like Jurassic Park. Or similar enough to it. Oh, Legacy of Atlantis is a remake of the first Tomb Raider. I forgot about that just because of how extremely different it looks from just the first game's remaster from the Tomb Raider trilogy remaster, whatever. This is way different here. But games as a service stuff and microtransactions, they'll most likely keep making those games. I mean, both of those do make up Lost Ark, and that's still here. This ain't Jurassic Park, this is the Lost Wild. Nature's in the mood to play Shadow of the Tomb Raider now in that reboot trilogy. What JP game has Nature been waiting for? This feels more Chinese than Japanese, but this looks like Phantom Blade Zero. I know I immensely need Phantom Blade Zero. I'll look at chat after this because I don't want to miss this here. Although I have it on my OBS feed above me as it is, so I can see that in chat. But but this is very Phantom Blade Zero here. And we don't see their face yet. Look at how intense this is. Do we have a date? No, full trailer and pre-order sometime this summer. So gonna have to wait a little longer.
S-Game first showed us Phantom Blade Zero in passing at a hotel. And we knew immediately that this game had incredible potential. Look forward to more details in a gameplay and story deep dive coming later this summer.
I'm gonna want to see that.
Next, let's head over to the sandworm-infested sands of Arrakis in Dune Awakening.
I ain't overly worried about that.
Survival RPG, you can fully immerse yourself in the world of Dune. Unravel a cinematic story filled with mystery and intrigue, featuring many of the characters from the books and movies.
Find the Fremen, wake the sleeper.
Alone or with friends, you will explore the vast open world of Arrakis and learn to survive and thrive by unlocking the secrets of the Fremen.
I mean, if I gave it time, I'd probably be interested in playing it because I could be used to the looks.
And build a base of operations that will grow and expand as you progress towards power and fortune. Pursue the path of the Bene Gesserit, Swordmaster, Trooper, or Mentat, and master anything from mind control to brutal hand-to-hand combat. In Dune Awakening, you can choose to play with your friends or alone in a brand new single-player mode arriving with the PlayStation release.
Oh. That could be more helpful for Zarn. A single-player mode. No need for online there.
PS5 on September 22nd. Pre-orders start today.
Let me say hello to Infernal Felidae.
Classic Dynasty Warriors 3 is getting remastered for PS5.
I needed
Warriors
this.
3 Complete Edition Remastered is a modern revival of the 2001 game that established the foundation of the series. Players can become one of over 40 officers and experience intense 1 versus 1,000 skirmishes across vast battlefields. And joining the battle is Zilwan. Hey! From Dynasty Warriors Origins.
I've been playing as him a lot last year and earlier this year. Do we have a date?
Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered.
We got a date!
Later this year. Pre-orders start today.
Oh, Dark Phoenix Tori needs to know that.
From the award-winning
so
studio
much.
behind the Ori series comes a bold new vision for action RPGs. No Rest for the Wicked is a brutal Souls-like built around skill, consequence, and precision combat.
Pardon me, I'm gonna make a voice. No, I can't do that while you're hearing this.
Alone, or share with friends in your own persistent realm. A world that evolves even when you're offline.
Oh boy.
The highly anticipated full 1.0 release expands everything. A massive world, a deep class and progression system, and hundreds of hours of content, including endgame, all with full crossplay and cross-save.
Good.
No Rest for the Wicked launches on PS5 this October and is available to wishlist now. Up next, let's check in with Capcom for an update on Onimusha Way of the Sword.
Doesn't matter. A beast isn't far from an Oni, you know.
You do well to follow his example.
I thought you'd see the appeal, Musashi.
I want to talk, but they keep giving us things here. But Felidae must have seen my DM and saw the Wolverine trailer and saw her man, Sabretooth.
Musashi, I sense Genma.
Were those E-Sens we were seeing there? No. I wonder if that was an E-Sen, but I don't think it is. There needs to be more of a flash for an E-Sen.
This area was designed to welcome visitors. The castle's owner must be terribly cautious.
I am Suten Tochi. Miyamoto Musashi, the fool who seeks strength yet rejects the power of the Oni.
Look at this action here.
You shame yourself, child. Witness my might! If you live by the sword, fighting is everything.
Are we gonna see Oni mode though against this will?
You've lost.
Or demon mode?
Sword for a trowel. Like hell I will. No. What then? Are you going to start taking human souls? If human souls are what it takes.
Musashi.
Bad human souls, anyway. If it has to come to that.
I've chosen to trust Musashi's judgment in all matters.
Ori departed. Give me every ounce of power that you have.
There's his demon mode. His Oni mode.
Then get going, Onimusha.
Demon warrior. With that red hair. September 25th. All right, we got a date for Onimusha Way of the Sword. And Lion Dog Charm if you pre-order.
We can't wait to get our hands on Onimusha Way of the Sword this September. But you won't have to wait long to try it yourself. Here's one more update from the Onimusha team.
Demo today. Yes! I'm getting too loud. I am getting way too loud. This is exciting. Very, very exciting. And Fel's excited about this too. But this ain't Resident Evil camera style here. It's not even Dawn of Dreams camera style here. This is your standard third-person action camera. I hope that's okay. What's that mess? Let me try and catch up. Nature wanted Jurassic Park Survival, and that's already been a thing since 2024. It's rare for games to succeed on game as a service and microtransaction. They take a gamble to do those. Oh, this is that Silent Hill game. Is it Silent Hill? It's not Silent Hill F. It's Silent Hill or Silence Hill. It has that red F in there, but it's not Silent Hill F. It's the next Silent Hill game here.
Where did you go, Simon?
It's better to stick with games people want and charging the one-time price and giving people everything. Might not make as much as when a service game hits, but if you keep losing out on the gamble, you make less in the end, and it would have been better if you went with just normal games. I mean, sometimes it does depend on the kind of game and the audience. Unfortunately for me, I'm too susceptible to the fact that fighting games have become a service for the most part. I'm still buying characters and stages as the games update over the years, so I got no place to talk about that stuff. I got no rights. Czar needs to look into Dune again with that single player mode and no rest for the wickedest noms, and didn't realize that 1.0 is almost here. Likes it a lot, but it's hard to play much of early access games. Early access is almost over for No Rest for the Wicked, as you see. Nature says Capcom always cooks. They've been having great years recently. Silent Hill Townfall. I think that is what it is, Silent Hill Townfall. I remember because I remember that black man with the knit cap there. And with that F in there, yeah. Oh, the whole word is red there. The whole word Townfall is red.
The target is the front gate of the capital of our homeland, the Federation of Central Asia. We will storm from the sea and take the capital back from our enemy.
Oh, this is Ace Combat.
So you're the next one. The one who's real.
The whole area was red in the end. I did notice that before it flickered to the name of the game. I did see that in just enough time.
We will be in visual range of the land battleship soon.
So, pardon me as I say this as a voice memo to Dark Phoenix Tori. Because she needs to know. She needs to know very much. Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered. October 1st this year. And there's a demo available for Onimusha Way of the Sword now.
DD wants the legendary savior to get as much publicity as possible.
I put that in the group chat, but I figured that was stuff they both needed to know. But yeah, Dark Phoenix Tori needed to know that very, very, very much. Red like that bugs Sarnathian for some reason, but he hates any single colors filling a space. But red is the worst. White second, probably. I'm pretending they have to do with heat, red hot and then white hot. I'm pretending that that's why there are problems, but that's nowhere near the reasoning for that. I wonder then, is that a problem with some fighting games that have like super moves that have single colored backgrounds or things like that? Does that bother you too? Because not all the fighting games have like just single colors, that kind of thing. But it sounds like that would be a bother. Even if the room was all purple that you love, it would still bug you. So it's no favoritism whatsoever. There's just something that bothers you about anything being single color like that. And that is a valid concern there. So Ace Combat 8 comes out just one day after Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered. I may not necessarily care about this, and yet I did play a little Afterburner in my life. Maybe it's because it's a little more realistic, but it's not too realistic. And this has been a long-running franchise for Bamco here.
Did you know there are 3 kinds of aces?
Ace Combat Zero, the Belkan War, I forget all about that. No, I don't even know. A port of a different Ace Combat thing. And an early purchase bonus for the physical version. That's good. Oh. Even purple would be a bad single color in a room, but red is the worst for the single color. And nature has returned. So there's a demo available for Onimusha Way of the Sword. That's very, 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 very exciting. Is this an arcade racer here? I wouldn't mind an arcade racer. Nature wonders if it's Need for Speed. I'm not very sure because I saw no EA. This is Saber Interactive. So I couldn't make Need for Speed my first guess. That's not to say it's not possible. Someone else could have a license. I think this is a little more intense than Need for Speed, though. Zarn thought he saw a kit. I did see the Knight on the license plate, and no, this is a whole lot of licensed cars here. That was Knight Rider. That was Knight. There's a whole lot of licensed cars here. Or are you a stunt driver? You're a stunt driver for these. That was a DeLorean. No wonder we saw all these licensed cars here. Stuntman, Hollywood. There's a franchise I hadn't heard of in a long time. So that was 0% coincidence. That was absolutely on purpose there. How about that?
There's a wounded man. Nasty injuries. It's like a beast tore him apart.
A beast? Out here? Are you drunk or something? Do him up and show him out. But he's still weak, so be careful.
What's going on?
So this could be concerning in first person. Oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. This could be more of a survival horror thing. Ill.
Bastard.
So very disease ridden here.
Surprisingly lively for someone who just came out of a coma.
If you want to survive, you gotta hustle.
This is definitely horrific here.
You fell from the moon.
I will help you, but you must not go there.
I'll take my chances. Turns out I'm a lucky man.
Oh boy.
You'll find nothing there.
Oh, they had to censor that out. They're pretty adaptive with what gets blown off.
Keep quiet in there.
Ill will be 2027. Pretty intense, to say the least. I think that's Control Resonant. And that should be happening soon, last I checked.
Something is coming.
Or is it? I don't know. But it's definitely Control Resonant.
It felt like an earthquake.
Licensed to Ill, though. How appropriate given that we got 007 First Light recently.
The tiniest tremor before the main event. Jesse. I know what they put you through. You never had a chance.
Nature enjoys some Control. I never did play the first one, and I should have.
As things stand right now, Dylan, you're our only shot at survival.
Because I would totally play that and this. I would play Control before this, honestly. Control did look cool. Oh, Nature's actually going through it when she plays some stuff. So you're getting ready for Resonant here.
Forgot about me. The hiss. It was a way out.
People can change. The past doesn't matter.
Yeah, Control Ultimate Edition.
Who are you today?
September 24th. That ain't this month at all.
We're gonna have a lot of fun together.
No, we're not. That's not fun. That ain't all the way fun. Looks like marathon stuff right here. Yeah, this is a marathon. You can tell by the colors and the graphics on the gun and all. Apparently it's very challenging as a roguelite shooter. Is it roguelites or roguelike? Or is it even rogue?
Secrets buried in shallow graves.
I ain't too worried about this, though, at all. Right now, I think the biggest announcement for me is Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered having a release date after having to have been pushed back. But Onimusha Way of the Sword demo is a pretty close second right now. And I know it's getting loud and it's been hard to control myself because of that excitement. But I got my date for DW3 CER. May have only been a sizzle reel, but we still saw it in any kind of action. And that is exciting. Plenty of new things coming to Marathon. Marathon Nightfall, that is. So that's season 2.
The dangerous and cutthroat world of Marathon expands today with its second season, Nightfall. And if you haven't checked out Marathon yet, Bungie announced an open trial period for the launch of season 2. You'll also be able to pick up Marathon at a discount. Now, let's take a look at what's coming soon to PlayStation Plus. Up first, a beloved fantasy world is finally coming to PlayStation for the first time. RuneScape Dragon Wilds is an open-world survival game where you rise from survivor to dragon slayer.
Not just PC, but consoles with that RuneScape.
As you explore Ashenfall, a beautiful, dangerous new frontier in the RuneScape universe, where power is earned and every action deepens your mastery.
Every action deepens your mastery, just like Rune Factory.
Forage in seconds, uncover hidden paths, and outmatch brutal monsters.
But a dodge roll through that slash.
Stronger gear, master magic, melee, and ranged combat, and push deeper into uncharted regions of Gielinor. Build a home together, farm the land, and fish the waters. Make it yours.
Magic to cut down trees.
Dragon Wilds arrives day 1 on PlayStation Plus later this year. Next up, here's a preview of games coming to the Classics catalog over the next few months.
That's what I want to know. Ooh, Gitaru Man! Interesting!
One of the most stylish rhythm games from the PS2 era.
That's interesting.
In July, Psyops the Mindgate Conspiracy joins the Classics catalog. This PS2 action-adventure mixes run-and-gun gameplay with psychic powers.
Okay. That's an interesting one there. Hey!
And finally, Onimusha Dawn of Dreams, a Capcom classic from 2006, launches later this year in August.
But then what about Onimusha 3 Demon Siege? Are we gonna get a remaster of that? Fel, I hope you're in here to see this! But that's just PlayStation though, but still!
Akashima Island, haunted by dark stories. Our goal, confront the evil, corrupting paradise.
I cannot hold in my screams! I do not expect things! See, I feel bad because that won't come to PC for Dark Phoenix Tori. I feel so bad! That had to hurt.
Who's the buff idiot?
This isn't a Dead Island game, is it? It feels like it could be a Dead Island.
Oh, you two haven't met yet, right?
Sebastian, I'll be looking out for you.
I don't think it's Dead Island after all. Nah, this looks too narrative.
For decades, uninvestigated, untold, until now.
This is how villains are made.
Those two remind me of the two main characters of Beef, or the two main young characters of Beef Season 2 on Netflix. Is this a Dark Pictures game here? Now that I see it, it feels like it could be either Dark Pictures or definitely some kind of adventure game that I have no interest in.
Take a deep breath. Which way? Steady the mind.
We're gonna have to jump! There's rocks down there!
Can you do what needs to be done?
Oh, a sequel? There's an Until Dawn 2 coming? That's exciting for its fans.
I'm Stu Tilley.
I sure didn't see that one coming.
Games, and I hope you enjoyed the first look at our brand new installment of Until Dawn. In Until Dawn 2, a successful crew of ghost hunters who fake all their best content come face to face with real horrors for the very first time.
Whenever you're ready.
Fake their best content.
With a major TV network,
damn it.
They visit an abandoned tropical island. But beneath that beautiful surface hides dreadful, heartbreaking secrets, centuries old and hungry for vengeance. We're looking forward to sharing more details about this very soon, ahead of release in 2027. Thank you.
Now we have one more game to show, and it is something special. This is a brand new title debuting with more than 20 minutes of uninterrupted gameplay. So turn up the volume, sit back, and enjoy.
Brand new game here, huh? Very special. What was that they said would be special and then it shut down in 2 weeks? I already forget the name. Oh, Ruby seen and figured that was Until Dawn 2. Always goes into the adult fun times until gore appears on screen. So this can't be the new God of War game. But it is a Santa Monica Studio game. If this song is familiar, I don't know it. But they said it was a new game.
You are free.
That ain't new. We've heard this happening, or wasn't there any kind of tease of this happening? That said, that is undeniable. I swear they did mention a tease of this. But this is totally God of War universe. It needs to come to PC like 2018 in Ragnarok. It cannot stay stuck to the PlayStation 5. Oh, this is an earlier time. This is earlier considering his age. Hence why Zarn thinks you might have heard that you're playing as the woman here. Perhaps going to Valhalla. But wasn't paying attention, so might have heard it wrong. But this is probably different. I think what they teased was the remake of the Greek trilogy. That, I think, was what was teased, but this is entirely different here. This is so not that. Feels like she got to Valhalla there. This feels like what Zarn might have heard, though. I need to tell Tori she'll want to see this. I think you might have heard it right, Zarn. We're totally gonna play as a woman here. We are finally getting manly told. Unfortunately, that is no sensible sentence that anyone can understand. I don't know. Man, legendary. That still doesn't say anything about this here.
You know where I am?
Oh, you're talking about Rayman Legends Retold. I was starting to get that when you said Man Legendary and then Rayman. You're talking about Rayman Legends Retold.
Okay. Burned clothes. The pyre. It happened. They're starting on the path. It's just... I didn't get to say goodbye.
That does stink the... Oh, double jump. Finally getting Carnage in Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. Don't see Carnage in tons of games. Oh, that water's flowing up. Water is going the opposite direction of gravity here. Zarn wonders how many people this will piss off, but Zarn's excited for it. And that's what matters, your excitement. Oh boy. She's got magic though. And she'll fight with the sword too. There's more God of War action to be had. That didn't work though. This feels like it could be Devil May Cry-esque, but in a over-the-shoulder God of War camera. Carnage was meant to show up in the first Marvel vs. Capcom game. Are we talking actual Marvel vs. Capcom 1 then? Because X-Men was the first fighting game, but you said MVC 1.
Armor. Good idea.
But Capcom said no. Arc System Works says yes, or they asked if they could do Carnage or something. This apparently feels Hellblade like the Grimoire Hearst, to whom I say hello. Might be Faye, Kratos' wife, Atreus' mother. I want to think so. Was the whole point of the first Norse God of War to take her somewhere to send her off to Valhalla? Or was that earlier in the game? No. Was that earlier in the game when she was burned in a funeral pyre, then they went somewhere to scatter her ashes? That I don't remember. Is that Ratatoskr? I wouldn't know. I've heard the name Ratatosk in Tales of Symphonia, Dawn of the New World, but I don't know of the Norse source of Ratatoskr. I would not know. Four-legged with a tail, a beast like Ratatosk, but I wonder, I wouldn't know. Juan heard Bug's Life is coming to PlayStation and modern consoles. No, you told us this in the Discord, and then as the state of play was starting, you didn't just hear this, you told us this here, Juan. You informed us. They showed at the start Kratos and the son sending her off, and then she came to life when she got to wherever this is. New free Steam game. Which one, if not Gravity Circuit? I definitely mentioned Gravity Circuit, but if it's something after that, I wouldn't know. Faye, an Afterlife with Yggdrasil. Is Yggdrasil a Norse concept and I don't remember it? Whenever I hear or think of Yggdrasil, I think of Dragon Quest above all else, but if that is a Norse thing, then it would make a lot of sense. American requests Toy Story 2 if that comes out. do you release with somebody, I can request a Toy Story collection. No need to request that. You told us that's happening. And we've seen that in the Discord if we went and looked. No need to request it.
The gateway is closed.
Oh, wait. I don't know. Let me ask you this, Juan. I don't know. Are you saying American can request Toy Story collection that's happening? Or are you asking or saying you could request me showing the Toy Story collection here? Is that what you're saying? I can't tell. Okay. Let me see something here real quick.
That creature.
Let me see something here real fast. Where, oh, where, oh, where? Where, oh, where? I don't mean to pin that. I don't know what happened there. So I missed a bunch of stuff here because I had to do something. And I think some people might understand. But I did give a warning multiple times, and that has been ignored. I'll mention what happened before I review the state of play. Did they corrupt Valhalla, though? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna have to get rid of them everywhere, and I can't do that in fast enough time. Yeah, I can't do this fast enough.
Another mask. This is important to you. I wonder, do you think this could set you free?
You touch me again, and I swear, I will kill you.
Would you like to see how hard it is to die here, Godly? I can show you.
She can take a punch, though.
You can't keep me here.
The gateway is closed. There is no escape.
Resisting the truth will only make this more painful. No.
Dark Phoenix Tori just got my message. I say hello, and I think you understand now why I messaged you and why you need to see this. If it were at the beginning of the clip, you'd have seen it more obviously, but you played through what this all is before, or you've played through what this is based on. So you'd pick up things quickly. There's a lot to wonder about here. There's still like 3 or 5 more minutes of this to see, too.
Just be careful.
Amorphous cube. A sentient cube.
Oh, you're
of Jello.
different.
You're a cube. Talking. You know what? It doesn't matter. How do we get out of here?
Yeah, we've tried. There's no way out.
And the sword talks too.
I'm not the sword. I'm the ribbons, obviously.
Oh, the ribbons.
The cube is Frank.
I'm Faye. There has to be a way out of here.
A way out, but you're not.
Is it me? Or does she look like the woman who plays Karen Page in the Netflix and then Disney Plus Daredevil stuff or the street level MCU stuff?
This isn't working.
The face sure looks like it. I'm convinced it's not, but it looks familiar.
Where are we anyway?
Soren wants us a lot. Right up there with Wolverine level.
Afterlife of the gods.
And agrees that the face looks a little like Karen Page.
Not your boss, Frank. That cask. That's why you're trapped.
Yeah. Wait, you made that big explosion happen, right? Could you do that again?
My magic's wrong here. I feel wrong here.
You won out, right?
I don't think it is, but the face, I swear it looks a little bit like it. A little. A little like Karen.
You need to accept it. All of it. You're dead.
How? How do I accept that?
Simple. Focus. You're here. Be here.
But what if I need to be somewhere else?
Then focus on what you do need.
She's holding R2 to focus. Did that sound like Kratos there?
That's it. What were you thinking of?
A promise.
Okay, we'll take it. Now let's get out of here.
Okay. Get ready.
Wait, not a good idea. Bad idea.
Uh-oh. She's rolling around a lot. If only depression and mindfulness were that easy. Woo! Illusion or connected? Illusion. Or a construct or something. Tori, you came in the middle of this, but if you wondered something, there's no doubt now. Now you have every reason to know why I said you needed to be here. I feel like you were already putting pieces together, but there was the conclusion. I figured you'd recognize her very much. You played this on Steam.
I think you should give her the sword.
How do I know I can trust her?
I'll give it back. I promise.
I very much hope this goes to Steam and it's not just a PS5 exclusive. That would be an outright disservice to the fans who don't want a PlayStation 5, who just want to play this on Steam. Now she may feel right. Oh, damn. It is Deborah Ann Wall. It is Karen Page that I know her as.
Get out of here! Not until I get you out. I don't need help. Here we go, coming up behind.
So it wasn't just a guess on my end. That's actually her. She didn't do very long for, or doesn't feel like she would have done very long for the first Norse God of War, but she's the star here. That is very Devil May Cry-esque in ways that I can very much appreciate. And Tori just played Norse God of War yesterday. I'm thinking Norse God of War anyway. Graham is not usually a fan of stories where people find new wives, husbands, and such, depending on the story. But Kratos and Faye are like some swoon here. Oh.
Come on! No! I got a promise to keep. Fine, but lady, that sword, it's more than you think it is.
She is tough to take all that punishment, though. That is extreme girl power there.
I will kill you.
Don't make comments that you can't keep, Gotham.
This is some of the best kind of intense, and it's telling me, hey, Uncommon, you should have played through Norse God of War, at least Norse God of War, 8 years ago. That cube is doing work too. That's funny. Look at that cube getting some hits in.
You're scared of this sword. Why?
I fear nothing.
No, this is very cool. Like, this gives a vibe of Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii, in that you're playing as somebody else in a familiar world or setting, but this is more extreme in its necessity. It's a whole different world within the world, a whole different story with the similar kind of emotional and physical weight in its storytelling. So much hype is a bit of an understatement, really. I have so much to make up for in not having played the Norse God of Wars. I would have expected me to play this before Dark Phoenix Tori, but she went through both of those Norse God of Wars before I ever did. And she finds the cube to be adorable. These are some intense QTEs. God of War, Laufey. How appropriate, Loki Laufeyson. When will it come to PS5, though? It needs to come to PC as well. It absolutely is required to come to PC. Do not let Steam players miss out on this new Norse God of War story. Don't you do it, Santa Monica Studio. Don't you do it, Sony. Let Steam get this as well. I beg you, as someone who prefers consoles, I beg you to let the PC players get in on this as well. Tori looks forward to it and hopes it comes to Steam. The demo for Onimusha Way of the Sword is surely available on Steam. I'll probably check that here soonish before the break, but I'm very convinced that demo is not just a PlayStation thing, and I hope it's not. But it's more important that God of War Laufey comes to Steam as well. less sales if they don't. And it would be messed up to have the other two on PC, but not that. Very, very much messed up if that's what's gonna happen. This is the end of the State of Play, Nature. Yes, we've seen it all now. You go ahead and have your nap, Tori. Thank you for acquiescing me. I'm glad. I hope you enjoy what you saw. We'll see you later. But now, I'm gonna be serious in ways that I don't want to be, but I ultimately have to be here. So, something happened where I missed some of the action in God of War Lao Fei, especially with the red skin demon-like thing there. I did ask what Juan meant by request Toy Story Collection, if Americans were requesting that. It means an American franchise, or if he was requesting that I play it. And as soon as I got that confirmation, it was finally time to drop the ban hammer. I didn't want to do it, but I was given no choice. My hand was forced. Now, some of you might not have been here when this kind of thing happened, but a number of you, this might sound familiar, and you might remember what I said before when it happened before. I want to open up requests for you all. I'm about to explain why was my hand forced, Nature, and it may sound harsh, and if that's uncomfortable and you don't feel safe here, I will understand. But there is a reason behind my forced hand, and I will tell you right now, a number of people here understand that, and they do not begrudge me for it. I know Zarnathium, the mod here, doesn't. So, years ago, I had tried to have game requests available so that you all can have a hand in what I play. And I want you all to have your say, and not just based on what I want to play. But a lot of you want to see what I want to play. Like a request you would have is based on your strongest beliefs that are more than likely correct, that I would enjoy it as well. That's kind and all. But I haven't been doing that for a number of years just because there's been a lot of video games in a lot of ways to play, and I don't have all the time in the world that I want to be able to play and share all these games, including the stuff that you would want to see by outright request. So I've had to turn that off for a time, and it's still off now. But unfortunately, Juan had been asking, if not incessantly, plenty of times over the couple of years when I did not have that available as a channel points option. Ryo is the channel points here. That's what that gold coin is from Mystical Ninja starring Goemon. Over the last few months, I have felt pushed and pressured in ways that I don't deserve to feel in asking to bring back the request thing. I had like a 5-7 minute discussion about why I'm not able to do that as fast as one would have liked. And one aside, it seems, everyone who was there for that was completely understanding of my inability to do game requests the way that I'd want to, that I would be able to, that would honor you all's desires of games to see. And I'll read what Zarn's saying because we had to talk about this because he is my mod here. And he saw that when Juan typed it, Zarn was thinking, oh man, you are pushing it. Zarn even requested a game once. I want to think, was it just once or were there multiple times? But one time that does stand out was Trials of Mana Remake. You absolutely requested that because you knew I would also enjoy it and you wanted to see me go through it. That was kind of you. It was a great time. Platinum was way worth it very, very much. Ruby is well aware of lots of games, less time to play them, especially when indie devs are picking up some potential AA and AAA slack. There are great indie games, plenty of which I've been showing and not enough going through. So that just adds to the fun problem here. But as Zarn said, not only pushing it over and over and over, but he would talk about doing games that he knew I'd probably hate sometimes. I had eased up on the thought of not giving such games like Lego games a chance by putting in a disclaimer that whether or not I would finish a game would be completely up to me. And you all would feel bad if I begrudged my way through a game I had no joy for. And it's possible I could have felt that way about Lego games, though I have no reason to believe that would be the case for Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight. That feels like a Batman Arkham game in Lego form with still plenty of Lego charm and feel in it. So that would be a Lego game I would actually be very much into. Probably also Lego Horizon Adventures, but those were never requested. But there were ones that were rated worst games. Was Kong one of them? I wonder, Kong may have been something he would have been mused to request me play. But let me get back to that before I get back to chatting with you all. And I do want to get back to chatting with you all. I promise you that. Anyway, the long discussion, I had effectively told either that day or afterwards that if I was asked about bringing back requesting games, I would remove him from the channel because he had been doing that more than I was comfortable with, and it was starting to visibly show. Like I would get visibly angry, or you could hear it in my voice. And I could imagine you beautiful souls here would get, if not uncomfortable, you'd be empathetic in my frustration or annoyance. I'd rather say annoyance. Frustration feels too strong. But I would like to think, and I'm pretty sure I did, I gave a warning if that was brought up again, and he's the only one who ever did. Nobody else would ever ask to bring game requests back. And the last time before this that the concept was brought up, Zarnathium came up with the very good idea of just making it extremely expensive. There's probably only one person I can think of who has 1 million channel points in here. I have been streaming that long, and then I had been affiliate, then I got rid of my affiliation, then I got my affiliation back. I had very low confidence at the time. But if it's super pricey, that's going to make it a lot harder to request games as it is. So that would be less pressure, and it would be huge gratitude to the person who requests such a thing. But as has happened here, one has asked one too many times to bring back requesting games at a time that I'm not ready to do it. And in that way, nature, he has forced my hand that has finally swung the ban hammer on him. And I'm going to have to figure out where else I have to block him, but 1-666-666-778 is no longer a beautiful soul, and he is not welcome around me. He has gone too far. He has been warned, and he chose to ignore the warnings. This is the kind of thing that I have been guilty of in someone else's life a few years ago. And I have no right to even want to be their friend anymore. I know I've done bad now and I don't deserve their hand. I can accept that. And Of course, there's something here. I probably need to address this off stream or something, but I don't know. He's just not going to be here anymore. There is no room for that. He's been given a number of chances, and they've been ignored. So let me catch up with chat, then I'll review the PlayStation State of Play and what's exciting. Did I play the other Manas or just Trials? I streamed the original Secret of Mana. I streamed that from the Super Nintendo Classic before I did the Trials of Mana remake. Sadly, those are the only Manas I streamed, although technically I did stream the demo for Visions of Mana when there was a campaign going where so many watch hours for the demo of Visions of Mana would get a obscene number of trees planted in the real world. We had a little contribution of ours with our watch time for that Visions of Mana demo. I unboxed the collector's edition and I still ain't touch it. And I wish I knew why I am not making the time for all these collector's edition or special edition games that I have, including Visions of Mana, and I've not made the time to share them with you all. I wish I knew how to be better at that. And nature loves Lego games. Unsure why, just love them. That is okay, though. There's nothing wrong with that. If you want to figure out why you love them, then you're going to find a way to figure that out. But if you don't want to and you just love them, that's fine too. That is A-okay. Your favorite Lego games are Jurassic World and The Hobbit. Understandable big things. Once upon a time, I would have considered getting Lego Dimensions for the solo sake of Lego Sonic the Hedgehog. It would have been a bad idea, but I do love me Sonic. And Lego Sonic was a thing before Lego Super Mario. And then we're getting Lego Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, and Lego Donkey Kong is on the way, last I checked. That's some fun stuff to think about. So much video game stuff happening in Lego form. Are there Lego Pokemon on the way despite Mega Bloks Pokemon stuff? Zarn remembered that there were games picked that were rated bad. And I probably play some bad games if I enjoy them, but just suggesting those was problems. What is not problems, though, I can tell you for sure that this is not problems, but it's problems that my memory sucks. What is not problems, though, is saying hello to biscuits. That is never a problem there. I don't mind saying hello to biscuits. So then, nature completely feels me having explained all of that, and I appreciate that. And Zarn would not have lasted as long as I did, and I lasted a long time by his calculations. But nature has done the same thing as I before. Young and naive and stupid, and no reason to be in that person's life now. So you understand where I'm coming from with the friend thing or former friend thing earlier. Do you at all ever wish you'd be in their life again despite not deserving it? Or do they have mutual friends that you keep seeing them around and you feel bad about that? Because I'm in the latter camp there. They're definitely mutual friends, and surely eventually, unless it's a thing where they know that former friend better than I do and they want their comfort more than an attempt at equal comfort or trusting that I would leave that former friend alone and not approach them. If that's why I wouldn't be allowed to hang out with them anymore, it would stink. But that is a conscious and I would rather say understandable choice to make. It's not a choice that I would like, of course. I can't say it's not understandable. It makes sense in a number of ways. But there was a different friend where even with a discomfort I caused, and there was a lot of bad stuff happening fast as it was, I was still invited to functions with that different friend, but I definitely consciously stayed away from her. If we ever spoke, it was only because there was actual reason in the conversation, and it wouldn't be all that long. And I don't think either of us would help that, or getting just straight up information in the gathering we were at. But after a year, they themselves came to me saying that they would like to talk. We had that opportunity to talk. I made my apology. They said their piece and accepted my apology. I acknowledged the hurt I caused, but they also said that they still felt like I wasn't a terrible person. And while what I did wasn't great, they didn't feel like it was from the worst of places. And they knew that I was not with bad intentions. And I did everything I could to avoid causing them further grief. They made the choice to forgive, and I will be forever grateful for that. I'm not going to say that's a possibility with this other former friend, and I'm not trying to entertain it. But the possibility somewhere exists anyway, and there's no way to avoid that. But I am going to avoid them if we're in a similar placed function, because I am not willing to add on to their pain. I don't want to do that. LEGO Dimensions was a masterpiece to Nature. She loved that game. It had so many character packs. So forget Disney Infinity, forget Skylanders. LEGO Dimensions was Nature's thing. Unless you decide to do all those as well. What other things were there, actually? What other Toys to Life games were there? Because there was Skylanders, there was Disney Infinity, there was LEGO Dimensions, but LEGO Pokemon are already here. So Pokemon's in 2 building blocks franchises or companies, Mega Bloks and LEGO. That's something to think about there. But Nature just feels bad about what she did and thinks that she was being pressured to behind the obvious persona. That kind of thing can happen, and even if later than anybody would like, to come to such a conclusion is still a good thing, no matter when it happens. If it happens and you come to a mature realization, even if you feel bad because you did wrong or you feel you did wrong, you still have that growth to learn from. You're aware of it, and that should be applauded. Ruby says we all have problems we face on. To face them is going to be so good for you. To ignore them or to what? To ignore them or to deny them is going to be a lot of problems. And, you know, I've been greeting people and I haven't greeted everybody. I know I greeted Sarnathium. I know I greeted Dark Tina. I have not yet said hello to that Nature person, I realize. So, or just Nature. I couldn't help it just because of the full name, but I know just Nature is fine. Let me see here. How did you want to be greeted? Like this? Because you definitely, your ear sprung up when you heard that. Then let me say hello to Sakurubi as well. And then Sorry I had to do that. Mindy had to rewind to see what happened. You were working, but now you're off, so you must have seen the banhammer swung on Juan. And now I can say hello to Mindy8712, especially since you're not working. We're all good here for music like that now. Oh boy. Zarn's Retroid Pocket 6 is out for delivery. That and the additional screen, because that is going to be some stuff there. If I only had the appropriate sound effect available, I could use something else. Like this could be your excitement for it if I have the sound effect. I don't have that. I don't know what I have, but considering how noms you find the Retroid Pocket 6, the fact that it's out for delivery means that it's some kind of... I really don't have a lot of sounds connected like I did before, so I don't have any silly things to play. I feel bad about that. Just know that it's exciting that your Retroid Pocket 6 is out for delivery, Zarn. And Nature had all of them, Skylanders and Disney Infinity and Lego Dimensions. So you were all about toys to life when that was a thing in the 2010s. That's more than all right. Ruby had instances when they assumed things that weren't true with some folks and had guilt when they learned they were in the wrong. At least you did learn, and you definitely have a soul if you feel guilty when learning that you were in the wrong. It's painful to admit it when you're so used to it not being that way, or you're so convinced in your ways, but to have even a little flexible mind to think, oh wait, that's not what I thought. Oh no. All that says you have a heart that cares and is willing to consider other sides if they exist. And that is very worth. And Nature never uses items in Kingdom Hearts, just spells 24/7. I will say MP Rage, when you have multiples of those equipped, if you get hit, you're going to build up MP fast and hopefully enough MP to heal as it is. At least in Kingdom Hearts 1, it's all blocks. It's not like Kingdom Hearts 2 and 3, or say Birth by Sleep or Dream Drop Distance, where there are charges where either your MP has to refill all at once, or in the case of the command decks, you have to wait for those commands to refresh. At least if you just have the MP stored away in Kingdom Hearts 1, you can heal. They should help here. But that all depends on if you build up enough MP attacking enemies with MP haste, or if with second chance, and in the case of Final Mix once more, taking enough hits and still surviving despite the low HP, that you get your MP back, and then have Leaf Bracer to heal up and get yourself back in fighting shape without using an item. That all depends on a number of variables. Oh boy, especially in critical mode. Now, I will also say, I've not had to use tons of items in the first versions of those games, but I've more embraced the thought of using items, especially in Kingdom Hearts 2 and 3, because waiting for the pink MP charge to complete would sometimes be a problem, especially when I know I needed to be ready to heal again. So I'm not so stringent on using items at times. Kingdom Hearts 1 had the best magic system, proved nature wrong. But Oblivion and Kingdom Hearts 2 with MP charge going. MP charge is good with Oblivion because of it building drive very fast, though. There is that. And when you drive into a form, you do restore your health and MP, last I checked, at least health. Unless you go anti-form, then you gotta worry. I will dare say, when it comes to magic, it was probably better in Kingdom Hearts 1. Although I did like the magic combos in Kingdom Hearts 2, but Kingdom Hearts 2 and 3, last I checked, did the spells very different, and it took getting used to. But I still enjoyed it. But then the magic commands and the command decks of Birth by Sleep and Dream Drop Distance, I enjoyed those as well, probably more than the MP charging and all. But Nature's favorite form is Master, tied with Final. Final is bar none my favorite form. I will say I more enjoy Valor than I do Master. So I think for me, well, what about the Limit form? Limit was sure thing in the final mix. So I will say Anti at the bottom, then Wisdom. Then I'll put Valor and Limit in similar places. No. Master is in the middle. Then Valor and Limit form are in similar places. And then for the top, Final form. That's where I rank my Kingdom Hearts 2 drive forms anyway. Now, I know I was supposed to catch up with reviewing the state of play and then finally having a break. But I think you can understand the whole explaining what happened thing. But now I can review what excited at least me with the state of play. After I say Kingdom Hearts 14 as of Melody of Memory, I'm still going to say Kingdom Hearts 4. We're going to have Kingdom Hearts 4 because most people care about the numbers. Although there are story things throughout each of them. Though I dare say Recoded was probably the least necessary of the games. It didn't give as much story as 358 Days Over 2 did backstory. Let's see. Kingdom Hearts 1, Chain of Memories. 2, Birth by Sleep. 358 Days Over 2, Recoded. Then Dream Drop Distance 3. So there were all those because I didn't know if you wanted to count final mixes or compilations. I don't want to count compilations. Then there was 1 final mix, 2 final mix. There was Melody of Memory. There was Chain of Memories. And there was technically Coded, not just Recoded. Then there's there had been Cross Dark Road. Would you count Unchained Key and then Cross Dark Road? Would those be 2 different things? What are we thinking? Because that could be at least 13 or 14 games there, depending on how it's all counted. Valor form carried Nature through so much of Final Mix to Final Mix. Who could blame you with the physical prowess and the quick strikes? Who could blame you? Now, the PlayStation State of Play and what excited at least me. Marvel's Wolverine coming out September 15th. Rayman Legends Retold coming October 1st, the same day as probably the most exciting thing to me, Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered, October 1st, alongside Rayman Legends Retold. Kemuri, from the studio of Ikumi Nakamura. Very exciting to see, and she looks good. Sometime next year, the game looks good. Tomb Raider, Legacy of Atlantis, which I had to be reminded is the remake of the first Tomb Raider game ever. February 12th next year. Onimusha, Way of the Sword, 10 days after Marvel's Wolverine on September 25th. Control Resonant 1 day before, September 24th. And then a line of classic games coming to PlayStation with Gitaru Man in June this month, Psyops next month, and then somehow Onimusha Dawn of Dreams in August. We have HD remasters of Onimusha's 1 and 2. If there's a limit for Onimusha Dawn of Dreams, but it's coming, then we've got to get at least either an HD remaster or an unannounced port of Onimusha 3 Demon Siege. I will pass up Blade Warriors, which is actually canon, for an Onimusha 3 port, but I'd rather it be HD since the first two were. We get all that, we will be more than enough ready for Way of the Sword, which, while plot unconnected, at least gives any fans the past to be able to enjoy. That in itself would be exciting. We gotta have that. And then we don't know when, but God of War Lao Fei will be a thing. And all of that is exciting. Very, very exciting. So I really had to make up for lost time and playing the Norse God of War games. I probably only really had to play the first. I probably don't even need to play the first. If she was burned in a funeral pyre at the beginning of Norse God of War, that's probably all I need, but I want to go through the Norse games more than ever now. So I've got to do that. I have the time, considering we don't know when Lao Fei is going to be a thing. But those were the things that excited me for this PlayStation State of Play. They have been exciting things. I actually very much got the biggest thing I was wishing for, and I can hardly believe it happened, but it did. We have any visuals of gameplay and a release date for Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered. How fun, if not also appropriate or poetic, that Ziluan, who you play as in Dynasty Warriors Origins, will be coming to Dynasty Warriors 3 as well. That'll be great. And at the very least, you definitely won't just play as Ziluan in DW3. They did say over 40 generals. You'll be playing as any number of them for sure. You'll be playing as 40 at least. But it is cool to see Ziluan come in. You know, maybe it's time I work on Dynasty Warriors Origins Visions of 4 Heroes. Let's see the Kingdom Hearts counts. 1, Chain of Memories. 2, 358 Days Over 2, Coded. Dream Drop Distance. 0.2, Birth by Sleep. You're right about that. 3, Union Cross. That's what it was. Kingdom Union Cross. Dark Road. Back Cover. Melody of Memories. I can't count Back Cover. That was a movie. That was not a game. You cannot play Back Cover. I can't count that. I'm surprised it didn't get Birth by Sleep in there. Birth by Sleep is a very important game. How could you leave that out, Nature? Birth by Sleep is probably my favorite Kingdom Hearts. How could you leave that out? So 1, Chain of Memories. 2, 358 Days Over 2, Birth by Sleep. And you didn't include Rechain, you didn't include Recoded. So that's all right there. 1, Chain of Memories. 2, 358 Days Over 2, Birth by Sleep. Coded. Dream Drop Distance. 0.2. 3, Union Cross. Dark Road. Melody of Memories. That's feeling like 12. Yeah, Chain and Coded are the same as Rechain and Recoded. And you didn't include any final mixes. So yeah, that's all. That I get all that. That makes sense. That's what I was thinking there. But how did you forget your favorite? I'm gonna count this one more time here. Let me try this one more time. 1. Chain. 2. 358 Days Over 2. Birth by Sleep. Coded. Dream Drop Distance. 0.2. 3. Union Cross. Dark Road. I swear Dark Road was different from Union Cross in ways. I don't know how. I never played it, but I swear it was different. Melody of Memories. Because you don't play back cover. So perhaps Kingdom Hearts 4 in Nature's Eyes is Kingdom Hearts 13. If that's the case, then I can see where you're coming from with that after counting all those. Because I made sure to count the playable games so I can understand all that. Whew. We've done the majority of what I intended on in stream, and I know I didn't want to do just those showcases. I know that for a fact. What I don't know offhand is what I want to do from here. I could show demos of games and then clip them for YouTube and put them there, so I still have the first times with the various stuff. It's possible for me to do that. I may demo games and share them and then make them into dedicated videos on YouTube, so I keep that going. Because clearly, some of you are actually interested in the stuff I have to show, and like me, you may have some good feelings about those games. So it feels like a good idea to show you more games that may be indie treasures that I can help you unearth and discover if you so want to see about them for yourself. I'm bringing awareness to these games, like the latest one being Tomb Water on YouTube. Western, supernatural Western 2D pixel Souls-like action RPG. That's not a combination you hear much of, right? 4 is technically Kingdom Hearts 13. Then we've come to the same conclusion. That's what I was thinking you were thinking there, Nature. I was figuring that, and now you say it out loud, I more than confirmed your thoughts. And that is A-okay for sure. Okay. I feel like that's what I'm going to do, but now I have to wonder. Let me see if a particular demo is available. It might be the one I should do first before everything else. Maybe I ought to do that before other demos or other samples of games I have in mind. Because these are not just demos that I'm showing. I've been granted keys for games, and I'm going to definitely sample them with you. Not just demos. These are full games that people have granted me. I'm going to share them with you. Now, where are collections and games to wish list? Demos. Why don't I see it here? Let me organize this into a new release date. That ain't there. Oh, right, that's second way. I'm sorry. I forgot about that because when I'm not playing stuff to record or stream, I have to put on Elgato HD 60 Pro for monitor only so that I can hear it without doing the other monitor. What order did I do BBS? I don't remember. I thought BBS came after 358 Days Over 2 and before Coded. That's what I was thinking. I could be wrong about that, but that's what I was thinking. So why is Onimusha Way of the Sword demo not there? They say today, either now or today, but I don't see it. So if not now, it's bound to be somewhere in the realm of soon. But we need it now. We need it very much now. There it is. I don't know why it wasn't in the demo section, but it's totally here. Oh, you're talking about what order did I play as the 3 Wayfinders in Birth by Sleep? You did Ventus, Terra, and Aqua. So in my mind, you did normal, easy, hard. I did Terra, Ventus, Aqua. I very much wanted to do Ventus, given his connection to Sora, but I felt like it wasn't just the Sora, Riku, and Kairi, but there was also easy, normal, hard there, because Terra hits like a truck. Ven is standard in all the right ways, and Aqua is way too fragile at the start, but once you build her up, she is an immense powerhouse worthy of the title Keyblade Master. You can't blame me, and I can't blame you for your order neither. I think we both did. There's more than one correct order to do those games. Ven was very nice to play as, and not to mention the Lost Memory Keyblade. Wow, that's cool. He should have kept it. I felt bad that it didn't feel like an evolution of his Wayward Wind, given the way that Terra and Aqua had evolved forms of their starting Keyblades. It may also make sense that they did, since they were older than Ven, and then they've had more training with a Keyblade, and they're more whole people. After all, Ven wasn't a whole person until Sora filled in the gaps. So that would explain Lost Memory, among other things. But he still should have kept Lost Memory. I imagine you're probably at least talking about when he came back in Kingdom Hearts 3. It should have been Lost Memory instead of Wayward Wind. And I don't blame you for feeling that way, and that's something I can agree with. I can agree with that very much. It would have made good thematic sense. I will say this, though. I never noticed. Did Terra and Aqua have their starting Keyblades, or did they have their evolved Keyblades or different ones? Because if they had their starting Keyblades and so did Ven, that would have made sense. But if they had their evolved ones, then I even more see why you wish it would have been Lost Memory. I almost wonder, I don't know, did Ven ever become a whole person? I forget if he became a whole person and his own gap was filled in that Sora didn't need to compensate for. I forget about that. Terra should have kept this Chaos Ripper. You know, it would have been very crazy, but make a little bit of sense if somehow Anti-Aqua had the Chaos Ripper for whatever reason or something similar to it. Because that was heartbreaking there, Anti-Aqua. That was like emotionally scary. Mickey, you're too late. That was chills when they had that in a trailer. That was absolute chills. And then more so to have to fight her. And I'm glad we had to fight her. Oh boy, I think I know the first demo I'm going to do after the break. But we've been doing a lot here, though, with the showcases. There's been a lot to take in. And I appreciate how much you have been here for as much as it could be. But stretch, relieve yourself, get a drink, get a snack. We're going to sample a whole bunch of games when we come back. I guess I'm gonna have to change some things around, aren't I? The category, a banner for the vertical side of things, the game title. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change some stuff around because there's exciting stuff to be done here. So let me see. I don't know what I should change first, really. There's so many things. I feel myself starting to burn a little in ways I don't need to, and I think I'll use that as the banner very, very much. I think that'll be more than all right. Okay, you can't use a colon in saving a file. I wouldn't remember that outright. I thought a colon might have been an exception to the rule. It's not visible, so it won't show up until I say so. That's good. Then I can type the name without giving it away yet. Okay, that's just enough there. Good. And I swear it ain't coming there, and I don't think it is. Although I probably should. Probably could in theory, but I don't think they'll go that way. That feels a little unfair when I think about it. I'm going to double check it before I do. But of course, I have to punch this in because of the nature of the rating of the game. Yeah, the only place it's not going is the only other place there is, and I feel bad about that. Okay. That's set. This is set. The only thing left to do now is to change the category. So let me find the window I was using. I put it behind things and I probably shouldn't. So what I'm going to do here right now that so many people are already doing is I'm going to stream the demo of Onimusha Way of the Sword. There's no way I can't with all the hype I've been feeling for it. I can't deprive you all of that opportunity. But then, what if you don't want to see for yourself? What if you want to play it for yourself? If you don't want to be here because of that, then I won't blame you at all. It would make a whole lot of sense. But I know I need to play this for sure. I know I do. And once again, nature is calling me a W streamer when nature is a W person. It wasn't in the demo section, but if you search Onimusha Way of the Sword, then you hit the ellipsis, there'll be the demo eventually. So it's not far at all. With the Steam page, it's actually easier. You could simply, what? Oh, no room for update for Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis. Oh well. But you simply click the Onimusha Way of the Sword Steam page and you'll see download Onimusha Way of the Sword demo. And Zarnathium is watching as he tries to get this broken filament out of the extruder. Uh-oh, you hit an issue with the 3D printer? And I want to think, if you knew how to make your own filament and had the materials to do so, you'd probably be very self-sufficient with your 3D printing. It differs in some regards to the full game and only basic controls and features. And a bonus for those who've played the full game. Was this on the state of play? You just got home about 20 minutes ago. Yes, 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 Ericus. They showed us new footage for Onimusha Way of the Sword, and a demo is available. And I feel bad saying this because not everybody's in the PlayStation, and of course, you're allowed to not be in a PlayStation. But if you are, and you have at least a PlayStation 4, then come August, you will be able to get a PS2 port of Onimusha Dawn of Dreams from PlayStation Classics. And there's no way it'd be stuck on just PlayStation Plus Premium. What was it? Time Crisis, you can buy standalone. Number of classics you can buy standalone. I'm not sure of what classics you have to have PlayStation Plus Premium for. There is no way Onimusha Dawn of Dreams will be one of those. There is no way. It's gotta be available to buy standalone for, I would dare say, $15 to be generous. But I will get Dawn of Dreams when it's available on the PS4 and 5. I can tell you that for absolute certain. And I can tell you before I let the game create new save data, or the demo create new save data, I can tell you I want to say hello to Ericus here, who couldn't have come home at a better time. And I gotta remember to switch the sound stuff so that I'm able to hear it myself like you all can. It's all right, though. I had hoped for a demo. And in fact, actually, Ericus, there have been 3 times that I had loud screams that I forgot to control myself about. The demo being one of them. And Dawn of Dreams being another of them. You know what? Those, and most especially Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered coming out October 1st, and featuring Ziluan from Dynasty Warriors Origins. Those 3 things make me lose control of myself when I screamed. Nature just found out how close she and her best friend are. I hope this is a good thing that comes with exciting revelations. One of his only 15 contacts and in top 4. That is great to hear. That's very nice. I'm glad that works out for you. I'm glad that you're that big a deal to your best friend up there with parents and his girlfriend. That is a rather big deal there. And it's not just Japanese voice language if you so choose. Brazilian Portuguese, Mandarin Chinese, Russian, Spanish, German, Italian, French. I'm, of course, doing English because I'm doubt trash, but it's nice to know how many different vocal options there are, so it can really appeal to a lot of different ears around the world. And then, unify until the grid is barely visible, of course. Of course, it's going to be different when it's something that you see and what I see. It's going to be different because I got to look at the monitor myself. But I want to be able to see in there, though. I do not want it to be so dark. I think that would do. Although that's pretty nice to me. I'll do that. Then HDR settings there. I don't know if I really need to worry about that. I think I'm going to keep it as is. Although I do like that kind of very vibrant color there. I really do. But I think I want to keep that at the standard 30. Then that's everything outside the game. That's the user interface there. I think I want that brighter. Or do I want it a little darker? Yeah, that'll be all right. Show subtitles, of course. Headphones, audio. Prioritize performance. And last I checked, I don't remember being able to do 120 hertz. I don't know. Then lock the frame rate at specific FPS is like 60. Only available when graphics is set to prioritize performance. I don't know. I'll let the frames go higher if they can even. Then color blindness aids, Protan, Deutan, Tritan. So they've got accessibility they're working on here. And then strength for those color blindness aids. And here's something for the more, I don't want to say, I want to think conservative would be a good use of the term here. Or the more sensitive. I don't want to just say the more squeamish. That's unfair. But I absolutely am going to show dismemberment. I am way good with that. But some cinematic content and explanatory videos are not affected by the enemy death setting. Then there's visual accessibility presets and auditory accessibility and motion sickness reduction, including screen center dot, camera shake, and motion blur. So Nature also only has 150 photos in his camera roll, the best friend, and 37 are mugshot pictures, extremely funny out of context. That does speak to a very close friendship you have with him, and that's very happy to hear. And it's also horrifying to think of how many pictures I have on my phone that I haven't deleted. I'm sure I got over 1,000, and it's a horrifying thing to think about. 1,431. That's just camera roll stuff. Mindy downloaded Remote Play for PC for PlayStation, so now can have the game on one monitor and me on the other. You beautiful soul who wants to keep me around you. That is very kind of you to consider that with at least anywhere my consideration. You didn't have to, but you wanted to do this for you, and that's what matters. And you've known this best friend, Nature, for almost 4 years now. That's a very nice long time there, too. Zarn has a ton of kitten and 3D print pictures. Both of those sound like they track very much. And keep them coming. Enter your age of 1. That would lock me out immediately. I think I should probably not have you see that. I'm not trying to show everything personal. It won't affect game content, but can't be changed after that. All right, you've been blocked from enough. And info about actions, the operating environment, and records when a malfunction occurs. That's all right. I don't mind that. I am worried about Capcom collecting my play data. I'm not scared of that right now. Look at that hand with that Oni gauntlet. I'm checking for the camera. Good. Reversed like it should be. That's the only thing I needed to see. You convinced your girlfriend, Nature, to watch Cyberpunk Edge Runners on episode 8 right now. You know, perhaps the both of you should play as... Is there a character named Lucy in there? Perhaps you two should get Guilty Gear Strive and get the season pass where Lucy is featured and play as her and only her. The girlfriend's gonna be so devastated though. Oh dear. Don't say why for anybody who wonders about that. But last I checked, there's a character named Lucy, and she is in Guilty Gear Strive, and she can inflict status effects, just like in Cyberpunk. And a friend of mine actually shared a clip of apparently some NPC in Cyberpunk 2077. Stuff that looks like this, I am worried is going to be more AI or misleading, but I still have to see. I still have to at least watch it. But I don't believe in that with the whole thumbnail and possible misleading or conspiracy theory. Her phone is broken, so she kind of only has access to Roblox. Nature's avatar is David, and she's Lucy. Well, Strive can run on a bunch of hardware, but there's been no version of Guilty Gear Strive available for the phone. That's more of a console thing. So, 2 difficulty levels for the demo here, like storyline focus. A difficulty level that lets you focus on the story, recommended for action game beginners. Action prompts will be sent to on. And then my choice, action combat focus. A difficulty level for those who like challenging battles. This difficulty level will keep you on your toes, recommended for experienced action game players. And the difficulty level can be changed freely, and most importantly, there is no penalty for changing it. She don't have a console, unfortunately. Is there any reason behind it? Is there no preference, or is it just not workable or something else? And you don't have to say, that's not my business. It is all right. I could only ever be action. You broke. Now, at the very least, you're not in the United States, so I'm pretty sure that's a little better than being broke here. I really want to think. We're not the greatest country right now. In fact, the Mango Mussolini in charge is ruining our relations with the world over, and I hate it. But economy can still be hard all over the world anyway. So there's 2 control layouts here to consider, like aggressive layout, focused on responsiveness, where most action-related buttons are grouped to the right, for those confident with action games like I am. So square would actually be block and parry. Triangle would be one-handed, circle two-handed, X evade. That's interesting and different from what I expect from Onimusha. Then defensive layout, with controls arranged so that it's easier to play defensively while fighting, for those less confident with action games, where square is one-handed, triangle is two-handed, circle is evade, and X is examine. Then L1 is block and parry. I don't like how that's worded, because that honestly makes more sense to have blocking on a shoulder button and examine for X. That makes more sense. I am extremely confident with action games, but the way this plays with the defensive layout, that just makes more physical, mechanical sense. I mean, to its merit, Tales of the Abyss blocks with square as it is, so I can't say it doesn't make any kind of sense. I can't say it makes 0% sense. Tales has done this. And X would be a basic attack, circle would be a arts attack, and triangle would be menu. But I'm confident with action games, and last I checked, block and parry have been L1 or something to that effect in the past games. I swear it has been. I swear, I swear, I swear. Motor Slice built up nature's love to parry. You can parry everything in that game, from attacks to cranes to saw blades to trains. Feels like you can parry everything in solo leveling Arise Overdrive as well, even as you're doing actions. And parrying sure feels fun to do in Wo Long Fallen Dynasty as well. Let me see about this Motor Slice. I almost would think it's not quite on other consoles, but I'm not 100%. I can check this. No, it's only PC. That would explain why I never heard of Motor Slice. I'm console first, but I do have a custom built PC. Is it not only PC? I Googled and that's what it showed. Oh, never mind. It came out actually just last month on consoles. Xbox and PS5, so says Wikipedia. Then the overview has not been very updated on Google's side. That's what happened there, and that's why I went for the Wikipedia entry. Brazilian indie game studio, Regular Studio. That might actually be something to look into, more so than I thought. I'll have to consider that later. But right now, I'm sticking with the defensive layout. I'm confident with action games, and Onimusha played like that. This is a fictional work from Capcom set in Kyoto, and anything here is not intended to reflect or support any worldview. So we would see this in the full game here. But here's a synopsis of events. Against his will, Miyamoto Musashi has become an Onimusha, carving a path through the Genma monstrosities invading the capital. Musashi finds himself at Kiyomizu-dera Temple, where he has been tasked with purifying the key sanctuary. A host of eerie phenomena play out before Musashi's eyes as he traverses the twisted, malice-wreathed temple grounds, accompanied only by the mysterious voice that rings out from his Oni gauntlet. Having defeated the Genma that stood in his way, Musashi is greeted by a long-standing rival that he has crossed swords with many a time. Not yet, though, because I saw something that I want to see. But what's this? Oh, that sucks. Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered will no longer be available to purchase on Nintendo Switch, but it will be available for Switch 2. I know at least one person who absolutely was infuriated by getting the Switch 2 when they wish they never got the Switch 2, largely because of the Joy-Cons. This a valid opinion. I don't agree with it, but I don't need to agree with it. I acknowledge it, and I'd rather they own their truth. That's their truth, and they gotta stick with it. Now, I wonder if there was some familiar thing within the world of another game. Let me check here. No, that's Seethe, not Malice. Did I say Switch 2? I'll never see nature coming. I wonder, are you saying just a line, or are you trying to sing a song? Because there's a very, very known song with You'll Never See It Coming instead of You'll Never See Me Coming, I think it is. No, it is You'll Never See Me Coming. It is You'll Never See Me Coming. Are you referencing a game with that line, You'll Never See Me Coming? Because if you are, I wonder if it's this. And Zor, Dawn of Doom would sing this every time someone raids her except for me. Damn it, you ruined it! I was going to build up to it! Now you're not gonna hear me sing it. I knew that's what it was, and I was just about to start singing it until you commented there. Now you done ruined it. Now we're just gonna get into this. I too much want to build up and get an explosion of excitement for you all. Now I can't do it.
It really was instant.
The stage is set at Kiyomizu.
Let's purify this place. See if that won't wake up Gauntlet Lady.
Good to see the mouth move here. This is very gorgeous looking, though. It really is gorgeous. And sprinting is a thing. I don't think I need to turn up the saturation. This is fine the way the saturation is right now.
Just the bastards I'm looking for.
Very familiar feeling Genma, but they're far more monstrous than they've been portrayed in past games. I want to do something before I break into regular combat here. There's such a thing as break Isen. Without stamina, the body cannot do as the mind wishes. Land attacks on enemies or deflect theirs to deplete their stamina, making them exhausted and open to break Isen attacks. Well, that was not the Isen I wanted to do. There are red souls. Absorbing them will make various enhancements available. Left behind by fallen enemies, and finishing an enemy with a break Isen will make even more of them appear. There's the Isen I wanted to do. That right there. That. That's a true Isen right there. And it's been the same in past Onimusha games. You can just get your guard up when an enemy attacks and then attack and kill them with an Isen. Or right before they strike you, you can attack and kill them with an Isen. It still works. That was the most important thing here, and I could not be more ecstatic for it.
What's all that noise?
When you understand attack patterns, or can quickly adapt to seeing the attacks come in, and Isen is going to be very satisfying. Like that. And then I could do a chain there, just like in Onimusha Dawn of Dreams. Then we have Yellow Soul, sometimes left behind by defeated enemies. They restore your health. The lower your health, the more yellow orbs your enemies will leave behind. That's good to know too. There's a break, Isen. What you got?
Hey, I dealt with the monsters. Let me through.
I can't tell you just how satisfying that is. You don't forget parrying at times. Sometimes just a straight up Isen is even better than parrying, and parrying itself is fun. Just ask Nature. But Nature, I hope you know you're okay. I hope you know I was lighthearted in my anger. It wasn't real anger. I just felt bad that I didn't get to say the thing myself because I knew what you were talking about. You did nothing wrong, Nature.
The grounds are just a killing field full of monsters. How can this happen? This is a temple. It's blasphemy.
Yeah, I figured you were being lighthearted yourself. I mean, you were just saying fun stuff. There's nothing you did wrong at all. But we're on the same page, so it's all good. It's all understood. Mandy doesn't do pre-orders much, but this game may break that. That is good to hear, and honestly, that's part of why I show demos with people and all, to get people to spend money where they don't need to. I'm kidding. It is not for the money or trying to get any of it. I have pure feelings for these games. I want to share them with you, and there's possibilities that you're into the games I show, and you yourself want to get these because after seeing a little, you want to play it for yourself. That is the main thing there. To show people things, and they can come to their own decisions on what to do. And if it just so happens to match mine, then we can share in the joy. And if it doesn't, that's okay too. The important thing is, if you so want to see, you have the chance to.
It's going to haunt my nightmares. I can't stop thinking about it.
So this is going to be a very British English here in this game. Makes me wonder, will Ben Starr or Jennifer English have roles in this? I'd like for that to be the case. Nature has never done a pre-order. However, Nature might pre-order the third game in the Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy when it is announced, because it will be when. Oh no. There is something disastrous I will do with my pre-ordering the collector's edition that we know is going to happen. I don't remember if I got the collector's edition of Remake, but I did Rebirth. I cannot miss out on collector's edition of the final part of the trilogy. I have to pre-order the collector's edition for that. It's way too important. Mild restorative restores health for a short duration gradually. Nature is the same, you understand. So 7's a huge deal of a game to you as well. If not the remake.
I never thought I'd make it back here alive. The Buddha watches over me.
Is it really that bad out there?
There's nothing but fiends and horror beyond here. If you mean to pass through, I urge you reconsider.
Fiends, huh? Just what I'm looking for.
I am so glad the classic way to Isen is still intact. I think the guard Isen is replaced with break Isen, but the regular Isen is still very much intact.
Just over there. Now, how do I get there?
You know, that's giving a little bit of Nioh 3 vibes in a manner of speaking. And what a pathway to have to travel through to get to the stage. In fact, that feels a little more... Wherever the subspace within the open zones of Nioh 3 is, this is giving a feeling of that subspace in order to purify the land. Square has Nature's favorite game series ever and loves it. It is one of the most important companies in my life. And there are a number of people here, Nature, that could tell you they've had applications for sponsorships for various video games, and I have been rejected for a lot of them, including all the Final Fantasies. But when I say I felt emotional and anyone could see it on my face when I had been granted sponsorships for all of Harvestella, Octopath Traveler, Octopath Traveler 0. And even if it's not 3, even if it didn't happen for 3, and even if it's not Final Fantasy, I have been granted a key by Square Enix for Dragon Quest 1 and 2 HD 2D remake. The emotions that went through my body and my brain seeing those acceptance or congratulations letters and being able to share those with you all. I went through all of the Erdrick trilogy. I already had Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake physically. I went through that, then 1 and 2 after I had gotten granted 1 and 2. I was nothing short of emotional going through those games. Now, I may not have cried, but there were definite laughs and smiles and wonder and gratefulness that despite where I am right now in my desired career of entertaining people with video games, to be able to show you games like that and be sponsored by such an important company in my life, I could never repay the kindness in ways I could ever understand. It just meant the world to be able to share that with you all. Like, we all did this. You all being here and wanting to join me as I share video games with you all and hopefully inspire you to go for your own dreams, because that's been a major thing of the last few years, ever since being sponsored for Harvestella, especially. Because of you being here, I've been able to do more than I could imagine. And there are more beautiful souls out there. We just got to make ourselves known and show them what they're missing. They don't realize they're beautiful souls. Nature would never be nature without Kingdom Hearts or Final Fantasy. Agreement on all of those. Now, Ace Attorney, I could do without, but we're not worried about me and Ace Attorney. We're worried about nature and Ace Attorney. And nature needs Ace Attorney. Is there not a new one on the way, actually? I thought I heard there was a new one on the way, and I may have heard old news and I hadn't checked things. But I thought I heard there was a new one on the way. Not a rumor, but an actual announcement of some kind, I thought. I want to see about destinations. I want to see about these tips. But I'll also say about Chain Isen. Okay, so I need to do that when it lands. So I got to time the Chain Isen. That's what it is. I don't think I'm thinking of Investigations remake, because that was ages ago. I thought there was a new Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney game, but I could be way wrong. I'm going to look up anything official. I'm not looking up any rumors or anything. I'm looking for anything official. And for all I know, it might have been the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. No, I don't know what that is. That's just a Among Us and Ace Attorney are crossing over, or apparently that's not even the first time they crossed over. So if that's the case, then that's crazy. But Stamina and Break Isen. Break Isen replaces the Guard Isen, or whatever that was. But Isen requires more precise timing than a parry or a reflex dodge, which is totally fine. I get that. I don't mind it. Okay, should it be Legacy or should it be Development? I'm not sure, but Capcom does want to grow Ace Attorney into a core IP alongside Mega Man and Devil May Cry, among other things. So in the next few years, we might be seeing more Ace Attorney, so you might get more emotions, Nature. So, latest Ace Attorney game then. Ace Attorney Investigations Collection and Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. Those were the latest things, and that was time ago. A bit of time ago. And while the big three gaming companies are Microsoft, Nintendo, and Sony, the best three for Nature will be Capcom, Squaresoft / Enix, and Sega. I almost wonder if those will be four companies, since Square and Enix used to be separate things. And Sega's let me work with them in various simple contexts as well, actually. Allowing me to give away some game keys. And they granted me a key that I could use for myself for Like a Dragon, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii as well. I've helped them out a couple of times, get the word out for the charity special effect. Special effect that helps less able-bodied gamers be able to play video games anyway by working with the disabilities or making them more able-bodied in various ways. And I've worked with Game Blast through Sega Europe, a charity event, to help raise awareness and money for that. And I was actually featured on a thank you video a few years back when I did it the first time. My clip was of actually, I think, having one ring left when defeating the final hazard in Sonic Adventure 2. So that was cool to see. Very cool. And those are three of the most important third-party developers to me as well. Bandai Namco's in there for me, and Koei Tecmo. But Capcom, Square, and Enix, and Sega, they massively matter to me too. I'm a kind, amazing soul. I deserve the word for all the world for all the charity work I do. Oh, I don't do enough charity work as it is. In fact, there is something I need to pull back up now that I think about it. But I don't do enough charity work. I do feel a desire to. I just don't have the sway with those with bigger pockets than they know what to do with and wonder how best they could serve others. But what I want to do is make my dreams come true, like make this the career and inspire others to be loud and proud about what they love and go for their own pie in the sky dreams. Or cake. I'm more of a cake guy myself, but the idea still stands. And I don't know about a reflex dodge. So the map will show story-related destinations, and current destinations will be marked with special icons. And Nature's more of a cotton candy person, which is still fine. It's still a sweet thing. I can't go in and save her. And then I don't know about the blazing state. Just before an enemy attack lands, blocking will trigger a parry. Parrying weapon-based attacks will open up a window of vulnerability. The larger the window, the more impressive effects. There's a blaze gauge to fill. And by parrying, we go into blazing state. And greater damage will be dealt. And stay in blazing gauge or blazing state until the blaze gauge empties. Here, let me check this here, though, because I didn't see this here. When an enemy's stamina is low, their body will turn red and crack. Depleted stamina recovers over time. But if they're cracked, then we can do the break E-Sen because they'll be exhausted. Oh no, that's just when an enemy's stamina is low. They gotta actually be stumbling. That's another stagger thing. When I said sweet thing, a song came into Mindy's head. I probably know sweet thing, sweet thing. I don't know if it was Sweet Dreams. There could be two songs I could think of if it was Sweet Dreams. But Sweet Thing, I'm not sure of. You're going to have to tell me what song that is that you're thinking of. And it's midnight, or it's June 3rd in the UK, which means Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has now hit every other console, which is very, very exciting. You don't have to have just a PlayStation 5 to play it now. I have to mute that so to cut down the echoing. A Mary J. Blige version of a particular song. It's actually 1 a.m. That's what I was thinking when I saw 8, because they're 5 hours ahead, not 4. Shaka Khan did it first. Shoot. I don't know offhand. I can't think. I don't know of a Mary J. Blige song that she did after Chaka Khan, actually. I don't know. It's called Sweet Thing. I feel bad. I don't know that song. Like, what is it? The oldest song I can think of for sure that I know from Blige is, if it's called Real Love, I'm searching for a Real Love. That I know is the oldest song I know. And I don't know where Sweet Thing was before or after. When was Sweet Thing Mary J. Blige version thing, actually? It's understandable to think I would know. I am a black man, and I have heard a good bit of Mary J. Blige growing up. It's understandable to think that. I don't blame you at all. But I couldn't save her. Maybe I'll go into the Blazing State now for revenge. That hurts. I hate that I couldn't save her. But the game actually encourages not just E-Sends, but actually parrying. If you parry, you're going to make your sword run hot, and you're going to hit enemies harder. So all this parrying we see, there's actual reasoning behind it here. Mid-90s, maybe. So maybe like a little after Real Love or something. Now I'm curious. I want to see. I want to see here. And it's number 327 of the Rolling Stone 2021 500 Best Songs of All Time, Real Love. That was a big deal of a song after all. And I forget what it is, but some pharmaceutical drug uses Real Love as its song, but it's not Mary J. Blige doing it. Real Love was 1992. But Real Love also samples Audio 2's Top Billin' from 1987. So let me see about Sweet Thing then. It was a 1975 song by Rufus featuring Chaka Khan. And then Mary J. Blige released her version in 1993. So I would like to think I probably should have heard of Sweet Thing, but it's been so long. I probably should give that a listen. I'll make sure I play it on Spotify on my phone and not my computer. So I ain't trying to get silenced with that. I ain't trying to break rules. I'll just play a little sample and make sure that I play it when it's time to. And I ain't looking for Anita Baker. I'm looking for Mary J. Blige. Okay. When it's time for me to hear it, I will hear it. I got it set up on my Spotify. Nature is waiting for the Xbox WhatsApp channel to update with the next list of games coming to Game Pass. Hopefully there'll be something, and I wonder if they'll say it on Sunday for the Xbox Game Showcase. That would sure be a time to announce the next list of games. They release the list after every batch. I would not know. I've not been an Xbox big fan since the very beginning of the one, when there was Dead Rising 3, Rare Replay, and Killer Instinct. And then, actually, yeah, saying Sunset Overdrive as well, Sunset Overdrive. But Dead Rising 3, Sunset Overdrive, and Killer Instinct all went to Steam. Rare Replay is stuck on the Xbox One. just finished the current batch with Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster and Jurassic World Evolution 3. That was a big deal to people that Final Fantasy VI would be on the Xbox. It's the Pixel remasters were surely already there, but still, 6 on Game Pass. 6 is definitely heralded as one of the best Final Fantasies ever. And I can easily see why. While it's not as much, it is definitely up there. For me, 6 is above 9. I prefer 6 over 9. So we can review game controls and instructional info with the system menu. Reflex dodges and reflex combos. Read opponents to avoid taking damage and add insult to injury. Reducing stamina with a counter after evading an unarmed attack with a reflex dodge. So need to fill up reflex gauge and press square or triangle to do a reflex combo. The quickest way is to reflex dodge unarmed attacks, but any reflex dodge will help it at least a little. Fine, I'll give this a try. I did not reflex dodge, but I did there. Oh, he stays in place is when that happens. He stays in place, and so you have to... What? Just time that. Oh, no. You can move in different directions. Oh, he got stabbed or arrowed. There's an archer right there. Why are they so horrible? Oh, I thought I was going to do another E-Sen there. I wanted to do another E-Sen, but it wasn't happening. Let me hold this here. I didn't know if parrying would do anything, but I think it is. Yeah, that's building up the blazing gauge. And we can reflex dodge them too. Yeah. That felt right. I can't tell you how satisfying it is to kill these Genma. I am in love right now. I am so in love. That wasn't time yet. Oops. It's all right. Let me get that going. I just want to get the... Oh. Let me break E-Sen there before I do anything else. I love that so much, people. Do you understand?
We'll get through there. Is there another way?
And what's this over here? Oh, they shot me through the tree. Not that it did too much. I can't do anything there. Oh, this goes up to them here. Now I just feel like filling gauges here. I feel like filling up gauges at the moment. And I wonder when I should do some two-handed attacks. Definitely on some tougher enemies. But these are nothing. So Beast of Reincarnation will hit day 1 in August on Xbox Game Pass. And that's a Game Freak game, not Pokemon. That's an exciting game. I want to believe in it when it comes out. Known that for months, like Forza Horizon 6. I'm glad it's not just an Xbox game, Beast of Reincarnation. It is definitely different from the more kid-friendly Pokemon stuff they do. And Pokemon isn't the only thing Game Freak ever does. But this does look cool. There's Hozuki and Hozuki pouches. And Hozuki restores health and can be picked up in travels or replenished from storehouse. And I don't need Hozuki. But I must be full up and that must be sent to the storehouse. Thought I heard footsteps. So then what's that gauge below the health bar? And then there's not just parrying, there's deflecting to significantly deplete enemy stamina. And arrows and ranged projectiles like that can also be deflected. Doesn't provide an opening for follow-up attacks like parries do, but makes up for it by rapidly pushing the enemy towards exhaustion.
Someone there!
That's definitely exhausting, leading to an easy break Isen. And step right past the arrow as everything slowed down. I wonder. That did send those arrows back. That's what I was wondering and hoping. That's certainly something there. That's exactly what I was hoping. Ugh. I want those souls before they go away. And you can be a little lax on your deflect timing and they'll still fly so fast, or they'll still fly straight through back to where they came from. You don't have to be exact with your deflect timing. So that's very forgiving. If I had to be more precise, I wouldn't mind it. I would work that. But it's not necessary. The content in this game is really impressive, especially for a demo. I mean, I figure the main reason is the combat, so to pack a whole lot of combat stuff in here is all good. Oh, and this is a thing to defend against arrows. And kick towards enemies. So there's something to think about there. And can't automatically jump. I figured that'd be the case, and I understand it. And that kind of thing has been a thing in games for forever, so there's no need to be angry about it. Or at least overly complain about it. You deal with it, you move on. It's all right. Let me see something here, though. What am I trying to think? Select item. That's what I need to do. Mild restorative, lesser defense, lesser might. Then down would actually use it. Glad to see that. That looks like a rest point there. And there was nothing there, but I'm glad I could break it anyway, just to see. Spirit mirror. So that saves progress and restores health. Surely it will also replenish enemies. Anything you can't carry will be sent to the storehouse, and a spirit mirror will let you access it. I can get into the habit of saving. It's just a good habit to have.
What's that?
What is this?
What's it doing?
Oh boy. What's it doing? His eyes. That's gotta be the past.
It's no time. Don't bring them.
Probably tributes.
Stage. Faster.
The power of
Damn
the
it.
is within your eyes as well. It must have been awakened by the dark mass you absorbed.
What's that thing?
A concentration of the malice in this area, along with memories of the cruelty that created it. To purify this temple, you'll need to find the source of this vision.
Right, Gauntlet Lady. Enough of that. If you're awake, I've got questions.
I refuse.
You listen here.
Don't answer. Questions or otherwise. To Gauntlet Lady. I was briefly awake thanks to the energy of that dark mass.
Rolling his eyes. I don't blame him.
Hey!
They found a way to work humor in this. I'm here for it. There's even a little bit of humor here, and I am here for it. Sass. I can't blame him for his tone, though.
Trying to tell me something.
Oni vision. To make visible that which is hidden to human eyes. Before I go up the stairs, I wonder if there's anything over here. Looks like no. Unless there was and I didn't realize it because I broke the things. Or I pressed the button too quick.
Threads. What are these attached to?
Oh, gee.
This thing's making the threads.
No more threads now. Okay, 3-part 2-hand combo. And 3-part 1-hand combo. And then you can mix them up. Oh no, that's the same follow-up if you go from light to heavy. No matter where you are in the combo string, that's the same follow-up. Same thing if you go from heavy to light. That's okay though. We know it. I wish there could have been something to that wall there. I had to try. That's definitely new. And that's funny right there. Oh. I wonder if I can only do so many follow-up E-sends. Like I have to level up the skill, if there's such a skill. I'm trying to E-send now. Like that.
Goodbye.
I wanted very much to do that. Very much. Nature will be silent, but still here. That is A-okay. We appreciate lurkers here. That you still want us around in any way still means plenty. I wonder... I swear, and I really do feel happy playing Like a Dragon Pyro Yakuza in Hawaii. But I have to think, when's the last time I've been this happy with action combat, I wonder? There had to have been times, and there must be times, but I'm definitely happy with this right now. A Blade Barrage. Need to do a different attack than the one started. So a one-handed attack Do triangle. Two-handed, press square. Crossing swords with the enemy will initiate a blade barrage. So we have to do a different attack. So I had to actually go for a blade barrage now.
Small fry. Really? Is that all you've got?
I started with 1 and I ended with 2.
That stench. You really aren't taking prisoners.
Look at that. The Isen is so gorgeous. I love doing the Isen. I'd want to do as much Isen as possible because that would just get you more red souls as it is. Oh boy, mimics. I totally deflected though. There's that. That's what I want to do. Even that big one can be deflected. That's awesome. It's fun to deflect shots back at enemies. And this is exploring things right here, even if it won't be in the final version. And there's such a thing as a sneak kill, a stealth kill. It felt that way. I couldn't be 100%, but then I saw things and I'm like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, look at absorbing the souls.
Someone's here. There's someone.
Oh, wanted to sneak kill him. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. The Isen is so satisfying. Yeah, you focus on that, I focus on you. I figured walking would be the move here. And I don't remember stealth kills being a thing in the past games. I swear this is new to Way of the Sword. Well, they saw me. Oh well. I thought there was gonna be a whatchamacallit, a slash with someone else. There's a reflex combo there. But I can't think of how to chain Isen after all. But all these Isens just feel so immensely satisfying. I'm telling you, people. Oh, I need to hit X for that, not square. And now it's just gonna be a way to tear into the Genma. I don't need it though. I got timing and the power of God and anime on my side. Maybe next time I'll roar it when I run into the next group. That'd probably be a little funny, especially out of context. But then I'd be wrongly considered an elder meme lord, because I am 0% meme lord. Is this a Souls-like? Before I answer that, it feels only correct to first say hello to Real Proto Mike. I need to do that before I do anything regarding the answering that. Now, where? I think this is the wrong thing. That's why. Yeah, this is what I need. Yeah, this here. Oh no, that's the same thing. Why don't I move it instead? Because my memory is escaping me and I hate that it is. Let me get touch portal up so I can play this properly. And then answer the question that I want to answer. Is this a Souls-like? No. This is far more forgiving than a Souls-like, even when you take difficulty into account. So, you have a guard meter, / stamina. Your enemies have stamina. It's far easier to deplete their stamina than in most games, it feels like, or so I would think anyway. And, well, you do have stuff to restore and replenish at a spirit mirror, like in a Souls place. But you have more rewards for parrying than just a big strike. If you repeatedly parry, then that gauge to the bottom, it's in the bottom right corner, but the bottom left there. If you continually parry, you'll fill that blaze gauge and go into blazing state. And for a short time, your attacks will be up in damage. Your attacks will be buffed. And then dodging, reflex dodging, doesn't take any of that stamina there in the red bar. And there's no magic that I remember anyway, or it's not been a thing explored in the demo yet, at least. And I don't think magic would play as big a helpful role as it does in Souls-likes. And yes, there is combat, but a snappy, responsive combat.
Another one.
You don't have to be as sure of your strikes. But not having to dodge is, or not having to spend stamina to do that reflex dodge is definitely helpful. Okay, the source of that is inside this way. Or, yes, inside there. And is there a pause menu? I figure there are close enough to pause menus in the games, but in the Souls-likes, but they tend not to stop the action. This pause stops the action. Everything stops moving when you pause in Onimusha Way of the Sword. So any worries about that can be thrown all the way out the window. You'll have the chance to breathe. And in fact, actually, like some Souls-likes, there are stealth kills as well. But that feels like more of a thing for something like Assassin's Creed, but Souls-likes, some of them do employ that just as well. I thought I was going to get into a combat encounter, but no, I had the chance to simply defeat that Genma without it even knowing I was there. I find myself wanting to explore, and I have no qualms about it whatsoever. You know, maybe it's more Souls-like than I realized, but far easier, but I don't feel like it's a strict Souls-like. It's more forgiving in its action and not as deliberate as they tend to be. But there is a shortcut to open from another side.
Looks like it stretches out behind the building.
I never would have thought of this enough like a Souls-like. I could see elements very much, but I couldn't call it a straight-up Souls-like. It's closer to that than the first 4 main games ever have been. I will say that. We've been doing assassinations. Just don't move too quick lest you blow your cover. But there ain't nothing about crawling, or yeah, there ain't nothing about crouching and crouch walking though. That don't matter, that just feels oh so incredible. You know what? It leads me to wonder if you can do any enhancements in this demo, and I'm not sure you can. I'd like to think we should have been able to enhance anything because of all the red orbs we got when we got to the spirit mirror. But there's been no such thing. You don't get to turn around. You die. I saw you getting up. That was already too much movement. Look around the corner to see if there were any Genma. And we definitely see one here. And a Souls-like won't let you do... Not that. A Souls-like won't let you do not that, neither. Hang on. I don't feel like doing a break Isen. I feel like doing it more au natural. So give me a moment, Mike. What I'm gonna say will make sense. But a Souls-like won't let you turn enemies attack around like that and kill them like that. Not without parrying to break their stamina. You bypass that with an Isen here. That's very Souls-like as well. Break that to get more of a growth currency. You don't have any... Oh no. We break that with an attack. Break that lock. Oh look, there's a whole lot of them here. Honestly, it's okay to stand still right now. Oh, there's a blade lock. Blade locks can occur when parrying or deflecting, and I just got into that. And then it yields the effect of both parrying and deflecting. And what a kick. What do you got, Genma? Okay. I just got that. What do you got, though? Oh! I noticed I was getting on fire. And there really are a lot of Souls-like elements here. But people will not call it Souls-like, and neither will I, though. And they burn too. But where's the Isen chain, though? Why am I not doing the Isen chain? Or chain Isen? Right when Isen lands. And look at more coming out. And then there's arrows too. Whoa, they bumped into each other. That's kind of funny. Want to get into the blazing, or the blazing state here. I didn't see that kick. I wonder if there's gotta be multiple enemies stunned in order to do the chain Isen. I think so. I think in order to do chain Isen, you gotta have a chain of enemies depleted of their stamina. I can imagine that now. And deflecting arrows back to them is just so satisfying too. So we've got to get multiple enemies all depleted of their stamina in order to do the chain Isen. Where's the spider? Probably beyond yonder cave. Game looks gorgeous. The action is awesome. And the sound effects. I never enough worry about the sound effects, but the feeling and clashing of steel on steel is satisfying, especially when it's parrying and deflecting, and then your own steel cutting into enemies. This reminds me I've not gone through Ninja Gaiden 4 yet. And what's with that box there? Now we can open it. It's sure important looking. The two Celestials. That looks like a Oni weapon. A pair of blades forged by Oni craftsmen. They extract yellow souls from those they strike down. So that's an Oni armament there. And now we have an Oni power gauge to fill. Oni armaments deplete the Oni power gauge to unleash special attacks. Like the two Celestials getting a string of special attacks that extract yellow souls from enemies with R1.
Kinda reminds me of the Gauntlet. Did the Oni make these too?
I think so, buddy boy. I think so. There probably hasn't been much exploration for real, because I've had to go to a number of places. But that's all right, though. That is A-okay. I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. And now this is making me think of, when am I ever going to go through Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess? Because the setting is real similar. That's a tougher Genma right there. More of a test of my skills. What a rock cleave, though. But it can't stand up against the sword all the way. This is something I want to lock onto.
Show me what you've got. Never had a chance.
Let me get some of this in here. Blue souls. They fill the Oni power gauge. They appear when landing attacks on enemies, and more will appear the lower the Oni power gauge is. I'm not reflexing enough. It's whatever. Uh-oh. That's not so good. Let me run and get these souls back in me. I was not sure if that would stagger, and I forgot I have this on me. That's what I wanted to do. Eventually.
That went well enough.
I could have died. I really could have. But the Hozuki don't restore a lot of health, actually. So you can't overly rely on the Hozuki to all the way save you. You gotta notice when you get some yellow souls extracted or when the two Celestials can be used. Make sure to use everything that can restore your health, not just the items. I feel like those pots should have things in them, but they don't.
Giant Genma eats everything. If you're too close when he feeds, he'll eat you too.
Oh boy.
Here to eat humans, not get eaten.
Hitotsume Gasa. I don't know anything about that. Absorbing while moving is cool. I haven't paid enough attention to that, but yes, it is. That is not something you could do in past Onimusha games neither. You had to be in place. So, good to point that out. Trying to deflect. I want them both down here. Now it's too late for that. Oh well. So you gotta get a number of them down in their stamina, then E-send one to E-send more and more and more.
Genma did this too. Damn it!
I'm just glad that I didn't die. Whoa! Oh, that's a big one.
Now, bastard.
I gotta play safer with that. I only hope I could save her. I'm led to believe I won't be able to save her.
Are there no survivors?
And there's such a thing as countering grabs. They can't be blocked or parried. But a grab reversal can happen by hitting circle and reflex dodging before a grab lands. Part of the enemy will glow blue before they attempt to grab. Like that. Just like that. And that gets rid of stamina too. Moving while absorbing souls is very cool. It couldn't happen in past games. Oh, let's see. I don't feel like opening that gate, but I may as well. I just don't want to go through it yet. I want to see what else is around here before I do. And then a jump attack is possible too when running off an edge. Had to come down and see what could be around. I had to. It's in my nature to explore. But now I can go back this way. Did I go there? I want to think I went there. I'm not sure, but I must have. Now, where's that spirit mirror?
Which way's the stage?
That's a new spirit mirror, anyway. But I can't do anything with the red souls right now. I feel bad about that. But it is a demo. And it's also part of being an Onimusha to absorb souls.
What's he gonna show you?
It's like that's a way to segue into a cutscene, that black puff of smoke. I don't blame it. It makes sense. Fuck! There's the big bat, or one rival. There's a rival. I forget that he has his own Onin gauntlet.
You too, huh?
This thing's made me so damn strong. I've been bored halfway back to death.
He'd be a real test, but so would that big monster.
But look, you got yourself one too.
I want all these tests, actually.
What blessed luck.
This is something to lock on to. This is someone to lock on to.
Left off. Death can't stop us.
I wish it would stop you at least.
That was nice.
Who the hell wears a metal hat?
That feels good.
What? Lost your nerve? Scared?
I'm just getting started, Ganyu.
Now I'm seeing getting those combos changed up.
Oh, nicely done.
Oh, that feels good. There's something different. Break Isen and bosses. You can target specific areas when hitting a boss with a break Isen. Parts are marked with symbols whose colors indicate their effects. Red means extra damage, purple means plenty of souls. I want to say right now, I want the extra damage in red. In the full game, I'll go purple for extra souls because I'm daring like that in the full game. So let's go for the extra damage.
That's done. I'll never get sick of this. Let's go, Musashi.
I totally grabbed or parried that. The game says I didn't. Ah!
Really have gotten too strong.
I was trying to run and absorb souls. I wanted to absorb souls, but I wasn't running enough, and he probably would have jumped and caught up to me anyway. I think that's what would have happened.
I wish it would stop you at least. Your funeral. Put your back into it.
You thought that would cut through? Too bad.
Who the hell wears a metal hat?
Oh, nicely done. Take this.
I'm definitely wanting my revenge here, though.
That's done. Yes, yes, this is what I wanted, what I needed. This dance with death. I love it.
I've been mashing circle, though, so I know that was deserved.
At least pretend to try.
Now I can absorb. That was a much better time for it. But that time it worked out. I knew I could have done it on the first try. I was just wanting to get those souls. But that was it for the demo of Onimusha Way of the Sword. Capcom, your wins are not going to stop here. The wins will continue the way it started with Resident Evil Requiem, the way it continued with Pragmata. You will keep winning when Onimusha Way of the Sword comes out. I know it. I know it. If it ain't gonna get as big a crowd reception as the first two games have, I begrudge that Resident Evil is your most successful franchise. You definitely got a winner in me. You definitely have me for this. I will be getting this. I will stream this. I will enjoy this. And it will be utterly satisfying. I can't even. It is that satisfying. I can't even. Thank you for the GGs, Proto Mike. You could almost put this in the horror genre. The themes of demons and whatnot definitely would put it there and such. Supernatural horror, yeah. But people do like that thought of survival horror and being a little less helpful, a little less able to do things. I don't care for that. I absolutely want to be able to fight back against the horror. I need to be able to fight back against the horror. And it got me with a jump scare. I'm terrible with jump scares. But thematically, there are definitely horror elements for sure. Oh, that felt so good. September 25th. I can't believe I got to demo Onimusha Way of the Sword and in front of you beautiful souls. This was an unexpected huge win here. Man. Now I know I want to do more demos, but there's at least one thing I can think of that because of it I didn't want to play the rest of the game because I didn't want you all to miss out on stuff. Maybe I shouldn't worry about that yet, because I would still need to build stuff up. Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll stick with the demos, build me some armor and weapons that are stronger. That way I can actually have a chance in taking on that version of Omega from Final Fantasy XIV in Monster Hunter Wilds. I think I'll do that before I worry about streaming that. Oh, I feel so euphoric in being able to feel that game and know that I have more than the potential to do the more true Isen, among other things. It feels incredible to me. I'm glad I didn't take that away. I really, really am. But with all the stuff I gotta do, I gotta take myself away from you all for a little bit, and you gotta be away from me. Too much can be a problem. But stretch, relieve yourself, get a drink, get a snack. Then that time will be good for demos. Good for demos. I still got chills from enjoying that demo of Onimusha Way of the Sword. And it doesn't take up too much of your time as it is. It's around an hour when you do things normally. So enough feeling of the combat to be ready for the full game in 3 months. Almost 4, really. But still, oh, so blissful. Zarn finally got that damn filament out. It broke short and in a bad spot. Was still able to continue the print, and it was at the end of the filament also. Put in another purple, but it was a different brand, and the purple is different. Well, getting the filament out deserves this here. And I worry if you say it's fine. Is it really fine? Because what breed is that dog even? There's a dog that tells us even if he says something is fine, it can't possibly be fine. So is this purple really fine? Because if it's not fine, that's fine. But if it is fine, then I need to accept that it's fine because you accept that it's fine. 2 colors of purple might look cool. Maybe in that way there could be a little bit of gradients work, perhaps, then. I think you've been trying to tell me it's fine, and now I more believe you that it's fine. It's taking me more time to get there than I'd like, but I don't think anyone's going to knock me for it. Okay. There's a number of demos I could be doing, and I'm worried about going longer than the usual time, although this has been a regular stream, 6 hours. That's normally how long I had been whenever I go 5 to 11. But it was 3 to 9 today. But there's still more to do. Now it's a matter of figuring out what demos I should be sharing with you all. I already got one idea. It's not demos. What games I should be sampling in front of you all. That's not demos. These are actual games. Some of them might be demos, but there's also full games to sample in front of you all. And I already see now the next one I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to share with you all next after Onimusha Way of the Sword. But then there's a matter of what after that, because these I can't do here. There are these. Funny enough, they're all demos. But a few others of those I've got to do YouTube videos for, and I don't mind the thought of it. And I haven't applied to something from a particular place in a long time. It's probably because I felt the guilt of not doing nearly enough with the one game they did grant me. I don't even know what's available there as it is. I mean, I already got that game, and that was the major thing I was going for, and they declined me for that, I think. But I don't think there's anything else I'm really all that enthused to go for. No, I'm not seeing it. And that's all right. Yeah, there ain't nothing I really need from there. But there are a few keys here as well, but they can be from anywhere. I know I'm being real vague booking right now. I could almost actually do that because it wouldn't be so long, but I may save that. What to do, because I have the one idea and I know that'll work out. I think I'll work with it. I just gotta make sure to get a banner going. Now, where did the window go? There. I can put it there. I have such space in my computer, it's ridiculous. And yet, if my PS5 can't even handle all the games in either of its terabyte SSDs, or I have one of the terabyte SSDs, and then I don't know about the other. But if those SSDs were filled up, I still won't have room for everything for my PC, despite the space I have. And only now do I feel the need to answer or call to nature and go to the bathroom. So you know what? I think I'm going to go do that, and I'm going to put the music and words on stream back up. I do apologize for this bad timing, but I don't want to leave you all in the lurch. No need to play the "We're Back" jingle because I never meant to be gone as it was, but only when I sat down did I have to go to the can. Okay, so that should all be good here. Now I need to grab stuff from here so I can make a banner or use and make a banner. Probably should wait until the whole thing's done, like so. Now, that's probably what I should use there. I will say, with any of these games, I'm making a very concentrated effort to actually, especially since Steam requires this, look at the game's game pages or their store pages and make sure that there's no AI or the AI is not used for in-game assets. If it's something like translation across the world, while there are still people who make that their careers as it is, I don't know that that's enough to complain about that kind of AI usage. That's taking something that already exists and converts it into a different form instead of a whole brand new thing from AI itself. What else? Promotion. I don't want it to make art or text. Something more like AI usage to spread the word over different social medias. That's not the same as creating an image or a video or paragraph or book with generative AI. Those are problems. What's not a problem is the second purple is darker on what Zarn is working on, and he does like it more. So it almost sounds like, what do you call it? You made lemonade out of a lemon, or is it not even a lemon? All I know is it's positive. But this game has nothing to worry about regarding AI, so we can take solace in that fact. So I'm glad about that. Now, let me move this. That is totally what I need. And it needs to be put here. And then I can pull it up here. Alien strike. Blasting the enemies, is it? Let me change the category to it now. Blasting the intruders. That's what it is. Blasting the intruders. It's not version 1.0, but it's not considered early access neither. And it came out last month. I'm convinced only on Steam, but I ought to double check that. All I see is Steam. So that's what I'm going to type in. As soon as I get to game name. Alien Strike. Just enough space there. Blasting the intruders. This is not a demo, it's a full game. And it installed, and people know what I'm playing, whether it's the category, the name down there, or if you're watching this vertically, it's down there. So there's no need to ask what I'm playing. I've got the answers in a lot of places. So let's see how this is. Alien strike, blasting the intruders. But then as it comes up, I gotta make sure you're all able to see it. Oh, that ain't it. This is. Now, let me check this here. Oh, wrong window. That feels pretty 90s, doesn't it? But the synthwave music feels pretty 80s. And we're past the embargo. It was in May. This is June, so ain't no problem here to show you this. Feels pretty retro in ways that can totally feel understandable and respected. After all, it is a run and gun game with retro energy. Slide, jump, and shoot in 8 directions. Pixelated visuals, lots of action. And more than 2, less than 4, 3 friends can link up for this. Take control of recruits, collect, upgrade, and share weapons in real time, then get energy for powerful special moves. You can equip 2 weapons and switch between them. Feels like Gunstar Heroes in that way. You get the same weapon more than once. You get its X version, turbocharged with more aggressive shots, different shapes, and increased firepower. And a defeated enemy fuels your special bar. And a special move will clear the screen and command respect. It's the kind of move that shines like a flashing neon in the chaos of the battlefield. Local co-op is definitely a thing, and I almost think local co-op is the only thing. Maybe there's no online co-op. I'll have to see here. Epic boss fights reminiscent of the golden age of arcades like Contra. Okay. It's one thing to talk about all it. It's another thing to move in all of it. So how about we move in all of it now? After checking some options, just in case. Like, I wonder why the master's got to be down. I don't think it needs to be. And everything's there as it should be. Modo de Extipicao. Let me see what that says, because I don't know. Brazilian to English, and instead of downloading a Brazilian patch, I'm gonna just go Portuguese to English, rather. Because Brazil is not Brazilian, it's Portuguese is the main language. Display mode. I wonder why they kept that in Portuguese there. That option is display mode, hence options like CRT TV or curved screen. Yeah, I wonder why that wasn't changed. But I ain't worried about controls. I'll learn that in game. Only one mission, blasting the intruders. There's casual, stages have checkpoints, 3 continues, 6 lives. Normal, stages still have continues, 2 continues, 3 lives. Then hard, boss checkpoint only, 1 continue, 3 lives. So there's something for every level of run and gunner here. For people to play as, probably with all the same stats. Melina, Ty, I'm thinking Ty or Tay instead of Thay. Alan and Marco. I'm gonna go Marco. That felt very Metal Slug there. That flipping is definitely Contra feeling. Left bumper will change weapons. Look at that retro arcade there. Let's slide underneath that.
Ice bullet. 3 bullets.
Okay, L1 actually changes up the weapon. And R1 lets you stay in place while you fire. That's all right there. That does freeze. Shield is nice. I can appreciate how this looks and feels. But I have to remember to slide. And that wasn't double jumping. I didn't double jump. And apparently I got an extra life there. And it's R2 that... what? Does a special attack. You can aim lock on a ladder too. Get a nice precision movement there. And I wanted to avoid that. Slide will avoid it though. Oh, I didn't get to do that though. I don't know. It says throw weapon. It's probably saying throw away bullet. Whoa.
Double devastation.
I wanted to see about that there. And I hope there's enough enemies to fill up the special gauge again. And then there's stuff coming out of wormholes. They really are invading though. And the shots can go through walls, it feels like. That's 4 shots. Grenade X, it says. Then that got upgraded too. Now I want a shield. There it is. Special double charged up again. And here comes boss time. That ain't gonna freeze. Okay, I can't go any better than picking it up twice. Why don't I do this? I hope that hit didn't actually hurt and kill me. I don't think it did. Okay, good. Doesn't feel like level 2 yet, but it probably should. Now, before I go any further, I'll read up since we're going to the next place here. The second purple is cool. The printer sends out notifications to phone when there's a problem or it's done with a print. I can't help but think, this is the kind of thing you could be doing in a warehouse, because I know when I did mail processing, I'd have to go to the computer and check for any errors and make sure to sort all that out, get stuff ready to be printed on and all that jazz. This just feels more practical and fun and far more possibilities because of it being all kinds of modeled things. This one has less eyes. I wondered if it was eyes or heads that it was shooting out, but I can only think of "Welcome to your doom." Was that before or after "Rise from your grave"? I haven't played much, but I have played a couple of times the first 2 levels of Altered Beast, and I know that's where "Welcome to your doom" is from. I know that immediately. Now I do need to respond to someone because we're setting up plans. But I don't want them to feel shooed away because that's not what I'm trying to do. It's just, it has to happen. I don't know how to respond though. I don't want to say it out loud. Okay. Oh, it was during boss fights, before the boss fights. Welcome to your doom. I didn't remember exactly when it would happen, but I know it came from Altered Beast. I don't know if I want to try out different weapons, because what I have right now is pretty nice. I like the wide range of the grenades, and then I like freezing enemies. I like the thought of freezing enemies. Not to mention they have such good range. But you really can't only pick them up twice. Whoa. Shots are coming fast. And there's an actual meter here for this. Such rapid fire, though. But I see where the shots are coming from now. Complete any mission without dying. I've completed the first stage without dying, so this was not the full first stage until now. That's good to know. More than 7,000 points in a single run, too. Please start or press start, do next stage. Not everything's been translated. The world isn't under attack. Everything's fine. This isn't an isolated incident.
This isn't an isolated incident. Stay alert. If it's a big one, we'll handle it.
Oh no, if it's a big one, we'll handle it.
We have to be careful.
Pay attention. Don't let your guard down. Well, I don't know, that was plenty there already. And what is that? That's rewards for having done the first stage so well.
Laser!
No, I don't know if I want to give that up, though. But I don't think I need to show much more. You've already gotten a good idea from that one stage alone. I don't think I have to show much more. Went back to that. It's all right. So, Alien Strike. In application, it on the surface can feel very simple. Most running guns are. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Now, in a number of running guns, you just pick up the one weapon and that's all it is. You only, or other games, you pick up multiples of it and it gets more and more powerful. Only 2 levels here, but that's still all right. And there's a variety of weapons to be had there too. I'm cool with the pixels and the very retro wave or vaporwave feel of it all. I got no issues with it whatsoever. I probably ought to paste this here. Let me see here. I think that's fine there. And let me double check one more thing about it, because I want to make sure I get all my info right before I say stuff I shouldn't. Let me think here. Yeah. It's only $10. So if it's not a long game, there's any kind of replay value like speed running or score attacking in the different difficulties. And it's not all that pricey. Definitely worth $10. Absolutely worth the $10. If you've played run and gun games before, you can expect the kind of feeling, you know what to get out of it. And I don't think there's a problem with it. It honestly does look cool, and it controls tight as well. It controls very well. So if there's something cheap, simple, and there are difficulty levels to adjust if need be, then it wouldn't be so bad to go with Alien Strike blasting the intruders. I think you'd make a good call there. I know I'd have good feelings about it. I wonder, though. I normally would go until 11. I don't want to feel like I'm forcing myself, but I haven't done too much gaming today, neither. I really haven't done too much gaming. There are demos to try. I have time to do those demos, but I think I'd rather do the demos now. This is going to be a hodgepodge of a mess of gaming today as it is anyway, so why not? So what's this you were talking about? The second boss in Altered Beast. That's where I got confused. I mainly think of the first boss, but I know that's the second boss there with a whole bunch of eyes. Now it all makes sense. It was the first boss that tossed out his heads, but the second one had the eyes in Altered Beast. And the printer does full-on notification and the sound chime to alert. Would it be any kind of overstatement to say that if not your life, this 3D printer has changed your year or half a year, Zarn? Because you did get one and now you've been doing all kinds of things with it. All kinds of things. You know, if I really cared to, I could, in segments, 3D print a Master Sword and then jimmy it all together somehow, seamlessly. It has so many uses. Do you wish you knew how to safely make your own polymer so you wouldn't even have to buy that? And what is the polymer anyway? Isn't it like a plastic? Is polymer plastic as it is? I can't think. And isn't it possible to 3D print from different materials as it is? I'd like to think, but I'm not 100% on that part. I think I'd rather do the actual demos that I need to do. But I wonder, there could be one demo that I want to do. And even though I say I need to do, I'm still grateful to be able to do, and I may not have them available yet. I may need to actually use the keys and download the stuff. Now that I think about it. Let me see about it. Yeah. So let's get this here. Then we go back and we get this here. Yep. And then we get, not that, but this here. Do I want to download them all now, or do I want to download them one at a time? That's what I want to know. And then I do need to change the names and the banners all the time, too. That's going to be annoying, but it still needs to happen. I'm going to do it. There's got to be some reason I want to sample all these things here. There has to be. I want to give them their fair shakes. There's something about them that I believe in. But the 3D printer material stuff uses different kinds, from safe to not safe. The kinds that Zarin's been doing is fine in the bedroom by the window. Sounds like you'd have the window open to vent out the bad stuff then. You know, I was actually going around my neighborhood the other day, and I could think of one reason why now I wish I was renting out a garage, so to be able to put stuff together if I so chose, and more storage. But that would have cost more money out the butt, and I was not in a position to do that, and I'm still not. Don't need to garage, but now I realize it would be nice to do. Yeah, I think I'm going to download the other one, or install the other ones as well. I think I will. It's not going to take me long. So here's another one. And I'm not breaking any embargoes if I have anything to say about it. And there's another one. I'm smelling something pungent from the apartment kitchen here, but I can't put my fingers on what it is that I'm smelling. I want to think it's tomato based. It almost smells like meatloaf, but none of us here have any care for meatloaf, so that would not be a thing. There are toxic kinds that need a vent system and a mask and all that with the 3D printer materials. Zarnathium's been doing PLA or PLA Plus and PETG, and just started doing TPU, which is more flexible, kind of like rubber. The Crocs and phone case Zarin used TPU on. And considering what they are and what we see from them, that TPU makes a lot of sense. Okay, all that's downloaded. I want to make sure I'm doing stuff all proper, like before I load the next game. Like the category, for example. That's surely the most important thing. Taking a little time to load, but it's okay, we'll get there. Yeah, that part's easy. Then I want to read up on the stuff too, so I know what I'm saying. All right, now to change the category and start showing a demo, not just a sample of a full game. This here is only a demo, but it is something I'm showing you still. You are over here. So I'm going to show you all a demo of Ground Zero Hero. And if you were around in the 90s when they were doing things like probably actually Mortal Kombat stuff, for example, ports of Mortal Kombat, a name you may just recognize. Now let's get that going here, why don't we? Ground Zero Hero. Remember Acclaim? They's back. And yeah, that's going to freeze, of course, but it's very... what? The name is very familiar, and this is going to be very silly. Post-apocalyptic fun times in this horde survival action roguelite. So that should give you good ideas of what to expect with this. An ever-growing list of powerful mutations and permanent upgrades. That's a thing that separates a roguelike from a roguelite. Devastating combinations to craft your ultimate mutant across multiple wastelands with their own unique interactive elements and a dynamic soundtrack that changes with gameplay. And we gotta destroy Pinata for that sweet, sweet candy. And apparently it's possible to give birth to a man in a chicken suit. This could be very Rick and Morty-esque if it wanted to be. And I would understand if that's what it was going for. So we don't need to look at any of that there right now. Let's just get into this first. Look at them dancing chicken men. He don't look so mutant right now. But he will. Not a great smile, but that's by design too, I'm sure. Welcome to the Wasteland. Before you start, you should know that nuclear Armageddon isn't all fun and games. Aside from the mutants, starvation is a real danger out here. And the answer is candy. So if your candy meter becomes depleted, you'll start dying. Okay. Make sure you're on the lookout for Dino Pinata that drop candy and other surprises. You can also sleep in unopened bunkers to heal and escape the horrors of the night. However, to truly survive the wasteland, you must clear it of any mutated fauna. The counter at the top of the screen will show how many remain. But now for the fun part. It's time to choose your first hideous mutation. Spines shoot from back and slice through enemies. Fireball lets you spit fireballs. Tentacles let the bones of your arm melt and become a mighty tentacle for whipping the local fauna. I'll go ahead with tentacles. D-pad or thumbstick, and attacks are automatic here. I'm thinking this only goes left and right, the whipping. It doesn't just go to the nearest enemy. I've got to actually face the direction I want to whip in, so I can whip it good. But I can whip a little above. And there's such a thing as dice. Whip it. Whip it even better. And we picked up a shuffle in the middle of the run. And the fireballs probably go in the direction I aim as well. Now I see my candy starting to go down. That's not a lot that I see in many bullet heavens, that you've got to have a different resource meter filled. We got to do that with candy. It's not enough to simply defeat enemies. I've got to keep the candy meter full. 100 streak brought down a few enemies. And now fireballs have a chance to briefly burn the ground. In Game 6 Clay, radiating clay of the wasteland transforms into a sharp-shooting pair of arms. Interesting. Oh hey, that's very Vampire Survivors-esque. Very, very. But I need to start shooting fire down. And I probably want to get them. But then all that stinks to the Game 6 arms. And that was some more rads. Now I've actually taken a hit. And I'm taking more and more hits. So where's health? And there was a big defeat. And Clay 2. He's heating up! So it's all upgrades here. I want the higher damage and bigger explosion, really. Then there's a mutated thing down below. And the sun is about to go down. I probably need to find a place to sleep away. Because I got a feeling this is going to be dangerous. Is the cow going to be health for me? No. Well, I don't know what that is. Darkness falls. Sleep in unopened bunkers to heal and escape the horrors of the night. I'm taking a ride on a two-headed cow and can trample enemies, but didn't get much chance to do that. But there's the dangers of the night there. So that doesn't last all that long. Oh, the game is actually pointing out where I can go to escape the horrors of the night. Now that I see, I'm going that way. I ain't too worried about trying to kill vampires just yet. I want to go there and sleep. Sleep, save, and quit or continue. It's all right here. Those horrors are not so bad. But you know, it's funny. I think I got more feeling for this game than I thought I would. There's a little more to it than your typical bullet heaven. And I appreciate a little more challenge. I wish that Game 6 ball would go to that big thing there, that crocodile. I'm spitting out fireballs. Oh, there's whole DNA strands up in top left for all the mutations. And chicken butt laying explosive eggs. I'll be a wonderful parent. I think I'll go with spines though and shoot through enemies. If they actually shoot through, that is. Through. The sun has been summoned here. Oh, wow. Here, the sun is my friend. Now it's bigger, bespectacled dragonflies that, fly in swarms. I'm thinking the crosshair means that it's a, whoa, critical hit. Okay, I have to get out of this mess. And there's a safe there. But I gotta bob and weave through that two-headed snake. And then there's all that there. And then he's on fire! I had to be within the area to crack the safe. So now let's see about upgrading stats here. So we need bottle caps to upgrade things like pickup range, max health, speed, bonus safe coins, critical hit rate, bonus healing, bonkers chance. That's a very different thing. Explosion size. But I need a number of things for to do mutation stuff. That I need to see about. Sarnathian remembers Kids Incorporated back in the day and thinking the cutest girl was Stacy. Not crushing, but she did improve. Didn't realize it was her at first because of using her last name like a nickname. You've known for a while, just made you think of her because you recently saw her. I don't know nothing about this Stacy or Kids Incorporated, so I gotta look into that. Just talking to that someone again. Kids Incorporated. It was before my time, and that was why, or it started before my time. But then it went on to 1994. I was still young. Stacy Ferguson. I should know that name. That name feels a little familiar. So, Kids Incorporated. Oh, Stacy Ferguson was Fergie of the Black Eyed Peas, and she does stuff herself as well. She went from being the youngest member of the band to the oldest and was the longest person there at 6 seasons, including the pilot. So she definitely did stuff. Then Martika became a singer with 2 hit studio records, Toy Soldiers and Thy Will Be Done. OG. As a background dancer and musician through the first 3 seasons, we'd see Mario Lopez. He feels like a vampire. He still looks handsome as hell. Mario Lopez was there. Eric Balfour, that I don't know of. Jennifer Love Hewitt. Brian Fieldman, I don't know. Brian Poth, I don't know. Shanice Wilson, I don't know. And Rasan Patterson. He gained experience as a backup vocalist for several artists, including Brandy and Tevin Campbell. So while that name's not known, he did do stuff with big names. But those are probably the biggest names I can think of in Kids Incorporated. Then there were guest stars like, who do I recognize? Barry Williams and Florence Henderson, Billy Blanks, David Hasselhoff. Who else? They were older or established celebrities or newcomers. Then there are young actors like Scott Wolf and Jeff Cohen. Kids did have a big few names. I see that. I'm gonna spin it on Bonkers Chance. I did not mean to open up the Steam page. Wanted to see missions here. Missions get some bottle caps here. I kill 100 vampires in 1 run. Kill an enemy with a tumbleweed explosion. Look at the desert without taking damage. So probably not a lot of missions right now, but that's all right. There ain't nothing else yet. Vulture bait. A friendly vulture follows your every step, clearly concerned for your welfare. And now we did have numbers. So, vulture flies around. Does the rocket do anything? It's looking like no. Gotta space that out right, too. Okay, that's just more rads is what that is. Those barrels just hold items. What do the mushrooms do? What's up with the shrooms? Oh, it's all trippy here. I'm not messed up, but they were messed up. It ain't a stop, it ain't a time freeze, but it still slows down. And that can be helpful. And now those shrooms have eyes. A whole lot of rats there. But still can't catch up. Just keeps running away. Well, we run over things here. Third leg, more legs equals more speed. That's just silence or science. Oh gee, Zarn thinks that Retroid Pocket 6 won't be here until tomorrow. You know, I never did think to ask about that. It ain't 10 where you are though, but it should have been around. But I'd rather think there's still like 40 minutes before you can say that it's really not gonna show up. I just feel bad about it though. It's supposed to be where you're at now. And I'm okay with this music here, and I'm getting hit too much. That's not okay. I want to crack a safe. I think I missed that mushroom too. No, I grabbed it earlier. Okay, there's the safe cracked. So that's what that is, getting money. Some real jazzy music right here. The candy feels different from actual health, though. And snakes can be a problem if they want to be. They don't go down very easily. But there's a vault to sleep in. Now I want to get out of the way here. Let's fireball 2. I want to get in there and I can't. I couldn't get in. But I do know what to expect from this. The vulture was not a great move. I can respect, and I kind of actually appreciate that it's not just your health you gotta look out for in Ground Zero Hero. You gotta make sure you're full up on candy. And this is rather bonkers and silly. And we could use laughs. And considering the roguelite and bullet heaven structure, another easy game to play in short bursts like Vampire Survivors or Vampire Crawlers or Mega Bonk. I'm not bothered by this. I could say to get it. I don't have any issue suggesting that. How much will it be when it becomes a full thing? There's no idea, nor is there any kind of date yet. So we don't know too much. All I know is I got to show you Ground Zero Hero, and I'm glad I did. But it blew Zarn's mind when it hit him who Fergie was. Always looked familiar, but can never place her for a bit. Are there any songs of hers that you enjoy by chance then? I know with the Black Eyed Peas, I can enjoy, what can I enjoy? Boom Boom, is it Boom 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 or Boom Boom Pow? That's definitely one I can enjoy. But what is it that I have, actually? I think better than that, though, is My Humps. I definitely enjoy My Humps. But there was probably another one that I enjoy. Not Let's Get It Started, although I could. Not Pump It, although I did like the commercials for Best Buy when they did Pump It. And I have to use both my hands to get my glasses up the way Will.i.am did. And pump it louder! I like the way he did it for that commercial. There's one she does that's more sultry-like. You need to look it up. I would like to think maybe I might know if you figure out the name. I think I can think of a sultry one, but not immediately. What's a Black Eyed Peas song I do have actually on my Spotify? I must have one. But a song she did by herself, London Bridge, is absolutely required hearing for me. I'm more a fan of the rapping than I am the singing. But if it's more rap than singing, I can easily do it. And yes, I do enjoy singing, but sometimes it just feels cooler to hear talking in rhythm instead of just singing in rhythm. Do I not have the Black Eyed Peas then? I guess I don't have Black Eyed Peas in my Spotify after all. I thought I'd have something from them. I Got a Feeling is their most popular song by leaps and bounds. If Meet Me Halfway has over 1 billion listens, I Got a Feeling has 2 billion listens. Pretty massive difference. Yeah, My Humps is my favorite, and I can also enjoy Boom Boom Pow. I know that. I could probably be okay with I Got a Feeling, though. But it's more about what My Humps for me. Okay. So we've done Ground Zero Hero. Then it's time to work on the next demo, show how that works. And I forget how it works, so I have to read up on it too. There you are. Let me change the category to Talistro. I think that'll be all right. And there's the game name. And we got the banner, and now I can load the game after I read up on it, though. So what is Talistro all about? I'm pretty sure I'd have, like, personal concerns just because of something regarding me. Talistro. Roguelite deck builder where numbers become weapons. So let's see about it. Then I need to view the key, make sure I'm not breaking embargo. So roguelite deck builder where you combine dice and cards to defeat enemies. An army of numbers that comes to life stands between our unlikely hero, the Math Mouse, and the wicked Necrodicer, who has started the forbidden ritual of Talistro. We don't chip away at enemy HP, we try and match their value to instantly take them out. Cards would have one or more unfinished calculations, and we'd use dice to complete them. This is gonna hurt my brain, I imagine. Twisted and corrupted beings will come into the world in the form of numbers under the ritual of Talistro. I've got to figure out how to best deal with them and in what order. 3 acts culminating in a unique boss encounter each, and Ascension-style modifiers to add increased difficulty in subsequent playthroughs when this is a thing. All right, there ain't no embargo that I'm aware of. So I should be okay to show this. Oh no, we're past the embargo for this. It's all right. The embargo for this was at the end of April, so I ain't do no problem. I didn't even think of thanking people. Like in the case of Ground Zero Hero, I need to thank Rowan Edmondson and Acclaim for allowing me to, and Key Mailer for allowing me to show you this. Now, Talistro, who is it I want to thank and give thanks to? Because there are such people. Like giving thanks to Key Mailer and Philocus. Or Philocus. I don't know if it's Philocus or Philocus. But I have them to thank for this. I can use the right stick as a mouse. And R3 to mount the left mouse button, but I think I'll just use the mouse. I don't think I'll worry about that. So let's get into this here. So here's the tutorial for Talistro. I forgot about Glamorous. I hadn't heard it in a long time, but I do know that I've heard that song. There's a cheese knife here. Enemies are up here. We're fighting one with a value of 4. Cards go here. We normally draw 5 at the start of the turn, but we only have 1 for now. Here are the dice. They all get rolled at the start of the turn. There's normally 6, but the tutorial has only 2. To attack, gotta drag a card, or activate a card by dragging a die into a slot on the card. So let's get the 5 up here like I was thinking. To hit an enemy, the value of the attack must be equal to the value of the enemy. So the value is 5, and we need to subtract 1 from the 5. It's a value slot. There's a calculator over here. Or is this a calculator or that? The value of the attack is there. When it matches the value of an enemy, the enemy lights up. So this should finish off that 4 in an attack. Cut in half. Behind that 4 are 2 enemies. Now I have to end my turn with no more cards and dice. Then combine cards. You can combine as many cards as you want in one attack. Let's use this to hit that 11. So that's 2 cards there that add up to 11 to throw over there. That's combining cards. Now there's no more cards and dice, but we'll be taking damage from that scary looking 7 here. 4 points worth. At the end of turn, all enemies with attack die will hit for 1 damage. 1 attack die is 1 damage. So that 4 only did 1 damage. You have only 6 health. At 0, it's game over. 3 different resources at hand during combat. So we ought to get them introduced. Like reroll. All resources cost 1 resource cube to use. With those 3 ones, it's probably a good time to reroll. So there's adjust. 3, 5, and 6. Not perfect, but it can be worked with. So that's adjust there and here. Can manipulate the value of a die by plus or minus 1. So that 5 can become a 4. We drag it here to turn it down. Now we can get that 7 with multiple cards, 4 and 3. So that's a loot box right there. When a card with a loot box defeats an enemy, it triggers the effect shown. Like Cheat the Odds will give 1 adjust resource when used to defeat an enemy. So there's that for us. No cards, and the 12's about to attack. We can apparently block. Drag a die that matches the enemy's die and drop it on the enemy die to block it. But blocking is also a resource, and all resources cost 1 resource cube to use. No enemies are going to hit us now. Great Denominator. Going through the game will show more complex content, and some cards and effects can be tricky to understand. But we can hover over the new features to read more about them, to learn the potential strengths of a card. Like area of effect on the Great Denominator to defeat the remaining enemies. So gate slot, it's gotta be 3 or less here. Area of effect. The target multiple enemies nearly equal in value. Each point in the AoE expands the impact of your attack with plus or minus 1. Like with an AoE of 1 and an attack value of 10, hit 10, 9, 10, and 11. So that's AoE 1 there. That's why we want the 1 here. No, we want the 3. So plus or minus 1, 13, 12, 13, 14. Put that 13 there. Apparently I still want to put that there. I probably have to do that in order to use it. Yeah, I gotta put that 1 in the gate slot in order to activate it. Now we can attack. And now it's possible to take on the Necrodicer. There's a mission here. Take no damage and use no block. So don't block that. Just find a way to make a 9. I may want to save that. I think I can go Equilibrium. I don't have to do this box. No worrying about blocking here. So, what about Tail Whip? What does that do? It's a loot box and I gain a re-roll. So we can get rid of that. Then what? Put a 3 there. Then we can put a 2 there, get rid of that, and get a gain adjust. We've unlocked the card amplifier to hit 4 enemies in a single turn. I can't do any of this though. Alright. That's 3. Can I adjust that down to a 0? No, it goes up to a 6. Let's see. So that's cards in hand variable. Using cards will decrease this value. I can put the 2 there and get rid of that 7. But there's no 0 dice. I can put a 2 there, Get rid of that 3. We finished that mission. That's all right. Jack in the Box, spirit weapon, ambush. Leftmost. Dice count. Gate slot, then draw and draw and draw. I think I'll take that card. So I choose where I want to go. Easy, medium, or hard. What do I feel like? Between 1 and 11 and then 1 and 13. 5 and 16 on hard. I'm gonna go medium. I don't mind it. Let's see. 2, 5, 9. I can put a 4 here to roundhouse kick that 9. Then, what else? I may want to adjust. I think I do. Bring that down to a 5. Put that 5 there and get rid of that 5. Then we have that adjust back. And I can turn it into a 2. Or should I? Let's go prime shield. Use 4 or more dice to hit an enemy though. I don't have many dice right now. I wonder what I want to do. Turn this into a 3. No. That's 10. I don't think there's much I can do. 7 minus 3 is 4. 3 plus 7 is 10. Neither of them are going to be good things. Maybe I'll re-roll then. Okay. Let me see here. That's the main thing to worry about here. Can turn that down to 5. 5 minus 7 is 2. I'm gonna do that. I have to math right. No one will be hitting me here, so there's that good news. What about 5 minus 2? Then throw in a 1. Well, wait. I did that too soon. Did that way too soon. Then what? Reroll, go there. I drew way too soon, though. I think I'll go ahead and block that. But I ain't got nothing else I can do. Shield and adjust. pluses and minuses, but nothing matches. Nothing matched there. I got one block, but then I can effectively throw something away, mainly to get the blockage. We'll turn that up, and we'll block that now that we were able to. I want to use the controller more. I really do. Now this will actually destroy someone. And so will this. I'd rather controller, but it's not so it's not that it's not intuitive, it's just better to use the mouse. What's moon dust? Resource cubes. Times 5 minus. I think I'll get that. And blackjack. Something plus 21 minus. Then we'll get spirit weapon. Then it gets harder. I dare to go hard now. I see there are shot cars. Let's see. I don't want to use that just yet. Seven or 7 plus 3. That gets rid of someone. Then what? I don't think I can use the spirit weapon all that well. Three resource dice, or resource cube, times 5 is 15. Then minus 2 is 13. $15. Then 14, 13 is 12 something. That wouldn't be enough and nothing. Can't do much with the spirit weapon though. I have ideas to do things, but I can only block one thing. All I can do is block one thing. Blocking one thing would be better than taking 2 hits though. Three or less than. Five plus 2 is 7 for Chaos Calculus. Isn't it? Yeah. And I could just throw that away and get the adjust. Because it could be 8 plus 5 to make 13. I hit 3 enemies in a single turn. That was a mission. Then what? And what's that there? Reroll. Hmm. 6 plus 2 is 8. So we can do that. Then I don't have block yet. Let's see. 5 plus 2 is 7. No. Let's try 4 here. That's 8. Five is 13. No. 5 times 2 is 10. 15. 17. There we go. Then I ain't got stuff there, but nobody's attacking, so I don't have to worry yet. I don't know if I need to draw cards. Can I do that by itself? That can happen by itself. Oh, multiple cards. I forget about the multiple cards thing. So we can get actually rid of the 9. I just chanced upon a good opportunity. And it is way too easy for me to forget the hydrates. Way too easy for me to forget. I hate how badly I forget things. There ain't nothing else, and there's also no danger. Okay. So what do we got here? We can do 6 plus 5 to make 11 there. And 14, 12, 16. How about 7 plus 6 and then a 1? I don't mind that. Then I more just want the shield. I'll give all that up and I won't mind. Because I wasn't gonna get attacked. Let's see, 16 plus 1 is 17. And there's a whole lot of things, so maybe I'll put that back. 25 minus something. A whole lot of something. 19. Then what? 14. Then 12. I can do that. And then what? Draw a card. Jack in the box. I almost think I want to draw more cards, really. So there's 10. It's all 5s. think I'm gonna re-roll them all. 5, 5, 4. 7. 11. Pardon me. 21 is too much, of course. Why don't instead I block that 4? Then use these to get more resource cubes. There's literally nothing I could do, but I won't take a hit, so that's all right. Six times 5 is 30. Minus 6, that's 24. $18 and 16. That's the last one in hard mode there. I don't mind that. Random artifact. Whenever you empty a resource, draw a card. That's spinning top. That's 6 coins there. Now for the shop. Upgrade deck and dice. I don't feel a need to heal, so I think I'll draft an enchantment. I want AoE. And what do I want to enchant? I'll enchant the cheese knife. I don't mind. Apparently you can do more than one. I wouldn't realize that. Let's enchant moon dust, why don't we? And there's elites there. I think I'll take on elites. I am not a math person, and yet I'm doing all this math anyway. Now this is gonna be a little something here. There's 12. No. Maybe I ought to put a 4 there. 11 and plus 2 to get rid of that. Four more dice to hit an enemy. That ain't right. Nor is that. So those are already there, but we can still put dice there anyway. That's using 4 dice to hit an enemy. But now I don't have any dice, so I'm gonna take a hit. I didn't think about that. What do people think of Talistro here? Does this seem like a roguelites deck builder you could look into? Or is there too much math? Because there's definitely math here. I think we'll do that. Not yet. Probably throw in something 4 and 4. I'll just use this to get it out of the way. Ah, shoot, I gotta adjust something. And I'll adjust up to the 1. -15 -1 is 14. I want to activate the box. 5 cards. 11. There's another one there. That's better. But that's increased by 9, so it's 20. An effect. As long as it has dice, it has an effect. Blocking the enemy disables the passive effect, so that's gonna be something. Okay, let's draw another card. And then what? 14. That's too much. That's not too much. For hitting an elite enemy, unlocked Rain of Arrows. And for casting 7 spells, Dimensional Breach. It's whatever here. I'm more looking for resources. They were gonna get discarded either way. Now we've got that passive at a 20. I'm gonna block that. Now it's only 11 again. That's certainly 11. Then, how about 10? How about 15? Oh, I forgot to draw a card. Damn it. I have to think. Well, that'll get rid of that there. So I got rid of elite enemies, and the 7 is the only one left. So we can do this here and call it a battle, an act. No, not an act, just a level. I find myself wanting to do more and more difficult things. A block, reroll, and adjust on each 7th kill. I don't know that I'm overly worried about that right now. I think it's actually time I get me some heals too. I've taken 2 hits, so it's time to get those back. So how do I want to do it? I can get a 9 there. That won't go very far, the AoEs. Then what? You can get rid of that 3 or that 5. Then what? Oh, that actually I just threw dice around and it worked. So we have a 6 and we have a 10. I want to hold off until I use things. How about minus only 2? No. But I don't want to use the draw thing. We're gonna have to mess up something somewhere. Now it hit the 10 p.m. mark. Ordered a small barbecue pizza, about 50% off, or 50% off again. Go get it and let that make you feel better, given the suckiness of the not Retroid Pocket 6. Go get your pizza. Okay, I need to not hurt my head with this here. I definitely feel me hurting my head. Here, let's just use that and get the resource. Then we can draw a card. Four plus 2 is 6. That gets rid of someone. 7 plus 3 is 10. Get rid of that someone. Then what? Then what? Draw that too. 5 cards in hand. 10. And 15 could happen. Get rid of the 15 there. And I'll throw this in just to get a resource. That's okay here. 6 plus 5 is 11. Down that goes. Then 5 plus 2 is 7. There goes that. It ain't enough action, but there's still things to be had, whether this or Slay the Spire or Vampire Crawlers. The important thing was the heal. I think I'm gonna go here for a card draft and upgrade die. See about that. Let's block that. $10. Then I can add stuff there. That's actual 22 there. 8. 16. 26. 28. 31. Can't get the 22 here. We can get that 14 though. Get a few more resources. How about we get that? and see what we can at least draw. Whole bunch of nothing, but there is resources. I can't block as it is, so I may as well get another adjust. So I'm taking 2 hits there. Beefy numbers, though, for being real. Real beefy numbers. I'm gonna enchant this. Or I would. Six, 13. $20. That ain't quite the move, so I'll bring it down. And that will get rid of 2 of them. That's 2 of them down. I think I'll bring this down to a 5. No. That's 19. Then 22. I had to go for that. 2 HP left. Double damage. 11. 19. 20. Then let's draw a card. Oh, it's got to be less than 3. Fine. I got a resource for that. You know what? I'll go ahead and block it. I want to get a block. $23. I can't do much of nothing, but I can get a block resource. And I wasn't gonna get hit. Minus 20. 16, 13. Then blackjack there. Let's see, 13, 15. I think that might actually be a move to make. $13. And another one. Be 8. Oh yeah, we're done there. All right. That was all fine there. Carry the 5. And smash chain the replay. I think I'm gonna quick draw. Then upgrade any of these to the green. That's all cool there. Then gotta get ready for the big battle. There's no healing to be done here. Upgrade a die to gold with a disarming smile. I think we'll be doing that there. Then what? Enemy dice some. Dice some. I'll just go blackjack. Time to take on the Keeper of the Flame. Can I defeat them with 2 HP in a dream? There's 55. I had to make massive moves there. I can't possibly. I can do 1 block. I can get rid of that. Block and get rid of that, or just make 22. I'm gonna do this here and bank on things. I'll wait to put the 1 there and draw more cards. That saves me a block though, and gains me another one as it is. Ain't that about something? I will turn that down and block this. I don't mind. And Keeper of the Flame went and gave a buff or something. What do I want to do now? What do I want to do? 31 there. I don't know. Maybe 4, then -3. No. I might roll with that adjust. 15 minus something. Let me see. 10, 31. No. 4. Then turn that into a 4 minus that 4. Then we can get rid of the Keeper of the Flame and a lot of my issues will be gone. So I think I'll sacrifice this 6 to get an adjust. Put that there for now. I ain't worried about getting rid of that 31 here. I need to get rid of the Keeper of the Flame. What about multiplication? 20. 47. 58. Oh, the Keeper of the Flame is invulnerable until all his minions are destroyed. Ain't that some shit? That's some shit. Numbers are scary. They really, really are. I am not all that great all the time with numbers. But I'm not gonna let it stop me. And I am having a good one. Haru Sulu X. Or is it Sulux? I have no idea. I don't remember. I haven't been to your place in a while. I hope you've been doing good as well. And come to think, I don't know how you want to be greeted. when it comes to one of these three sounds here, now that I think about it. If you want to be welcomed by one, more than one, or none of those sounds, or random, let me know. I'll make a note of that. Or if you didn't hear, then I'll mute the game so that I can play them better, so that you can hear them better. Have you heard of Talistro here? I've been granted a key to share the demo of it, and it's giving me similar feelings as Slay the Spire and Vampire Crawlers. I can't get rid of this boss without getting rid of all the minions. Typically just Haru, but the full thing is Zulux. But you're giving me permission to call you just Haru, sounds like. And if that's the case, then now I'll put that there as well. I want to make sure people are called what they want to be called. So Zulux. It could almost sound like the Lux part of Deluxe, but Zoo in Lux. So let me see. Haru. And they were all fine, so it could be either all of them or random. And I can flip a coin as soon as I find one, so to figure which one to do. Where is my Zelda coin? If it ain't here, I've got the Tekken 8 coin. I'll have to look for the Zelda coin, but I've got the Tekken 8 coin. Let's see here. The Mishimas and one who'd rather call himself Kazama will go with all the sounds with their explosive punch. But the more subdued trophy there for the King of Iron Fist Tournament 8 will do it randomly. So let's see how Haru will be greeted from here. We're gonna keep it subdued and make it random, one sound at a time, no matter what. But it can be anything at any time. You're in there. So, Haru, we saw Black Voices in Gaming showcase and the Sony State of Play. Did you see either of those, and were there any video game news that got you any kind of hype? Because we know I was hype, and based on a demo I played in here, some people got hype based on seeing it in action. And I was so excited to share it in action. But now it's time to go back to this and figure I can't go with that after all, so that bothers me. So we can definitely get rid of that. And I'm gonna have to block, I'm sure. Now, it's gotta be one or two to draw. And that's 12. Nah, that'll be too much. 8. 15 is too little. But that'll do. Except they'll get rid of the chance to draw. But I think I'll deal. I got rerolls I should use. You watch the State of Play, still need to see Black Voices in Gaming. I feel bad I didn't write down the names of games. But there's an arena fighter with Saturday morning vibes, and then there's a Saturday morning 2D fighter, closer to an anime fighter. Those were things that got my attention from that. But I need to go back through and get the names of those games. And it was very cool to hear that a combat designer featured in Black Voices in Gaming. Part of influences were The Last Dragon, some 1980s movie, I forget where in the 80s, and Tekken. And he practices Muay Thai, so that was some cool stuff to learn. Okay, what I need to do is block that too. And this is gonna help me do it. I ain't worried about drawing cards. Let's make sure I don't get hurt. And then what do I feel like? 15. Hey, we can get rid of another minion. That's all right. Used up the dice and we got rid of things. And the 13's the only minion left. Then we can work on that. Okay. We're getting close to the end. I think I can put that there. I think we have an end. Oh no, that's 75. I mathed wrong. We could still have an end though. Just gotta make sure to subtract things. No, I'm thinking too much. I think what I can do is sacrifice something. Although 30, 45, 51, 55, we're done! Whoa! That's a run done. Okay. So there is the demo for Talistro. Oh, the math though. This is why you did see the state of play, so it won't be spoiling. This is why I need simpler action like Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered. Or very low below it, or no, not very low, like the barest space below it, Onimusha Way of the Sword. Why does that command? There we go. There's the applause. Oh, stop. Cut it out. All it is math, and I hate math, but math is how a lot of stuff is made in the world. Math is what helps with the 3D printing. Math is what helps with coding. And Dr. Stone's Science World is absolutely proving that again. It's not for me because I am not a fan of math, but I can see the charm and the triumph. I don't think it's like a big problem. This is how they want to make the game, and it absolutely does work. It's flexing my brain more than I want it to, but that's nothing against the game itself. There is definitely a worthwhile concept here with Talistro. So, over 80 cards and effects and variables like D20, a random value between 1 and 20, spectral dice, a temporary die lasting until the end of turn. I did just one act, and there'll be 3. They all have a boss fight at the end. Then over 30 artifacts. And when you're handling all 3 acts, there'll be ascension levels to make things harder and harder and harder. Then armory to unlock and equip new starting gear like cards and artifacts. So that can feel both roguelike and roguelite, depending on the situation, it feels like. And then another card, Amplifier. Hit 4 enemies in a single turn. Oh, no. These are the cards that we've unlocked here. Not that they matter for the demo. Rain of Arrows would sure add a lot, though. We done did things, and because of that, we get various cards. So that's Talistro. It may not be for me, but the game does work. I will tell you for sure, the game does work. I think it's probably best for me to call it a stream now, though loath as I am to do it. it was nice demoing things and sampling things, and especially watching these showcases with you all. I think I'll go over one more time the stuff that excites me. And I know the two biggest things, one I asked for, was not sure when I'd get the news, but I was absolutely ecstatic to learn that October 1st we'll get Rayman Legends. I'm kidding, although that is actual truth. Rayman Legends Retold will be happening October 1st, but more important for me is Dynasty Warriors 3 Complete Edition Remastered, featuring Zilliwan from Dynasty Warriors Origins. Both of those games will be available October 1st. Onimusha Way of the Sword, September 25th, so I won't have but a week to enjoy Way of the Sword properly. I gotta stream that for you all. If more people want to see me go through it live, then do it on YouTube. Or if I decide to do the modern games on video, I'll show it those ways. I could try again to see about streaming retro stuff and then having videos of modern games, so to let you all see on your time. And then you could talk with me about where I am in the game, or so that there's no spoilery things or something like that. I tried that a few years ago when I got upset, but with more effort in actually recording and putting up Let's Plays of videos, which I haven't done much of the Let's Play part, but I've definitely uploaded demos. It may be an easier thing to do if that's what I decide to do, but if I were to try streaming retro again, I will not be stopped by doing Star Fox on Switch 2 nor Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3. No matter if I were to do mainly retro stuff again at some point, those games and others that invoke extremely strong feelings within me, in which case Onimusha Way of the Sword could be very much that. Isen. Retro will not stop those at all. I cannot get over how incredible Onimusha feels. Or Onimusha the Way of the Sword. Not the Way of the Sword. Onimusha Way of the Sword. It just feels awesome. That's the kind of action I gotta have. It's too good action. I wonder if someone's going to stream, because I want to raid them, but they're not on. Maybe I'll raid somebody else, actually. I don't think it'll be a problem, and it'd probably be fun to do. And I better do it quick, so if you want to be cooler than you already are, you can copy and paste this raid message. I was going to wonder where the Thunderbolts were. I'm not going to... Yes, I am. So don't do that. If you follow me, then do this instead. That's more the one to copy if you're a follower, especially. But I'm going to go ahead and raid someone who is in the Twitch Retro Creator Club. So we're going to raid Exo Peachy. She's neurodivergent herself, given a tag. And she does have Capcom as a tab or tag. And considering Ryu there, it's very Capcom, although she's not at all into fighting games. That said, there's a Ryu in Breath of Fire, and Fo Lu was actually a super boss in Street Fighter 6, so there's no getting away from the Street Fighter. Even in Breath of Fire, there's no getting away from the Street Fighter. But we're not going to poke her about that. We're going to embrace that she enjoys RPGs and is going through retro stuff here and it's about to finish a game. And I want to wonder what might have intrigued her, if anything. I'm not going to know whether or not she did or not without asking, so I ought to ask. And I'm thinking Thursday would be the next stream. and definitely Friday, we are seeing Summer Game Fest together. You can count on that. Until then, take care of yourself, love yourself, be kind to yourself, forgive yourself, believe in yourself. If you're knocked down, take your time getting up, but not too much. The world and its infinite possibilities are too impatient for your return. Don't keep them waiting. You're awesome. Pass it on. And until next time, stay uncommon. Later.